to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
think Cassing is a very good Thresh, but not as good as Healy, of course.
A hard glance from Hirasang, steal back with the damage, and the Ren picks up the kill.
Cassing is a really good Thresh player. He's aggressive, he knows where to be on the map.
Manages to stay alive, he's gone back in, and the lantern! Wow, another kill for Hyun and a Vitality.
What he showed on Thresh was that he just has one certain style of how he plays this champion.
Godfrey should escape. Hilly takes half of his health bar and damage.
People like leave open Thresh so that they want him to pick it, just because they know how to play against it.
Cassing winds up and he finds Soaz! Got it! Flashes for first blood!
Just in the 2v2, I don't think it will be super much problem.
Come back.
Welcome to the LCS studio in Berlin, Germany, where week 4 is in full swing. As you get a look at H2K, we're just doing some meetup with the fans before the games, and there are the co-leaders of the board, G2, who are going up against Splice in our very first game of the day. There, the huddle with Yamato Cannon, and of course the place here is absolutely packed for our second day of games. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Eefje Schoksdepoortere here on the analyst desk with an all-support duo lane, Mitch Kreppel-Voorspoels and Martin de Fischio Lunge.
Worst duo lane ever.
Yeah, can somebody dodge, please? Can we get this guy out of here?
Nah.
I'm actually a pretty good AD carry now.
I'm actually not a pretty good support right now.
So I'm going to be the carry.
Yeah, together you guys can carry some games. We'll see. But before we start everything, we are excited to announce that we'll be hitting the road for the 2016 EU LCS Spring Finals. This year's first and third place matches will be held at the Ahoy in Rotterdam, Netherlands, on April 16th and 17th. For more information on how to score tickets and to join us live in Holland will be available soon. So keep an eye out on lolesports.com.
Hup, Holland?
Hup! Hoorah! Hey! But before we start thinking about the finals, we have to look back at our second day of games right at week 4 and look at the top of the tables. G2 still reigning supreme together with H2K, and then the Unicorns of Love and Vitality right behind them. At the bottom of the tables, unfortunately, Roccat and Giants. Now, my question for you guys, G2 and H2K, what are they doing so well, and what do the teams just below them need to do to get into that spot?
I think if we look at G2 and H2K, I look a lot at the pick and ban phase. I think both teams have really figured out how to pick in this current meta. Don't go pure team fighting, have like strong matchups, strong laners where you can 1v1 very often and just apply pressure on side lanes. Especially H2K will do this in almost every single game. People are saying it's a little bit boring to watch, but that's the effective way to play the game at the moment.
I mean, both these teams just understand how to play towards their strengths, and they don't play the same carbon copy style either. Like, G2 is still a considerably different team compared to H2K, and they just win it in different manners. Sure, they both played poke-comps at one point, but G2 has the more aggressive approach sometimes, sometimes a little bit too much, too many dives forward. But it's fun to see that at least two slightly different styles can be at the top here over in Europe.
And then again, we have the teams who have figured out how to play right now. We also have a lot of star players, honestly, on these lineups. Even for G2, even though they're a fairly new team, like Perks has come in and become one of the best mid laners instantly. We highlight Emperor Hybrid in the bottom lane. Often Trick is doing well. So there's a lot of good players on these teams, combined with the fact they've figured out how to play the meta. That makes you a top team. Yeah,
the only drawback we could criticize G2 on, and obviously if a team is performing as well as G2, we have to start thinking more about the shot calling, like where does it become too repetitive, where do they insist too much on making a certain play and they don't actually go for the plan B overall. That's kind of where I have some questions for G2.
We'll talk more about that in the match intro in just a bit. Something else I wanted to touch on is the meta. Yesterday, first game in the EULCS on 6.2. Cabochard pulled out the Lucian top lane overall. We also saw some Tahm Kench more as well. So what is your general impression?
I'll leave the Tahm Kench to the Fischio, but I just love the top lane Lucian especially because how smart it was used. The CDR Yomu's build where you basically go for multiple E usages, dash in a very long lane. He also upgraded an early distortions because he works on both teleport and flash, and he made it work so well, and then he chased with the Cullen, and it was a very smart pick. And from talking to some other teams, we're not going to name who, they also had issues with the Lucian top in scrims overall, so the cheese does really work.
It's all the mind games, right? You see Lucian getting locked in, you expect it to be AD carry, and then everything gets swapped around. He gets a good matchup top, and he can be a bully against a lot of things. Tahm Kench can honestly be the same up in top lane against all the tank champions, where we see him very often do extremely well. And also the fact we saw Kasing play him as support because he didn't really get affected as a support with the nerfs coming. So he's still going to be super, super strong. And he just denies so many things because of his Devour.
Overall, still so many flex picks, which makes the picks and bans very, very interesting. And we'll have to see how things develop today as we start things off with a clash between G2 and Splice. Then Elements will face H2K, and we'll see the Tide Unicorns of Love and Vitality settle things on stage. And that Unicorns of Love Vitality match looks great.
Yeah, every other match looks very one-sided, just on paper. I mean, we have the 4 top teams and then the 4 bottom teams, honestly, in this one. I mean, we need to start seeing more upsets. It's weird, we're in Europe, we normally see everyone beating everyone, but it's not been the case lately, where we seem to get more consistent performances from every single top team.
Well, we'll see how that match plays out, but now before we take a closer look at G2 versus Splice, we're going to check in with Trevor Quickshot Henry for a look at the Keystone Masteries that are dominating pro play.
Thank you very much, Shucks. I do want to talk about some of the masteries, but I do not want to talk about Thunderlords because everybody has felt the slap of Raiden in the face. Instead, I'm going to focus on 4 different ones, starting with Fervor of Battle, Grasp of the Undying, Windspeaker's Blessing, and Storm Raider's Surge. Now, I'm going to answer a few key questions. What is the Keystone Mastery? What value does it give you as a player? And who should you be using it on? Let's start with Fervor of Battle. It's one of the relatively easier ones to understand. This is an additional physical damage that gets applied on hit for champions that do a lot of hitting. This is a damage that will scale up to a maximum of 112 additional bonus physical damage at maximum stacks at level 18. Now put yourself in a position where you're Olaf or Lucian or Callista, and you're continually hitting people, continually dealing damage. You get an additional 112 damage per hit on every auto attack that's going to be landing. Now this is not something that does scale with the likes of Infinity Edge or Critical Hit, but it's just bonus damage that is very easy to add on. I'm going to move on to the next one, Grasp of the Undying. This is now a keystone that's a little more difficult to quantify because what does it do for you? First of all, it gives you sustain in lane. Now, the way that it works, while you're in combat with another champion for 4 seconds, your next attack against them will deal 3% of your maximum health as damage, and you will heal for that amount as well. Sounds a bit overwhelming, doesn't it? But let's put things into perspective. You're a Gangplank or you're a Fiora, you're in lane. You want to farm up to 1 or 2 items to become that beast that we know you can be. So how do you stay healthy? How do you stay sustained? You continually trade, you continually poke, you get in your opponent's face. To put a number to it, if you have 1,000 hit points and you get 5 procs, that will give you a potion's worth of gold and health back. That's every 5 procs. Right, but what about if you don't want to heal yourself, you want to heal everybody else? You're a supportive player, you like to help the team out. Well, Windspeaker's Blessing is the Keystone Mastery for you. Because what this does, first of all, it's going to buff both your healing and your shields. And what it will also do in addition to that is give armor and magic resistance to your allied champions. The more champions around, the more armor and MR you're going to share. The higher the level of your teammates, the more you're going to share. Because the way it defaults is not to your lowly supports level, but to the highest level applicable. Bonus stats for everybody. It's actually quite scary when you think that if you have 4 allies around, one of them's level 18, you're giving 2,500 gold worth of armor and magic resistance to the rest of your team. So fantastic value for everybody around. If you're an Alistair, if you're a Janna, if you're a Karma, pick that up in solo queue. The last one I want to mention is going to be Storm Raider's Surge. It's a little bit more complex, and the way it works is if you deal 30% of your target's max health in damage, you will then receive 40% movement speed, and you will also gain 75% slow resist. Now, movement speed is quite a difficult concept to grasp because the more you have, the less you receive. So here's a graph of just showing you the diminishing return. It's not really what I want to focus on. What I want to focus on is just how much value you get. If you have a base move speed of 350 and you get a proc from Storm Raiders, you will actually gain an additional 1,500 gold worth of movement speed, and on top of that, the slow resistance. So put yourself in Diana's shoes, put yourself in Echo's shoes. You dive into a team fight, you use your skill rotation, you get the movement speed and the slow resist, which allows you to dodge more skill shots, to reposition, and to get to safety, to wait for another rotation of spells. One of the best examples of this was GBM over in the North American LCS. He actually used it on Zillion. He zoomed up to the fight with an E, popped 2 bombs down, got Storm Raiders, and then ran the hell away to wait for his cooldowns. Very clever use of a Keystone Mastery to give more power and utility that you can't really see. So those are the 4 that we're starting to see a little bit more on the LCS stage. I hope you guys at home don't fall into the Thunderlord's honey trap pot as often as I did, and consider picking these up for the champion you play, the team composition you're trying to put together, and maybe you can pick up a little bit more LP. So with that, I'm going to head back over to the analyst desk to break down game 1 of the day.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. Yeah, it'll definitely keep me from going, I'll just take Thunderlords every single time and not thinking about it.
Not very effective on Alistar, sadly. Go Wind Speaker instead.
It's only good for the level 2 power spike.
And that's it.
Thank you, support crew. Anyways, later in the show, we will be joined by none other than Vitality's support, an actual good one, Kasing. So send your questions for the World's 2015 contender with the hashtag AskKasing. Remember to tweet them at LL Esports so we can bring them up on the desk later today. For now, though, it is about high time that we get into our first matchup of the day between G2 Esports and Splice. G2, leaders of the league, together with H2K yesterday versus OG. They demonstrated that they not only are able to play a PoComp, but that they can also play against it effectively, and we've seen a lot of good things.
Yeah, just they know how to play towards their win conditions. This time they drafted just a really good answer to a PoComp. A hard engage in the top lane, CC in the mid lane, double hard engage from the support, and then Hybrid being able to block so many spells with his shield. It's just a really well-rounded composition.
And this is the thing we always praise G2 for, is having multiple compositions they can play and also play against. And also we start seeing more and more in terms of overall macro strategy. It was our big question, you know, we started in week 1 and week 2 do really well individually. We're like, we want to see progression already. And we start seeing smarter calls from the team. They're making the right calls. Now they just need to understand that making the right call often means the other team can predict what you're doing, and you have to then have an answer for that as well.
So we saw it actually yesterday in the game. At one point, G2 tried to isolate the bot lane tier 1 tower, and they tried to rotate bot and kind of force that play, but Origin caught on, and then it's fine. They disengaged, but then they kept trying over and over again, trying to force.
3 times, I think.
3 times in total, and they forced the play instead of, you know, it seems very easy from our side. Base, you know, and try and change the area of the map that you play on, but we have to start criticizing G2 on these things because they're doing everything else so well already, so they need to start perfecting their play, whereas many other teams in the league right now, they're still building up to the level where G2 is already.
Well, and Splice is one of those teams, not a wealth of options like G2. Their only option that they have defaulted to is Senkux carrying, yes or no. If not, they don't seem to have a plan, and that starts in picks and bans.
It does start in the pick and ban phase. I think Splice wants a little bit too much in the pick and ban phase. I think they're trying too many different compositions. Nisbet, as an example, has played 6 different supports already. Yep. Bart here, as we see on your screen, was one of the new ones he picked up. I feel like when you are struggling, focus on 2 or 3 champions each. Learn to play build these compositions. This one, particularly, I didn't like it because I felt like they had very few options in how to play out the game. They couldn't really win the 2v2 lane. The 1-on-1 lane would go even and just be a dead lane, and Corki does really well in mid against H2K. And if you lose laning phase, the game is over.
Yeah, we had a long discussion back and forth about this team comp already, and what it boiled down to is, yes, there are answers from Splice, but they require so many conditions to be met, and so many lanes are defined as playable, not hard counters either way. But if you go for so many lanes that are so hard to play, so many playable lanes, then maybe I think you're going a little bit too hard for Splice, and maybe make it simpler. Again, as you say, 2 core compositions, stick to the more predictable gameplay, and try and improve from there.
We'll see what they come up with, and for a look at the lineups, it will be time to check in with our casters. And as we go, Hybrid tells us how his bottom lane synergy just clicked.
When I first played with Emperor, it was like we clicked immediately, you know. Everything went good, like the scrims, like we didn't lose a single game like the first few days. Like, and the communication went well. With Trick, it's good as well. Everyone is just talking and everyone's just calm, listening to each other.
Thank you very much, Sharks. Now that my runes and masteries are set, I've teleported to the caster desk, joined by James Stress O'Leary for the first contest of the day. Let's take a look at the starting roster over on the blue side. It is, of course, G2 Esports. Kickus in the top lane, Trick in the jungle, Perks in the mid lane, Emperor and Hybrid the duo with Youngbuck the coach.
And it's kind of a blast from the challenger past, because on the other side of the rift, on the red side, it is Splice. In the top lane, it is Wonderware. Trashy is in the jungle, Senkux in the mid lane with Cobby and Nisbeth as AD carry and support. And as always, Yamato Cannon is right alongside them on stage as their coach.
Well, I'm looking to see if Yamato can pull some more life out of Splice, because they've had moments where they've looked good, but truthfully as a team, they just feel like they're very slow out of the gates here in the spring split. And of course, it is coming from Challenger. What are you expecting here for these guys after what was quite a heavy loss to HTK yesterday.
Yeah, it was a heavy loss. I feel like Splyce, again, need this reset that they had a couple of weeks ago when they went, okay, let's just play simple again. And it was the game where they kind of picked the Tahm Kench, they picked a strong mid laner and a decent bot lane. If they can go back to that, I think they should be in a decent spot. I kind of feel like they're putting a lot on Wonderware's shoulders right now, and it's not quite working.
No, he's not able to really carry the weight that the team sort of needs him to, as it pertains to performance, but let's talk a little bit about picks and bans. LeBlanc and Thresh, so very targeted here. Getting that out of Hybrid's hands. Some of the bigger champions that we were seeing banned out yesterday, actually a lot of them still available. Kalista, Graves, Lucian, Poppy.
I find this really interesting they banned Thresh, because Hybrid's been playing so much Braum. Like, he's still a good Thresh and everything, but with the amount of emphasis we've seen in previous games on AD carry bans, we were talking yesterday about how Braum does so very well against a lot of AD carries. Taking away one of these pick potential supports from Hybrid, I don't think it's actually going to hinder him too much. I think G2 will look at this and go, okay, well, we've got a lot of options still remaining.
I mean, you got to ask the question, do they want him on Braum?
That's true.
Do they think they can play around it, maybe? Corki's taken away, so there's one left, which means Kalista and Lucian are your two top-tier ADs.
Yeah, at this point, if Kalista gets banned, it's highly likely to be a Lucian first pick here for G2, or they say we can win whatever 2v2 we get in the end of it. So Lucian first pick is not the best pick in the world. This time, G2 say, no, we don't want that. We're going to take our top laner.
So it's going to be the Poppy then locked in, and we've seen that quite a lot more in recent weeks. Lulu locked in here for Wonderware, or by Wonderware rather, as well as the Lucian for Kobbe. And you know, Kobbe's a guy that actually there was a lot more expectations to help carry Splyce along with Senkux. And while he's not struggled as much as Wonderware has, now he's got one of these top tier ADCs, and you can see Corki, Kalista off the table. Now is the time for him to step up and shine.
Yeah, that's very true. And Kobbe, we haven't seen anything from. We started seeing a little bit more for him in Challenger last split towards the end, where he was having to clean up fights for the Splyce lineup back then. And, you know, he started kind of getting there, but it was a lot to do with just a team effort rather than an individual effort. A lot of back and forth from G2 here, deciding whether they want to lock in their mid laner, and I feel like this is the better option. They want to try and wait and see if they can figure out where this Lulu is going to sit.
So let's see where it will be. On the side of Splyce, has not really been played by them this split yet. Senkux has played 6 different champions in the last few games, with only Ahri the repeat. And I just want to highlight Trick very quickly. 2 games on that Graves, 11-0-14. He's yet to give up a death.
Right, and that's what that second rotation to me, it screams from G2. It's like, these are some of our most comfortable champions right now. Trick's been great. We spoke about how Hybrid's been great on Braum. This is the first time that we're gonna, second time we're gonna see Poppy for Kikis in that top lane. Now that Braum's been locked in, we know where that's going. The AD carry now is going to be one of those B-tier AD carries. Ezreal will need time to scale here, and we're waiting for Perk's mid laner, which is not going to be the Corki, as that's what G2 banned. For any of you wanting to play Corki mid, there's an article now on LoL Esports in the article section highlighting Perk's specific runes and masteries for Corki, but we're going to see a Victor instead of Corki in this game.
So I quite like this from G2. They've got a good amount of wave clear, decent enough CC, maybe not the hardest of engage, that's fair. But if a team fight does break out, then you've got Poppy to reset anything. Although Splyce, they're all about the disengage. Lulu, Janna, Rek'Sai, they're putting a lot of weight here on Kobbe's shoulders. What will Wonderware be running up at the top? I expect the Lulu to go middle, make that sort of Victor Lulu lane somewhat farm focused.
I do expect that right now. Put that Lulu in the middle lane. Yes, it doesn't really give Senkux the ability to carry like he did on the LeBlanc that we saw previously, but the actual champion pool that's available for him is fairly small right now, unless he looks for something like an Ahri or something perhaps like this Quinn, which is a flex that we've seen. We've seen Faker play it in the middle lane. We've seen it in the top lane as well. But what you can say for G2 is they're relying fairly heavily on Kikis to be a damage threat here before the Ezreal gets going. It will take time for Kikis. Yes, Perks will have damage from Victor as well as he wave clears in the middle lane. The flex is on with that last pick.
Yeah, it really, really is. Let's see how they handle themselves. Splyce picks and bans, a different flavor to what we've seen out of Splyce. Actually, I think across all of their games, really. With quite a heavy focus around buffing up either Quinn or Lucian, thanks to the Lulu Janna. It's worked for Origin. but it does require a lot of coordination.
Yeah, it has worked for Origin, but it's also failed somewhat for Origin. It was only really that last week when Origin got both the Lulu, the Lucian, and they had the Alistar on top of it, they managed to get themselves into the game. Luckily, though, they have been given a little extra time with this Ezreal, with this Victor pick, that, you know, they take that 2-3 items to get themselves fully into the game. So Splyce have got an easier way around this, especially with their top half of the map being better in the early game. You've got the Quinn, you've got the Rek'Sai as well.
I'm very interested to see if G2 want to go toe-to-toe here with Kobe and Nisbet. Ezreal plus Braum against a Lucian Janna. That does not sound like a lot of fun to me. I want to see how this early lane matchups work out. But you guys at home, will G2 pick up a win here? Hashtag G2 win. They're currently 6-1, tied with H2K. What do you think Splyce will pick one up in return? I think the possibility is there. There's a lot of options that they can do with this team composition, albeit maybe not engage.
Yeah, for now, no real engage coming from the Splyce team. And, you know, we're going to have to see as we load up into the Rift for Game 1 of Week 4, Day 2 of the European LCS.
Yeah, we're exactly 10 games away from the halfway mark. So today and next Thursday, and every team will have competed one rotation of the European LCS here in spring. And for G2, somewhat of a surprise out the gate. They were swinging and hitting very hard all the way from week 1 till presently.
Welcome.
And more impressively, they're doing it in different ways. We're seeing them play split push, we're seeing them play poke, we're seeing them play team fights, we're seeing them fight a lot. Very aggressive.
Wonder doesn't know.
No.
He would, though.
I wonder why he's up here. This is just going to be an easy kill. Exhaust into the stun. The Vault will put him away, but the knockback from Kikis. 2 tower shots and first blood to Emperor.
Oh, Wonderwear going a little too deep. He even registered that could have been a possibility. If G2 send their duo lane up straight away from the base, you can easily make that push and then punish Wonderwear for just pushing out in the lane. Oh, that's the thing where, you know, it's like, oh, if I just ward this bush, I'll see if they're in there. Oh, I'm dead.
Yeah.
Not a good start.
Tough position for Wonderway. First time on this Quinn as well, and caught out. I mean,
yeah,
the lane swap with the duo up there, that's not a surprise.
No.
So,
but at the same time, that isn't going to happen every game, that they're standing in the bush already by the time you put the ward down. So it's one of those situations where, you know, it's a little unfortunate, but at the same time is punishing Wonderwear for trying to get that extra information here. G2 do use a lot for this. They use 2 flashes and the exhaust, but it's so good that it goes onto Emperor here. That is a really key thing because he's the one that needs the extra time, really. For Perks, it's a wave clear game for him, and he can just sit happily mid lane once he's got the Aftershock augment. And for Kikis, he's going to be in an okay situation. He's going to double jungle for the start of it, and then look to make his presence felt in other ways.
You can see some of the different keystones. One of the more varied keystones we're seeing. Some of the changes here in 6.2, we're seeing Thunderlords slowly falling away from like 5-6 every game. And obviously the fervors on all of your auto-attack reliant champions. Trick, last time he's played Graves, the last few times rather, he's been very heavily involved in counter jungling. Obviously he's on the strong side of the map, where he's got Emperor and Hybrid to back him up. But that's something I want to track as the game progresses, because he tends to grab some smalls and build a tent in his opponent's jungle camps.
He does, that's for sure. They're pretty well done if they come out of that shotgun with Graves. Wouldn't really want to have those charred ones. But you can see this tower push from G2 is that pretty much a lot faster, actually. I was looking at the timing of it. G2 have actually got about half the current health difference up on Splyce.
Yeah, great to put that first foot forward for G2. So they're ahead in the tempo of the game. And we'll get this tower down shortly. Actually don't think it'll take all that long for Splyce to reply, but it will give Emperor and Hybrid the chance to recall. You can see this Splyce trying to do the same that G2 just performed, let the tower kill as many minions as possible. But you can already see Emperor's back, Hybrid's back, and they're going to start moving to this bottom lane to catch this wave. Because I don't think all of the minions are going to die.
Yeah, the minions will stick around. Emperor's going to try and get there. It's not going to be anywhere near in time, and even spotting out Trick on a ward, I believe, as Rek'Sai caught him. So that gives Trashy the information. He can very safely stick around, go back, grab his blue. No reason for him to recall yet. He's still got health potions, is still healthy. from the early jungle pathing, so no real threat to Trashy in the jungle just yet, as Splice have evened up the tower, but it is that first blood really that separates these two right now. The overextension from Wonderwear in that top lane. But one thing I want to focus on that isn't going to become prominent for a while is the mid lane matchup. The last time these two lineups faced each other was in week 5 of Challenger Series Summer Split, and Perks went off. He destroyed Senkux in the middle lane as Victor. He went 6-0-7, and these were the two mid laners. When you looked at Challenger Series last split, it was like, these two are the ones that are going to LCS. And Perks has done so much better and done so much more consistent work than Senkux has. It's impressive.
Absolutely no doubt there. One of the most impressive rookies here in Spring. You see both of the coaches there, back on the left, Yamato on the right. Close eye on their team's performances. G2 already pushing down in that bottom half of the jungle, and as expected, Trick continuing to clear out camps. Is actually a big buff ahead because he's managed to pick up the blue away from Splice. So I don't think Trashy was able to secure his on the first clear. And again, it's G2 who are somewhat ahead of the tempo. However, these towers will fall in much the same time. Lucian, Janna, and Quinn, they do a lot of work to towers very quickly. They may actually get the kill marginally before. No, it's within seconds. So 600-700 gold. First blood is really all that separates these teams.
The fact that Trick actually got that blue buff is fairly interesting to me, just from the fact that Trashy and the rest of Splice had pinged out Trick recalling in his own red side jungle. So, I mean, if you see that recall finish, you can kind of get that blue buff, but I'm just interested in seeing exactly how that went for Trashy in that decision-making. Not the worst thing to take away from a Rex side. Blue buff's nice, but it's not critical. So it is just a bit of an effect.
Yeah, especially for Trick, who really wants to use his full complement of abilities. Way more useful on that jungle Graves. Take a look at the experience and CS differences here. Perks has got himself a minor advantage over Senkux, although it looks like Senkux is catching away from the mid lane. Kikis is 18-6 up. Also has a level advantage. As far as the top laners are gone, small advantages here to Kikis. Kind of felt that Poppy might have been integral in picks and bans to helping out G2's chances as this mid-game is getting closer and closer.
The problem on the other side of that is, though, Wonderwear on this Quinn is only at 6 CS, hasn't really been able to keep up. He's actually down over a level of experience on Kikis. So this Quinn isn't getting into the game, so at the same time, it's like Kikis' Poppy is not quite as integral for G2 as we expected.
Well, look at this. Splice see an opportunity, and they are going to get a 4-man stack in this bottom wave. It'll just be a little bit of damage onto this inner turret, but the wave clear from Trick is enough to clear it, and now there's no one to defend top.
I mean, this is the thing with Graves' jungle, is one of the things it provides that almost no other jungler can right now is that wave clear. He walks up, end of the line, into the wave, clears it, and his duo lane have been pushing top lane. Now Wonderwear has to try and come up to this lane. If this tower drops any lower, you may see G2 just stick around, because they can take this tower without any threat from Wonderwear here. No way can Wonderwear cross into Emperor here without Wonderwear dying. There's an exhaust available for Braum again.
Oh, tower,
the rest of Splice are coming up.
Let's find out. Hybrid and Emperor, they're in trouble. Both have flashes available. There's a response from G2. Teleport is coming down into the Tribush, and Nisbet is the first one to get stunned up. Everybody's jumping in on the fight. Trashy forced to flash away. Senkux gets a Glitzer Lance down to Hybrid. Summon a heal will keep him alive a few seconds longer before there's a reply back from Splice. Now Splice are on the retreat. It's all of a sudden Trashy that's gone down. 1-for-1. Kikis and Perks and Trick, they're chasing down. Collateral damage will not find a kill, but they kill Trashy off. Trade summoners and should get the tower as well.
That's the most optimistic Janna shield on a turret. But, you know, it took so long for Splice to get up there. Watch out,
Bobby's looking for Perks. Will not find the kill. And they get away. So third tower falling in favor of G2.
Yeah, that was just Splice. They took a little too long, and it allowed G2 to get themselves up to the top side of the map. Hybrid did fall in that engage, though. He already knew he was pretty much a goner, even with the extra heal that came out of Emperor. Good pathing by Kikis, though. Recognize that if he gets onto Trashy and slams him into the wall, you just follow up with the movement blocker and make sure that you can't dash away as Rek'Sai. Force Trashy to flash out over the wall, and nearly got even more from that fight.
Yeah, very, very powerful from Kikis. Early teleports as well. There was nearly no hesitation jumping in there and trying to punish. Wonderwear still trying to farm his way up. 21 CS. Down only marginally on gold, but still a little bit behind in experience. Kikis has been helped out here, already trying to zone out Trashy in the jungle as the rest of G2 are pushing quite heavily in this bottom half of the map.
So this was the start of the fight again. You can see Wonderware is going aggressive, and it basically tells G2 exactly what's going on with this play. Even though they don't have vision, they know that Wonderware wouldn't go aggressive like that unless the rest of his team were here. So it's pink ward, instant teleport comes out from Kikis. There's the smash into the wall, forcing the flash away. At this point, it's just about repositioning for G2, but Perks ends up dropping really low after using his flash and has to back himself out a little bit later, but from here this is business as usual for G2.
And I just caught a glimpse of how much damage that unbreakable shield from Hybrid blocked.
Yeah.
Both Wonderware and Cobby were in front of it right at the beginning of that fight. So good positioning from Hybrid on Braum, the champion that we were expecting when the Thresh was taken away. Played it 5 times out of the 7 games, and he's won 4 of those. Fans are definitely in favor of G2. Let's see if G2 can pick this blue buff up. Stress, there's the unbreakable shield. True shot barrage. Empress says thank you.
Empress like, well, you're not taking this from me. I'm going to block all your projectiles, and I'm going to ult this with the G2 duo. So, you know, one thing I want to look at is, because the itemization for AP items actually...
Oh, Syntax.
Well, this kind of goes to the point I was about to make. So now that we don't see Frostqueen's Flame anymore, Victors now basically just go for the 2 upgrades on the Hex Core before going for their usual items of either Morellonomicon is what we normally see. You can see on the other side, Senka's opting for that Chalice going towards the Fiends. It's just a lot more efficient now, so you don't have to go for any of those Frostqueen's paths. You can just go straight for those upgrades, wave clear very effectively now, and have the extra movement speed and shield that comes from EQ.
Splice currently cannot wave clear effectively because Senkax was pushed away.
Yeah.
Tower is going to go down to less than 10% hit points. Perks going to look for some damage, and Emperor's still sticking around. Look, there's way more support for G2 coming up. They've already got a 2,000 gold lead, and it looks like they want another outer turret, the last remaining.
Oh man, that is really difficult to deal with if you have Splice. True Shot Barrage into the laser from Perks just clears the way. There's nothing you can do against that this early on. Problem is, Splice have regrouped around, they've secured vision. You can see top side of mid and bottom side, they've got pink wards around. They've got good control now over this mid lane. The problem is the tower is so low that as soon as G2 sees somebody out of position, if it's Cobby or Senkux not in that middle lane, they can just walk up and take it. There's almost nothing that Splice can do to stop that tower going down at some point in the next few minutes of this game.
Yeah, that's going to be even more problematic because of just how far behind they are. Look at all the vision. G2's got 1, 2, 3, 4 pink wards in their inventory. There's a couple of stealth wards, I believe those are, in the blue side jungle of Splice. So G2 got all the tools they need to push that outer turret down in the middle lane, then set up vision around either the Dragon or the Rift Herald, and just try rinse and repeat, maintain control.
What we need to keep in mind, though, for Splice is this Lulu Lucian comp with the Quinn on the side lane should end up doing fairly well. As soon as they've all got a couple of items, that's when they can really do a lot more with their composition in the game. There you can see Perks doesn't even need the rest of his team, just runs up to mid lane and hits it. The other side of that is G2, because of how well Emperor did in the early game. Yes, he's down in CS, but kind of expect that in this situation, the way Emperor's had to play around the map. Yes, he's a little behind, but he's still getting there. As soon as he gets the second item, the Iceborne Gauntlet, plus the Muramana, he's going to be active in this game. Same with Perks.
Yeah, it's also interesting, though, despite the fact he's down 20 CS, he's actually up 800 gold because of the additional towers, because of the kill, the assist. So, you know, G2 have said, you don't need to farm to get power, we'll feed you. Feed you the rubble of Splice's towers. Wonderware, on the other hand, he's still trying to earn some power, farm some power. Get revealed here by those heightened sensors. And G2 again, look just how much they're controlling Splice's jungle.
And a lot of that added difference from where the towers came from for G2 was that play a little earlier. Where,
oh no! Nisbet, he finished it! There's no support! Cobby's got pinned against the wall. Kikis is going to be able to swing the hammer, knock Cobby into the air. Defensive flash, followed up by Kikis. I think the hammer shot caught minions though.
Wait, here comes the true shot? No, it's not going to hit. Okay.
No, not this time around. And Kikis was tanking up those minions as well. But Cobby almost getting taken out by Kikis.
Yeah, Kikis does have to respect the damage from Lucian at this point in the game, though. Even though we're talking about how the composition isn't quite online for Splice, Lucian still has that early game power. He has a the Essence Reaver now completed after he's recalled, but had the components, is able to output a lot of damage there with Trashy around as well. Kikis knew he had to back away.
Yeah, that he did. So flash for flash, but Copy's the one that might be in trouble. Perks gets caught up by the Glitter Lance. Trashy is already flashed forward. Gravity Field will keep Rek'Sai in place, and Perks, he's going to be able to get away with his life. The rest of G2 looking to take an inner turret in this bottom lane. Hybrid's moving on the front line. Look at the mini-map. Splice is starting to flank. Glacial Fisher comes down from Hybrid. He's trying to body block the culling. And Splice have got a 5-man stack. Teleport's available for Kickers, but he's busy recalling. Tricker's going to dash over the wall. He's going to find some support from Perks, and the Chaos Storm will come down shortly. There's already a kill. Down onto Trick. It's Trashy that picks it up in the jungle on jungle. Nisbet gets chunked out, and the kill credit's over to Perks. Now Kickers and Hybrid, they're on the front line. Emperor's got mana and health, and he's pushing for more. It's a 2 for 2, and Splice are running away. Tag onto Trashy. He needs 2 more connections for the stun, and it will not find just yet. But Hybrid, he's now pinged onto Senkax. Arcane Shift should be available for Emperor if he wants to. Uses it with a flash, and they get Senkax for a third.
Really extended fight here for G2, and what really catalyzed the extension of the fight was Trick going over the wall. He basically admits that somebody in this fight is going to die from G2. They are too surrounded to get away with all of their lives. So Trick goes over the wall, tries to find himself funneling Splice into an area where he can hit the end of the line off and make it explode immediately. He got a good amount of damage down and then ends up falling. This is his first death on Jungle Graves, keep in mind. He buys the time, Kikis manages to teleport in after the recall, and the rest of G2 can follow.
They get the tower as well, Stress. So they got the inner turret down to very, very low. A couple hundred hit points on that one. Now this is the beginning. Look at the minimap as Splice feel they can flank G2, but Kicker starts the recall in just a moment.
And G2 have had a lot of time to plan this. They've seen all of this coming on wards, and Trick says, okay, I need to drag people down towards Perks and hold them here, because if we just put the damage down ahead of time, we can have Hybrid and the rest of the team clean this up at the end of it. It doesn't quite go their way. Both Perks and Trick end up falling here. They were looking for a little bit of safety, but the rest of the cavalry comes. Kikis is teleported into this, and now you're trying to run away from a Braum, and Hybrid lands that first Q, follows up with a nice auto attack as well on Senkax, just to get this last passive proc onto Senkax.
And Hybrid's Braum yesterday against Origin was quite game-changing as well. He kept finding targets that the rest of G2 would collapse on, and it just allowed them to accelerate further and further ahead. Now Perks, Chaos Storm is still available, throws it down into Trashy's head, but the burrow and the tunnel away will keep Trashy alive. Dragon number 2 fell, and Kikis is going to shove a minion wave into the tower. There's no one from Splice to defend. Without Senkax or Kobe, maybe wonder where their wave clear is non-existent. I mean, that's 3 of 5 champions, so obviously that's going to be the case.
Yeah, they don't have enough there to wave clear, but G2 at that point were just going to push up and take that turret anyway. It seems like whenever G2 set their mind on a turret, Splice are just behind the play. And it's because of the way that G2 are controlling the incoming waves for the most part. The last tower was not really to do with that. It was just the way that it was already pushed up and taken down. But the Graves clearing earlier, the ability for G2 to control side waves with the Ezreal ult as well, means Splice are never really pressuring out on the map.
Oh, they can't. Yep, Trick has been in the jungle so much. 89 CS to 53. Vision quite deep, actually. If you look at that pink ward in behind Splice's red buff, it's one of those wards we talked about yesterday with Deficio. And it's not super common. That's only about the 10th time, I believe. So we'll talk about that in a second. Trick is the one that's a little surrounded. He's going to dash away. Collateral damage is available. And he's going to fire that out, I believe, shortly. True Shot Barrage not available for Emperor. I wonder where do not want to come in from that angle. Kickers looking for an engage over the wall. Heroic charge. Trashy's already gone. Glacial Fisher. Two-man knocker. Kickers has found them, and with the steadfast presence, nobody can get away. There's a pin against the wall for Senkax, and G2 find 2 easy kills.
That looked too easy for G2, as you said. Great play by Kickers, just getting that flash into the instant knockup. No need to charge up the hammer on that one. And G2 are going to set themselves up for the Baron. And all of this...
It's not there
not
yet.
The Baron.
It's
it would be
too
Rift
early.
It's too early. It feels like it should be Baron time for G2. This is a massive lead. It's just about 8,000 gold, but all of this catch came from the fact that G2 on the Victor mid now have added slow potential as well. We'll talk about this as it goes, as this follows on. So Perks right now slows Trashy and has him just locked down for so long in this fight. The rest of G2 can get into position and look to follow up. Kikis is about to land that flash ult over the wall. But Trashy just getting slowed time and time again is too difficult to deal with. That's a beautiful matchup. Into Steadfast Presence as well. Ooh, can't deal with that very effectively, but man, this Victor, even with going Rally second, which is fairly uncommon, even before any kind of boot upgrade, he still has so much damage on this Victor. It hasn't dropped his damage at all, but is allowing G2 to follow up on picks very quickly.
And it also helps that Splice's composition is relatively squishy. Yeah. Still going for that 2-3 item power spike. Ghostblade only just picked up here for Wonderwear. Essence Reaver is still all that Cobby's sitting on versus a completed Mirror Mana, plus Iceborne, plus Cutlass, plus Ionian Boots. I mean, it's day and night when it comes to itemization. I'm trying to find the right analogy, but 20 minutes in, you're talking 9,000 goals, and G2 already pushing onto the inhibitor turrets.
They've still got to be careful though when it comes to Hybrid stepping up. He is only level 8 right now, so it's not like he's super tanky himself either, but G2 can set up the Baron bait right now. 2 blue trinkets are available for Splice. The first one will come out any second now, unless they're all going to sit mid lane like they are. The first one was just used, and there's the second.
20 minutes in, G2 start the Baron. They've got the 3rd largest gold lead at 20 minutes we've seen in Spring.
Senkax.
No bite from Winter onto Senkax. Tunnel forward for Trashy. He's now caught in the middle of G2. Cobby's pulling pressure on the side, but he's just dies. He's gone. There's 2. Triple kill for Emperor. And now Wonderwear, you're too late to the party, and it is over. There's even tower shots for the ace.
G2 are just able to take any fight they want here. It's as if it's child's play for them right now. They're walking around at half health after starting a Baron, and Splice come in for the fight, and G2 destroy them in the fight just because of how far ahead they are. And this all started from minute 1 with the early kill onto Wonderwear, getting Emperor into the game. Emperor's now 6-0-4 because he just got accelerated into the game far faster. And this kind of ends up highlighting a problem for Splice. The only champion I feel like Splice have been able to make work from the top lane in the way it is meant to is the Tahm Kench. They've tried the Rise and have never got to the late game for it to carry. And the Quinn hasn't been working for them either. They can't get into split push. This was the fight. You can see Perks at the top side is actually dueling 2 people on his own. Kikis came in, cleaned it up, didn't even need to do too much there. Howard had it covered.
Splice are completely on different pages. Yeah. Not sure if they want to challenge, not sure if they want to back. They split to different directions. And G2 just punish them every single time. So they got Baron buff now. They've extended their gold lead even further. The gold graph tells the whole story.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there is not even at the beginning, was there extra gold? Nobody got anything before that first kill. So G2 have never been behind in this game at any point. I mean, the only person that even looks remotely behind is just the CS on Emperor, but keep in mind, Emperor is 3,000 gold up individually.
They're even more optimistic than I am, Stray.
No, that's not me being optimistic. That's me saying,
Senkax is going to be in trouble. True Shot is on cooldown, so Emperor can't finish him off. But if you shove Senkax away, the Glitterlance wave clear is such an important tool for holding onto those towers. Kikis, he stuns Wonderwear up, and he knocks him back for the kill. Solo takes Wonderwear out from the tower. The rest of G2, they know Senkax was healing. He's going to be late. Inhibitor will drop in the middle lane. The shortest win time in Spring is 23 minutes and 59 seconds. If G2 keep this push up, they could break their own record, but they're going to play it safe. They're going to play it safe and smart.
It's no Immortals. So we're after 20 minutes, Trevor.
We are after 20 minutes.
It's still been impressive, though. And keep in mind, this, again, is a team that came out of Challenger last year. Yes, they've had changes.
Yeah.
They have had changes, but these are the 2 teams that came from Challenger, and you can see the difference between, and the growth between the 2 is night and day.
It really is. Perks will be in trouble. Chaos Storm goes down, still alive. 200 hit points, still alive. behind.
alive.
His gets
Oh,
away with his
wow.
life. Now Copy's the focus. Emperor is tagging him. Arcane shifts aggressively forward for the triple kill. There's 2 targets left. Gonna continue to shut it. It's not gonna be able to be the Quadra as Trick is the one that shuts down Senkux. Another ace for G2. And they will just about beat their record. It's only gonna be a few seconds slower, but Gamers 2, a flawless week. 2-0 in week 4.
The ace under tower while taking the tower at 24 minutes into a game. An inhib tower nonetheless. G2, man, they are looking almost unstoppable. Almost. They have 1 blemish on their record.
Yep. Udia? Sorry, H2K.
Yes.
But when you look at the team on stage, ecstatic, great smiles. Let's stay with G2 for a moment because much like the dominant wins yesterday, when you look at a clearly stronger team against a fairly clearly weaker team, how you win games matters. And G2 are showing they can very clearly push their advantage everywhere on the map, at any stage.
Yeah, I mean, G2 come out, don't really do anything particularly different when you look at it. Yes, they managed to get everybody top lane for that denying the vision control from Wonderware, so they were able to capitalize on that. But when it comes to the way they played at the game after that, they went into a fairly standard lane swap.
Yeah.
No real differences, but they send Trick to the bottom lane to defend, and it just works out. They get top tower for it.
Some tough faces there for Splice. Yamato. You know, it's tough. It's a difficult situation if you're sitting in the Splice camp. Because it just feels like what they're trying isn't working. And we're seeing teams adapting. We're seeing teams playing different styles, playing different versions of the meta. And this is a comp quite similar to what we've seen Origin run, but they also had Power of Evil and Sven on the front line with that Lulu Lucian, and they were able to make it work, maybe just mechanically.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation, they're playing a comp where they have to 4-1 and their side lane has to be in a good spot. Problem is, he gets killed at the beginning of the game, never feels like he can comfortably sit against Kikis in the top lane, so your composition basically falls apart.
It was great to see Kikis on that Poppy as well. Very, very confident play. We've traditionally seen him playing tanks throughout the course of the Spring Split, and we've actually discussed off-air, can he play some of these other champions? And that was just a great mechanical performance, good positioning on Poppy. So I want to see more of that. Regardless, we're going to head over to the analyst desk to talk a little bit more about the game.
Thank you very much, guys. G2 over Splice in the 3rd fastest win we've seen in the EU LCS so far, winning by a landslide, honestly. And before this game, we were looking at what composition Splice could come out with. First thing, they leave Braum on the board. That is now a 6-on-6 for Hybrid on G2. He just makes magic on that champion. What did you make of the draft besides that?
I think, again, we see from Splice, they're trying many different kinds of compositions, even though they haven't perfected a single one yet. So this one, again, is very purely protect your AD carry and have your split pusher in the Quinn as this 1-4 setup. The problem is you run 0 engage.
Yep.
And if you do not understand how to properly set up the map in advance, you will always just find yourself chasing the enemy, but you can't chase with this comp, like, at all. And Nisbet now has played 7 different supports. Hybrid, as you mentioned, played Braum 6 times. The team is playing perfect with it.
I got questions for Splice. I mean, they ban out the Thresh, leaving the Braum obviously open. Then they play a composition that actually gets peeled pretty hard. If you play a Protect the X comp, Braum counters that super hard because all the damage goes into Lucian. Then you have Kobe as your AD carry, and if we're being honest, he's not the guy you want to build a Protect the Kobe comp around, especially when your main carry is Senkux and you put him in a utility role. With a 4-1 with Wonderware in the top lane, who has shown that he just can't carry from the side lane. So Splice, they need to start doing something different. G2, on the other hand, yeah, the Victor pick on the 5th pick on perks, while he's usually a carry player, he just goes more into the wave clear role and teamfights. I really love the pick.
Yeah, it's so good when you're against a composition that relies so much on a strong 4. Again, they're copper with protection. They can never push anything because Victor just like one laser clears the wave. And again, Splice are like building comps that technically should work against G2. A lot of disengage, against some of the great team fights. But it's not what your team can play. It doesn't fit your players, and then it's obviously not going to work.
It also doesn't help when the early game goes relatively bad for you as well. Let's take a look at the replay, especially Wonderware getting predicted on there and just giving up first blood, honestly.
So we praise we praise G2 for their coaching and their drafting, but also for what seems to be their preparation here, because they're waiting for Wonderware. He walks in. We all know how this clip ends, but it just puts down the wall in the 4-1 part already from the start of the game.
And you could see how G2 were pinging in the bush, even before seeing anything. They're saying, just wait here, there's a high chance he shows up to place a ward, so they can spot where we're sending our dual lane level 1. And then you just catch him out, and this obviously starts snowballing from there.
Yeah, and this is a clip where we see actually Trick picks up the Herald so he can get the base quicker, because Splice is setting up a phase 2 of the lane swap where they're going to push the tier 2 tower, but they're doing it to a Graves who, thanks to the Herald buff, will be there a lot quicker. And then if we roll the clip forward, we'll see in the other side of the map, G2 is completely winning out in terms of the base race, even though they have way fewer members there.
Yeah, we were talking about how G2 could have given that buff over to the Braum just so he could go top and take the big wave you see up here with the Emperor to push in tower if they wanted to base race. Purely for that one reason, but the reason they give it to Graves, as you mentioned, faster recall time, he can wave clear, it's such a good pick for them, and ends up in a big team fight.
Yeah, this just pretty much forces an engage from Splice.
Well, you mentioned that sometimes they might be a little bit too aggressive or too ahead of the ball. I feel like for that last tower hit, they greeted a little bit, but they can fall back on their team fight prowess, so they made this work.
I mean, Hybrid in this fight was an absolute joy to watch. He saves his shield to turn into the right side, Exhaust and flashes out. The last tick of Ignite takes him down, but this was yet another fight, started by Splice playing a disengaged composition.
Every single fight, the first 20 minutes, was Splice chasing after G2 saying, we need to pick a fight now. We need to like burst down someone before the rest of G2 groups up. Every single time they took down one guy, almost took him down, but used everything on him, and the rest of G2 shows up, and they just win the fights.
Sorry, I have another example of that right here.
With Splice,
the chase. It started with Splice, and G2 chases him down.
Kikis here. I really like this play from Kikis, and this is exactly what we're looking for a guy like Kikis, who swapped roles coming into the season, and we kind of been doubting him a little bit if he was going to be good enough as a top laner. He's able to play the more utility tank role so often, and as long as he fills that engage like he did here, he's doing his role he's doing his job perfectly, and it sets up Emperor, it sets up Perks to be these big carries in team fights.
You have a couple of members with very well-defined roles within G2, it seems. Like Kiki's on the utility top with the occasional carry, then Hybrid, a very heavy peel, protect support. And I like it when teams go for a couple things that stay stationary and concrete, and then you can introduce some variables in the other roles. You know, Perks, he can go from utility to hard carry, but you can always rely on Hybrid to keep your team alive. You can always rely on Kiki's to have really good TPs and play more utility role, and the other members are just filling the gaps in beautifully.
Perfect one style. Once they get countered, you learn a second style, and then you can take it from there and slowly build on. Don't try and play 5 different compositions when none of them seem to be working for
Unless you're G2.
Yeah, jack of all trades.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They get one composition down in the start, pick up more, poke comes in, now we see more different kind of compositions. So I like what G2 is doing. Slowly but surely, they're just getting better and better and better.
And it's Youngbuck, by the way, because I was talking to Perks before the game, and he told me, man, I really wish somebody would play Bard in the LCS, and I had to tell him that his opponent of today played Bard yesterday, so clearly he's not leading the draft. So Youngbuck, props to him for doing the drafting.
Definitely. Very good transition there into the coaching role here in EU. And as we gear up for the next match on the card tonight, we need to take a quick break. But when we return, it is Elements versus H2K, so don't go anywhere.
Wave, let's wave. What? They're clapping, man. For me, for me. Go wave, for me. Happy, go wave.
The Vault will put him away, but the knockback from Kikis. 2 tower shots and first blood in. Everybody's jumping in on the fight. Trashy forced to flash away. Senkex gets a Glitterlance down to Hybrid. Summon a heal will keep him alive a few seconds longer.
Fight. Got someone.
Then we can fight.
Lucian. No Lulu. Nice. Right side. Get right side.
Trashy's already gone. Glacial Fissure. 2-man knocker. Kikis has found them, and with the steadfast presence, nobody can get away. Bobby's pulling pressure on the side, but he's just dies. He's gone. There's 2. Triple kill for Emperor. Gamers 2. A flawless week. 2-0 in week 4.
What's different in the current Masteries right now is there's actually more variety of what kind of Masteries you can get or what kind of stats you can get.
Last year you had more simple mastery, I would say, since you could only choose between one last key point, and the last key mastery is the strongest mastery by far.
For AD carries, I think most people are playing Fervor right now, but I think Thunderlord is still a viable option.
Thunderlord is better in lane, as it's better for trading. Fervor Battle is better if you actually have a longer fight where you actually hit people. DPS against Burst, you know. DPS is here first, Burst is here, and then DPS goes up here.
For support, Windspeaker's Blessing, you get it if you shield someone, and the shields will be like 8% stronger or something. Same for heals. And Bond of Stone, you just want to soak up as much damage as possible, and you get a lot of damage reduction from it.
I like the resolve tree a lot because the stats are a high value. Sometimes you can get like a little bit of HP that will also like turn things around, like in an early skirmish or in jungle. Usually you're gonna play something that has high health. Even like for example Graves can go like resolve tree, and tankiness is always good.
If you are a melee and you need early game sustain, you can go for the Grasp of the Undying. If you want a lot of burst and you're sure you're gonna dominate the lane, you can go for Thunderlord.
The decision between taking one mastery or another often relies on the champ.
It depends on what your playstyle is or what do you want to bring out of your champion or character. A change is always welcome on something that has to change for like 2 years or something. The new masteries bring a lot more options, and I think now you can clearly see if you're smarter than your opponent.
I absolutely love that line. You can clearly see if you're smarter than an opponent because you can outpick them and then you can outplay them based on your playstyle.
You can always tell if you're smarter if they haven't locked the Keystone Mastery as well. You go in loading screen, it's like, haha, I've got you. That's yet to happen, I believe.
Not at the LCS, not at the LCS. Guys, welcome back. We're going to jump into our second match of the day. It will, of course, be Elements taking on H2K. Let's start with the blue side, Elements, and their roster, Steve, Gilius, Ica, Mr. Rawls, Sprattle, and their coach, Nif.
And on the other side of the rift, it's the other team that has been sitting on top of the standings. Let's see if they can catch up with G2 in today's standings. In the top lane, it's Odoamne, Jankos in the jungle, Selfie in the mid lane, Forgiven, and Vanda is AD carry and support, and Prolly is their coach, as always, on stage.
Yes, let's talk about H2K a little bit. Yesterday, they picked up a fairly convincing win, but Jankos bit off more than he can chew on Elise a few times, actually. And, you know, trying to dive, trying to pick up some kills in Senkax, that just did not work out.
Yeah, so we actually spoke to Jankos a little bit, and I know he was vocal about it afterwards. So Jankos actually changed his mastery page for this. The moment before they went into the game, he was like, okay, for whatever reason, whether it was coach or whether it was a team decision, it was like, let's play in the defensive tree. Let's play from Resolve. And he was like, I just wasn't expecting the damage not to be there without Thunderlords. I've never played that tree before. There's a tip, probably don't change it for your first game is in the LCS.
Yes.
But still, Jankos made up for it
Thing
in
is,
the rest of the game.
I kind of like the idea, because one thing that I like about the stage, when you have these top of the table versus bottom of the table teams, if you can experiment a little bit and get some competitive experience on the stage in the most, taxing environment to see how the defensive tree works, it's a very, very good learning tool. It's a little different to solo queue and to scrims. Yesterday, Vanda had said that Elements should be more of a challenge than Splice. So let's see if that works out. Jankos was tweeting they're going to play much faster than yesterday. And in terms of picks and bans, Lulu Rise.
Oh, I love this.
Callista Corki. I'm not sure about this.
I love this. Forgiven is saying Turnabout's fair play. It's like, well, I know I can beat everybody 2 versus 2 in my own mind, so I'm going to ban all the AD carries, and you'll fight me while I'm playing Caitlyn or Lucian. Like, that's what this situation is going to end up on, because if Mr. Alice picks something like an Ezreal, Forgiven's going to go, okay, I'll take you on that.
Is the last ban going to be Alistair towards Sprattle? Run the risk of Lucian, or are they going to ban Lucian and just go for that Caitlyn?
There's a lot of options. You got Poppy up as well. There's the Alistair that you were talking about. Good call on that one. So now you kind of force Elements to the Lucian, and now H2K go, okay, that's fine. We're going to take 2 other strong picks. The Graves is available. We've got the Poppy, the Fiora. We've got a lot of options available for H2K, and they've forced Elements now to pretty much banned 2 OPs in Lulu and Gangplank themselves, so they're now not available on the next rotation. Elise is up as well if Jankos wants to take her for a second run in the jungle this game.
Maybe more damage in the mastery page. Serious looks there on Jankos' face. And for H2K, as you mentioned earlier, Stress, they're currently 6-1. If they pick up a win here today, they will still be tied with G2 in overall record, but because they've beaten G2, they will technically hold that first place seed. 2 picks to lock in. You have to think this is expected. Coming into week 4 on 6.2, the trio of 80 carries, Kalista, Corki, Lucian, is definitely something everybody was looking at to see how many we're going to get banned. And it's an interesting pick ban trend as we go week to week.
So now, do Elements opt for the Janna, which is what we've typically seen alongside the Lucian in the last few days? Do they opt for something like a Braum that has that added disengage but tankiness alongside it as well? Both champions have the similar role when it comes to their team fight, but Braum obviously is able to soak up so much more damage himself. I like this rotation though out of H2K. It was exactly what they needed here.
And I also like the fact that it's still technically a flex.
Yes.
You know, we've seen both Odoamne and Vander run that Poppy. Vander's fallen back to the likes of Trundle when Poppy Alistair not available. Spritel's played a lot of Thresh. He's got 3 games on that. And you have to think with Elise off the table, the next logical champion in the jungle is Lee Sin, alternatively Kindred. She's enabled this week on 6-2, but we've not seen her a whole lot.
Yeah, we haven't seen them. We saw them in 1 game.
Yeah.
So this Tahm Kench, I don't mind. The only problem here is Tahm Kench is a fairly low engaged top laner. He only really has that 1 stun. A play we actually saw backfire horribly in Challenger this past week was a Tahm Kench play with a Lucian and a Janna, like trying to go onto a Kalista, and it just backfired because they had no way of locking down the enemy using that Abyssal Voyage in from the side. So I think Elements need to be a little careful here. They do have Lee Sin to provide the kick engage if he can get there and maybe follow up, but that is still a fairly small amount of engage.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Elements round out the rest of their composition. For H2K, yeah, I can't get away from the fact that very, very serious faces for everybody, including Broly. For a team that's traditionally very jovial and very happy, they will lock in the Ezreal for Forgiven. And it's not the first time that he's run that, but it will be the first time in Spring Split here. Corki, Lucian, Caitlyn are the only 3 champions he's played. This will be the 4th into his collection, and Selfie will pull out the Victor, another different champion for his 2nd week here on the LCS stage.
So still a potential flex up to the top lane. We could be seeing a top lane Lucian here as well. Keep that in mind, it was played yesterday by Vitality. It was Cabochard that did that. So this is what the Caitlyn hover is possibly like alluding to, but I would expect Mr. Rales to take the Lucian. Mr. Rales, of course, getting MVP earlier in this split. I believe it was week 2 he got that MVP from the AD carry. Also, we know he still has some chops when it comes to an AD carry, but he's gone up against Forgiven. He does have, you know, the opportunity against an Ezreal to put his presence felt into the laning phase.
Yeah, didn't work out so great for Splice in the previous game, but the possibility is, that's for Mr. R's and Elements. But I just want to go back to this Poppy flex pick, because it could still go in Vander's hands if Odoamne feels he has a counter pick, or Vander's going to lock in a support. Now that we know Elements have rounded their team comp out, it is Morgana for Spritel, it'll be Fiora for Steve, and if memory serves correctly, every time Fiora is not banned, Steve has run it. This will be the 5th time. So really falling back on that champion a lot.
So this is the situation where Odoamne now, is he confident enough in his early game and mid game so that he never lets Steve get fed? As soon as Steve on Fiora gets ahead of Odoamne, it becomes very difficult for Poppy to actually manage a Fiora. As soon as that dash cooldown is very low, yes, Steadfast Presence will deal with it once, but you can run circles around a Poppy once you've got that cooldown low. So I'm interested to see now exactly how that top lane matchup goes. Of course, still could be a flex, but I feel like Odoamne is the kind of player that's fairly confident there.
Of course, especially when you consider the performances that he's put on the table in recent weeks versus Steve, and the power that Jankos brings. Still heavily involved in first bloods across the board for H2K. They've picked that up in 71% of their games, which I believe is 5 out of 7, unless my math is terribly wrong.
I'm not going to cover you on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna commit to that one. So fairly confident of that, and it will be a Janna lock-in. So the disengage will come from Vander And again, a lack of real hard engage, but you've got pick potential from the Lee Sin, the Morgana.
So we missed a little bit here because I assume the Morgana was going into support with Tahm Kench top lane.
Wow.
So it's actually Morgana mid lane here with Tahm Kench support and Fiora top lane. As the swap rounds have come, that's how it's played itself out. So you've got a heavy wave clear mid laner in Morgana with catch potential and the ability to control a team fight going up against a heavy wave clear mid laner with a bit of catch potential and a large ability to change a team fight with damage. So basically, this mid lane matchup is just going to be wave clear all game long. It's going to be about this side lane, the Poppy versus the Fiora. Which one becomes uncontrollable?
I got
Potentially
so
wins the
excited
match.
about the Poppy, I didn't even look at that team composition. And Ika's run Morgana before. This is actually the second time he's used it in the mid lane. I'm not a major fan of that Tormented Soil when it comes to wave clear because it's so reliant on the minions bunching up versus Victor's Death Ray. But we'll see what Ika can do to make it work. There's your team comps, guys. Will Elements start their climb up the table? Can they pull off a surprise upset win? Hashtag EL win. Or will H2K once again sit atop the table of Europe with G2? Hashtag H2K win. We are loading up onto the rift. The flags are lit on the left-hand side of the stage. There's Elements versus H2K with the Morgana mid, which we now know.
With the Morgana mid, and to maybe stem a little bit of your worries about Morgana mid, keep in mind that in a neutral lane with 2 fresh waves, you always will have it stack in the same place, and if it's pushing in towards you, you know it'll bunch on the turret as well. So there are a couple of key points, but you're right, that it's a little, you know, you have to wait for the wave to
situational.
settle.
It's more situational.
Yeah, unlike Victor, who just catches it when the wave's coming, you have to wait for it to settle, but we'll catch up on that later into the game, because Elements looking to go aggressive onto Jankos. They're not going to get him in the jungle this early on. But, you know, we've had some early game action today already.
Oh, yes, we have. And for Elements, going to get the vision done. It seems to be replied by Forgiven and Vanda down in the bottom half, or bottom quadrant, rather, of the jungle. And this is going to give all the information. So Sparkle, Tahm Kench support. He's seen... I think Vanda was saying yesterday he felt the nerfs to Tahm on 6-2 affected him more in the top lane than in support, because it was primarily focused on damage.
Yeah, it was shaved some damage off his ultimate. The TLDR of that is that rank 3 ultimate now gives you what rank 2 ultimate used to give you on passive damage, so it is a bit of a nerf to him. But from that support role, really it's just Devour that you're looking for, just that ability to protect an ally. And we'll watch that as it goes through. Sprattle has been spotted on the bot side, as will Mr. Rales if he crosses over this ward. So the information is there. You can see immediate responses H2K saying, yeah, we want this 2v2. Let's go bot lane and be able to hold this. So it's going to be 2v2 bot.
All right, we'll see how that pans out. We saw the Keystones, coming into this week actually, 56% of all Keystone Masteries with Thunderlords. In the last 2 games that we've seen, only 2 out of 10, making it 20%. Math I can do. But what were you getting very excited about their stress?
So it's the fact that H2K rushed themselves to the lane. If I'm seeing this correctly, H2K have just edged themselves ahead in experience here by skipping the Gromp and getting the most of the wave, because Rales and Sprattle split the Gromp and then missed a couple of creeps off this front wave of minions. So H2K are already zoning away the bottom lane here.
And of course you've got Tahm Kench melee support into a Janna plus Ezreal, so the ranged poke and harass is going to be very difficult to deal with. Vanda's already starting to zone away Rals and Sprattle.
This laning advantage is all from that ward that they got. From Jankos spotting the Elements team in the top side jungle, to H2K invading bot side, getting 3 wards down, and being able to spot the early pathing. It's a great start. Steve could be in trouble here.
Yeah, already the flash comes out. Very good riposte. Means that the cocoon just gets blocked. But Jankos already has Steve's flash down in a matchup that, you know, could stay in one player's favor if they get ahead. Is already now going to give some advantage to Odoamne, especially if Jankos continues to linger, maybe place a ward or 2 down.
Yeah, that's just going to allow Odoamne now. I expect in the next couple of minutes he'll look to somehow get the wave to come back towards him so that he can try and force Steve to overextend in this lane. The only problem with that is now Odoamne is looking for a dive with Jankos, so screw it, pushing back. Jankos has been spotted though. Riposte should be able to block this.
Let's take a look. Stun against the wall or the cocoon. One of them can happen. Teleport comes up from Ica. It's already been cancelled. That means there's no more backup. There's no more support. Odoamne bashes Steve into the minions. There's no stun. Odoamne's forced to back away, and Steve manages to survive.
That was a really nice defend by Steve. He knew all he had to do was sit in his minion line and know where that he would get the line between a wall and Odoamne, so he would get stunned. Anything else, he can just riposte. He knows if the cocoon can't hit, the stun is easy to riposte. That was really well played by Steve under his own tower there.
Mechanically comes out ahead without a flash. The cost was Ica's teleport. So that will give more pressure that will open up more pressure for Selfie to put down in that lane. And we'll see how well he can handle it. Jankos is going to be backing away. Gilius not going to spot him out, but Jankos will be aware that that ward is there. Unless he was shopping, that would be bad.
Well, the team would have seen it go down on the map as well. There we go. No excuses. No excuses on not spotting that ward. But some players actually will queue that bush if you just run up to it, if you've seen a jungler being fairly low. So I was wondering whether Gilius would just run up and queue it. And get himself basically a kill.
I was holding my breath.
I was like, the luck, the RNG is here. But no.
Prepping the play-by-play. So this is the ward in the river. We'll spot out Gilius, give Odoamne information, and Jankos already got himself a pink ward, and that sweeping lens is also going to be in position for a potential counter game.
Yeah, this is decent from Gilius. Although he was spotted, it's enough for Jankos to think twice about going here. It's good counter gank timing, knowing that top lane was pushing away from elements, so Steve pushes it all the way out as far as he can safely. They've got each other in the jungle, though.
Wow. Jankos called Gilius.
Yeah.
And all that information, right? That one ward in the river. There was a ping around the Raptor camp, and Jankos immediately went down to give Gilius a high five with a cocoon and a volatile spider.
It's not a nice high five, though. Vander, oh, he got it!
So good.
Man, and that's the other side of that information, is Vander knows there is absolutely nobody that could be in that jungle.
75 damage on that Zephyr. He manages to pick that one up.
75 damage for that just over 80 gold. Whew, bargain.
Exactly. Exactly. And all of the stacks from Spellthief's Edge. So going to give them an advantage. Forgiven still 10 CS up. All the other lanes are very even, but for the time being, H2K looking very comfortable and very happy. Odoamne is farming his way up. Got himself that Bombing Cinder. Starting to build towards some tankiness. And as you mentioned, Impic, some ban stress. The farm lane in the mid lane.
Oh yeah, it's going to be like this for a while. Well, what that does really mean, though, for H2K is we've seen them playing this win lane, win game kind of style. This is a fairly neutral lane by the fact it's just a farm lane for now. Like, neither is going to push the other out particularly well. Top lane as well now is swinging slightly in Steve's favor when you look at the CS difference, but I believe it's actually Odoamne is about to receive a fair amount of creeps in that top lane. Steve's also ahead on CS, on experience as well. So Steve's doing fairly well after that defense under tower.
And this is very quintessential H2K. In almost all of their games, their aggregate lead at 10 minutes is only around 400 gold. So, you know, there's some big swings either way, if that's the case, but traditionally, they accelerate between 10 and 20 minutes. Because they go from an average lead of 400 at 10 to an average lead of 2,400 at 20. Much like H2K of last year, where they found this gap, but they're doing it in a very different style to what we're seeing. And it is traditionally revolving around getting a tower, getting one lane ahead, and then moving that lane around to basically play bowling with every other turret.
Oh, Jankos. That was rough timing by Jankos. Although I don't know whether it's going to matter. Elements are pretty low already on this game.
And there's two teleports from Steve and Ica. The knockup will find Spratle, and he will gobble up Mr. Rals. Now, Jankos has got support from Odoamne, who's teleported in. And it was
Steve cancelled his.
He's there. There's the steadfast presence. Mr. Rals can't get away. A knockup onto Spratle. Odoamne tanks up the tower for a two shots. Vander, bloodthirsty support, 2 kills.
Yeah, it goes well because Steve cancelled his TP, Odoamne didn't, and that results in the 2 kills. But, you know, Jankos is looking a little bit rough with these early game invades. He attempted to dive in the top lane in this one. Yesterday we saw 2 go wrong. On that one, Jankos gave the game away way earlier. Realistically, there was nothing that Elements could have done at that situation anyway, but in a slightly different situation, Jankos went in with the minion wave as it crossed that small opening in the jungle, and it allows you to have vision on it. Gilius is a little too far up here. No teleports if his teammates are available.
Let's find out if the Raptor camp is worth it. Odoame has got flash. He's flashed over the wall. Gilius will find the Rift Herald and will make it out alive. What is the cost? Ghost from Selfie and flash from Odo for the flash for Gilius.
Yeah, Odo without that flash now. He did also give away a fair amount of that laning pressure when it comes to the CS he gave over to Steve, but of course did pick up 2 assists for himself. Is going towards that tankier build, and then probably going to go for the Iceborne Gauntlet on that Poppy.
And I think it's important to note that both Steve and Ica used their teleport for that previous dive. They cancelled it or was interrupted. Either way, they didn't make it down. And again, it's not available. So Odo won this TP, first time to a skirmish, nets 2 kills and a tower.
It does, but you know, Elements have been a little bit weird with their teleports. They've been cancelling them very quickly. I mean, think about it. Ica used his to try and go to the top lane, cancelled it when Steve, rightly so, was fine under the tower. So it's fairly slow-paced, but we have had these little pockets of action when it comes to teleport usage. But there's the ward left behind by Jankos. Again, Gilius is just being spotted out in the jungle every minute or so, and it makes it fairly easy for HUK to read the next play.
You can really feel the impact that the wards have in the game. HUK full of information. The riposte comes out from Steve and will not find a stun onto Odo on there. I think that blocked the hammer shock. But either way, Odo continues to just trade. Down a little bit in CS thanks to the TP play. Jankos is down bottom and Gilius is running away. So this will be a 3 versus 2. Knock up onto Spartle. There's a flash forward into the Monsoon. Pins Spartle against the wall for a few seconds. The Cocoon holds him in place a couple seconds longer. The Mystic shot and a 3rd kill of the game for Vander.
Oh, Vander's stacking him up, man. He's going to become Medjai's Janna. We're going to see it, Trevor.
I certainly hope so. The way H2K are playing, there's not much risk here for anybody on the squad. But for Elements, look, they're still farming. I mean, Ike is pretty good. We'll talk about that in a second.
Steve's coming.
Gilius is coming forward. Dragon's Rage still available, and Jankos has not been kicked. A ward hop as Jankos is pinned against the wall and squashed under the boot of Gilius. A TP from Steve results into a shutdown kill onto Vander. And just like that, Elements come to life.
Nice reaction play out by Elements. They could recognize HUK. We're a bit too far forward. Wow.
Ica flashes forward for this one. The gravity field comes up, and even though the stun found Selfie, there was not enough follow-up damage.
Seemed to find you too there for a second, but Selfie at this point backs himself away. Interestingly, he actually has the swiftness boots here as well. We've actually seen a decline on swiftness boots when it comes to mid laners, when now that we've not got so many spooky ghosts flying around the place. We just saw in the last game Perks opting for Boots of Lucidity, aids his wave clear, as was always the case with Victor. But I guess Selfie just doesn't want to get hit by like that tongue lash and get slowed, or you know, Tempest and Cripple from Gilius. So just interesting choice. They are the same price, so you know, it depends on what H2K are needing from Selfie. Problem is, he doesn't really need any extra wave clear against the Morgana, because it's not like anybody can push that lane at any point anyway.
Definitely not the case. I can still got that teleport available if any other action works out. Although I think I literally started casting it as the sentence. Either way,
oh dear.
We're gonna farm back to the middle lane to farm up. The gold lead that HCK have accrued is almost entirely in Vander's pockets. He's got plus 1,200 gold over his opposite number, Sprattle, thanks to, of course, all 3 kills.
We actually heard Vander talking about this yesterday. When it comes to support itemization, with the changes to Frost Queens, no longer do you see many supports opting for that, sometimes. But Vander was talking about how he now prefers to go Eye of the Watchers, the Sightstone upgrade, and then go straight into whatever they need, whether it's extra magic resist from a Locket, which I expect is what he's probably going to go in this game when it comes to this Morgana having a lot of damage. He may opt for just slight, like a Mikhail, something else like that, stop the Dark Bindings. It's all on what Vander needs now for the team. That was the whole point, is now you just get that team-focused item that bit faster.
Could go the route of Mikhail as well. Get rid of a binding and all of a sudden Victor and Ezreal can run rampant. Big hit there onto Vander. The support coming into the middle lane. Gilius has found Selfie. The kick into the binding. And Ica gets the third kill for Elements.
Kane the target on the ground, send the binding out. Good stacking of that crowd control by Elements. And Elements are showing they've got some life here against the team that is set, tied pretty much top of the league right now.
Yeah, and that's what we said earlier in the previous game. How you beat the teams lower down the table sends a very big message. The tower's being pushed, and there is a pause here. I'll have to double check who and why, but
H2K we're wave clearing this. Why is our tower dying? We have Victor against Morgana.
Had
Victor. That's actually the whole reason. It's like there's this bug going on.
Well, good play from Gilius. Finding an impactful gank in the mid lane. You can take stock of the current lead. It's down to 600. Thanks to Elements picking up a few more of those kills. Lots of biscuits in the inventory, no wards. Dad Deficio would be disappointed. I'm going to make that a thing. I'm going to make that a thing. It's so true, though.
Looking at the mini-map, though, is where I want to go with this. You guys can't see this, unfortunately. But the lead up to that play, there is no vision control topside jungle around that Raptor entrance for H2K, and that's where Gilius came from. Gilius comes from an unwarded area into the mid lane and catches Selfie out while the rest of the team are trying to maneuver down towards the bottom side jungle. And this is one of the problems that H2K have had is even with Selfie stepping in, they've looked pretty much the same team that they were before, but just maybe a little slower when it comes to getting picked off in the mid lane. Just that slightly less consistent performance out of the middle lane has made it a little more difficult for H2K.
Yeah, and we heard, I think it was Vander saying that Selfie's just a little less, or Jankos rather, saying a little less self-sufficient.
Yes, yeah.
If memory serves. And as you can see that H2K have some tech support on stage. We've actually got a replay of that kill onto Selfie and just exactly how Gilius came in from that Raptor camp. Look at the vision. You were talking about stress. Gilius is quite comfy.
Yeah, there's just no vision here. This is normally where you'd see a ward or a pink ward here from a mid laner. Layered.
It's just very well played.
Yeah.
And, some credit to Gilius for being in the right place, catching Selfie unawares. He'd used his flash a few minutes earlier, so tracking that timer and catching him out.
And, of course, not running cleanse either. Not that it would have changed much in that situation either, but obviously you have the ghost or the cleanse option on Victor. So if that was just a binding, I would be like, if you had cleanse, man. But no, it was a kick into a binding, so it wouldn't have done much.
It was just well played. And for Elements, they're now in touching distance. So let's see what they do as we get closer to figuring out what the problem is with Selfie's PC. And we'll get an update to you guys as soon as I hear one. But for Elements, they've played the lane swap. They've gone toe-to-toe with H2K. And look, H2K don't have the most aggressive of lanes.
Yeah.
So there's not a whole lot of pressure on them. Before we talk about that, it is a keyboard language setting that is being worked on here for Selfie, as I'm hearing from production, so hopefully we can get that updated in Windows shortly.
He's trying to type lucky and it's coming out in Korean because he's still got Ryu's keyboard.
Probably. Trying to
keep, I don't know what this is saying, man.
Trying to keep track of Gilius's flash, I assume. And that's what set off the alarm bells.
I would imagine so. But speaking of Gilius, he's actually, and the rest of Elements have actually been having a fairly decent game here. Yes, of course, they were a little bit behind, but with the kills going over to Vander and the way the lanes are set up is most lanes are roughly even between the two teams. This is actually a lot stronger a performance out of Elements than I think we were expecting coming into specifically this game. Against H2K, we were wondering, will Elements be the Elements that have lost in the fastest time? They've won in the longest time as well. So we were wondering, really, was that still the way it was for this team? And seems to be the answer is no. They've come out better today.
Yeah, I mean, we are still technically in the laning phase. So I want to see what they do with this lead. Now that they've got a kill, that they can open up the mid lane, that is where the true test happens. It'll be the first tower that Elements will secure. You can see they've got 0 on the bottom left of your screen. And then I want to see what they do next. They don't have any pink wards to place vision from the play yet. But with an exposed lane and pressure on Selfie, now is the real test.
Something pretty intriguing, though, is a departure from the norm for us when it comes to Ezreal AD carry. Last couple of games, or pretty much the whole season long, we've been seeing blue build.
Yeah.
If you look at the items on your screen, that's a Trinity Force for Given. there, which is going to give him power a little bit earlier in the game. Not so reliant on that 2-item spike. Not quite the same as Corky's, but still is going to have that earlier spike.
And I quite like that when you consider he's against a Lucian, a Morgana, a Lee Sin, champions that are already enabled or they've already come online. Yep. Maybe that's a better term to use. All right, guys, I'm hearing from production that we will be jumping back into game shortly. You can see Vander there rattling off information. As we jump back onto the Rift, the tower will fall. So Elements secure the first tower of the game against H2K. Their first tower. And it actually gives them a marginal gold lead.
And to reset that for you, it was all from that gank from Gilius. If you did take a moment away and you were like, why are they paused? Gilius ganked in the mid lane, they got a kill onto Selfie, then there was a keyboard issue. Elements get the tower, and now we're back into game. 3-3 overall between these two teams. A lot better from Elements, I think, than we were perhaps expecting.
Yeah, so too. But Elements have shown that they haven't really rolled over and died, maybe.
That's true.
But they do seem to be lacking in some of the bigger picture decisions. So let's see what they do now with a small advantage. Odo just throws his shield out.
Trying to play catch.
Yeah, why not?
It's very frustrating that sometimes the way the buckler bounces. Because it always goes nearer your enemy. So you always know that, but it's whether it goes on the angle slightly closer to you or slightly further away. Sometimes it goes further away and they just step on it and like, well, I can't play catch with you anymore.
I'm not a dirty top laner, so I don't actually play Poppy.
You can play the support, man. It's still good. Or jungle if you feel like trying to 1v9.
Okay, that can work. It can work. Let's take a look. Vander's got the support of Jankos down bottom. There's no tower here in the bottom lane, so Mr. Rolls would have to be quite extended for anything to really happen. And Forgiven's picked himself up 2 long swords to go with the Triforce. Looks, Jankos is still sitting there. Oh, hang on. Is it fish for dinner? Is fish going to be served for dinner? Sparkle's walking his way in. The cocoon will connect, and Sparkle gets knocked up. Pops the Grey Health, tries to run backwards. The Culling finds some targets onto Jankos, but True Shot picks up the kill.
Fishing with bananas at this point with that True Shot barrage. Ica is looking for another play on mid lane, but you know, Selfie's not going to fall for that kind of thing where it's just a stray binding out of the bush when his tower's already down. He's not going to push forward. He's going to receive the wave further back. And Ica can't really do too much more coming down here. There's too many members of H2K around here, and that's going to be the first dragon for H2K in this game. 15 minutes in.
See what they decide to do next. Odo's moved his way from the top lane to middle. It feels like the next logical decision for Forgiven and Vander is to set their sights on either middle or top tower, and they've pushed their way up to the middle.
And that's what H2K have been really good at doing, is saying, okay, well, we got one objective, let's move, let's get another tower now. Look perhaps for that middle lane with the Victor alongside them. There's almost no way of stopping that push. Problem is, they've gone down bottom lane again because they want to just extend any kind of advantage they've got bottom lane against Mr. Rales. Thing is, Rales can kind of hold this. Rales will have his ultimate back up fairly soon, so there's no way of pushing in there. Just trying to defend that tower now and buy a little bit more time here for Odo Amne.
Yeah, and
stronger.
And Ica's going to have his teleport shortly as well, so the longer Forgiven and Vander decide to stick around in that position, the more opportunity or possibility there is for those TP plays. Steve has made one of them work relatively well, and he's looking comfortable and happy. Got those boots of swiftness, got a Titanic Hydra, and we'll see if he can make it work, because Gilius is following in the Sonic Wave. We're going to have another engage down the bottom lane. Very good Howling Gale from Vander. The Tongue Lash does not find a target, and Spartle's forced to use Grey Health, and probably single-digit HP. The teleport from Odo on there means Gilius has been killed. Monsoon gets a full channel, and Odo is on the front line. He knocks up Elements. Steve is now the next target, but he will find a kill with the help of Ica. Defensive flash from Vander. Jankos gets a cocoon onto Steve. Forgiven's trying to get damage, but he's got no more mana. And Selfie was late to the party, but he's bringing the music. The Chaos Storm finds a kill onto Mr. Ralls, and they'll run down Ica for the shutdown, and 4 kills for 2.
A really back and forth fight between these two elements. Thought perhaps with Ica coming into the fight with his ultimate, it was enough. Problem is, everybody either flashed away or managed to get themselves out of that lockdown before it locked. And Selfie comes down with a massive burst of damage. But again, it all stemmed from the top lane TPs from Steve and Odo Amne. Both made fairly big plays in this, but it was Odo Amne's knock-up on 3 that really brought H2K that fight.
I think it actually got the kill credit.
It did.
One.
He actually got that the knock-up, and it just killed the captain.
We've seen some fantastic knocks from that hammer on Poppy. And Odo's now going to move his way back to the top lane. Ooh, Forgiven. He's going to get away with his life. That was very, very close. Element's trying to push the towers down.
I just really hope we get to see the interaction where Poppy charges up her ultimate, gets devoured, and hits down Kenshin herself away. I love that interaction, though.
Yeah, saw that in LCK as well. So here's a replay of this fight, and Gillis being knocked out.
Yeah, this is Steve TPing in. He actually was looking to make a play here, but couldn't get himself into the fight. Single-digit health, as you alluded to, and Odo Amne is already in this fight. It's now the engage that comes on. Look at how low health Spraddle is. Wow. There he goes. Keeper's verdict for the kill. And here Ica was trying to lock down, nearly got Jankos off the ultimate. Problem is, this is mid Morgana, so a binding into a W is going to eat half of your health very easily. And then Selfie with the follow-up damage. No real way of stopping him here. Ica tried to sidestep, tried to throw a binding, but 3 people's too many to deal with.
Yeah, certainly is. So 2 for 4 at the end of the day, with both teleports being used between Steve and Odo Amne. So H2K again regain control. We're approaching 20 minutes, and Elements are keeping H2K at bay, but when it comes to the proactive moves, H2K have been inside Elements jungle significantly more, and when they've stuck around in lane, that's when Elements have been able to punish. They've found some fights that have gone in their favor.
They really have. I do wonder, though, what would have happened in this game if Vander hadn't have got the first 3 kills for H2K. What would have happened if maybe Forgiven got them instead? I guess that's a what if, but we'll never find out the answer to. But what it has helped Vander do is get that Aegis of the Legion right now. As we said, we spoke to him yesterday on the analyst desk. Instead of Frost Queen's Claim, goes Eye of the Watchers into the Aegis into Locket. So he's going to be able to protect his team from Ica a little bit better.
True Shot Barrage does not find Ica. Dark Binding does not find Forgiven. So the skill shot's going a little wide. And Ica, again, quietly farming his way up. Distortion on those Boots of Lucidity. Morel and Omicron, Abyssal. None of them aren't really outside of that Abyssal versus the fairly heavy magic damage side from Jankos, Selfie, Forgiven. We'll see how else they're going to pick that up, as Forgiven and Vander not really at risk of being towered up.
I was going to say, this is the most optimistic dive, so that's why Elements back away and just look to take a tower. I mean, if there's a lane that's fairly ungankable, it's Ezreal, Janna. Good luck with that. Janna's got her ultimate as well, but really it's just a tower game for Elements. That's what they're looking for here. It was the tower that still remains. The problem is the rest of H2K are already moving on the map. You can see Selfie and Jankos coming up through the jungle. And that's enough. Just them disappearing off the map is enough for Elements to go, okay, we need to reconsider on this.
Oh, Forgiven is actually going to channel that Arcane Shift just before he got caught by the binding. So, Stress, I'm going to ask you to answer a difficult question.
Oh, okay. It's not maths, is it?
No. I wouldn't put you there because I wouldn't be able to share an opinion. But, like, take a look at Odo. He's got himself the Iceborne, Spectre's Cal, Balmy Cinder.
Yeah.
But full tank, basically. Up against Steve, you've got Titanic Hydra, you've got Fade, some longswords. Who do you think would win that fight?
Well, Odo
if they decided to.
With the Iceborne is so it's tank, but you still have that added damage that comes from the Sheen in there and the slow. We are getting to the point though where Steve's Q is so much shorter cooldown than Odo Amne's Steadfast Presence. So it means that if Steve picks his fight correctly, he can actually proc the passives, the vitals, fairly consistently on Odo Amne. That's one change that happened in 6.2, is it got normalized to always kind of mirror each other. So you either get left and bottom or top and right. And whichever it is, you get the opposite the next time. Vital. So it means you can actually predict exactly the pathing, which the low cooldown on Steve could open it up. There's been a lot of discussion about Fiora and how you've changed from Ravenous Hydra to Titanic Hydra for that extra tankiness, the ability to survive a little bit longer in fights up front.
So basically,
that lifesteal.
Not actually committed to an answer.
No, I haven't.
I'll press you for one in a second.
Thank you for that, Trevor.
Because H2K...
We're going to see it, though. Don't worry.
Pushing down the middle lane, and it's instantly wave cleared by Elements. And Selfie's now going to play wave clear duty in the middle, in the bottom lane. Runs the risk of a head-to-head clash with Steve. And Steve is going to get a lot of damage onto this tower. So if you were to predict...
I'll go with Ah, my gut says Odo Amne, but my head says Steve right now.
Well, there you go. You see, I'm happy with the 50-50.
That's still a bit. How are you happier with that 50-50 than I gave you before? There was literally no reasoning behind that, Trevor.
I think I've triggered him.
You have. I'll say Steve.
All right, Steve it is. Cocoon will connect onto Gilius. Sprockle will devour him. A very good knockup from the Howling Gale. Vander's in trouble. He's flashed away defensively. Does channel Monsoon, and it will keep H2K alive. The True Shot Barrage will get Ica below 100 hit points, and the kill's picked up by Selfie. Now Steve will kill Selfie before being eaten up by Sprockle. Explosive Spinaling will pick up a kill onto Sprockle and spit Steve back out, as Gilius is the sacrificial lamb on the back line. A 1 for 3.
That doesn't count, by the way, Trevor, because that was team versus team. It was not the 1v1, but H2K managing to take that fight. Steve was in the fight, but it was a little too late. He appeared after all the lockdown had come out from Ica. Ica managing to get so much damage down. Here comes Steve with a teleport, though, looking to disrupt the Baron attempt. H2K are very high health here, and no smite available for Elements. Baron is still at 5k though.
Yeah, it's not the greatest amount of damage. Steve and Rolls, they've caught H2K in the pit. Odo's playing defensive. Hammer shot came down. Steve's used riposte. Mr. Rolls is going to find a kill with the help of Steve. Jankos follows shortly thereafter. He's not going to get away from this one. Or is he? In spider form, flash from Mr. Rolls. Baron stopped and 2 more kills.
That one counts. Steve TP is in for the damage there. Really, a lot of the damage that went onto Steve came from the Baron itself, because the way most of that circled around the opening of the pit. Here comes round 2. Odo Amne wants the fight this time. Mirrored situation. Odo Amne could look to disrupt. Jankos isn't here. Selfie's on his way. Elements could be in trouble.
The Chaos Storm's available, but Selfie's using it on Ica. He's not used it in the pit. Ica's down. It's followed by Steve. Baron's down to 13. It's picked up with a smite from Gilius, but will Elements get out? The short answer is no. Gilius is left alone in the pit as the last man, and it's an ace for H2K.
Man, Elements had the play, and they basically fall into the same trap that H2K were in. Elements go, okay, we cleared them out from the Baron. Let's do it ourselves. Nothing wrong is going to happen here, right? Oh, the teleport's available. In comes Odo Amne for the cleanup. This is now H2K solidifying a little bit more in this game. Yes, they didn't have a gold lead before this passage of play because of the Baron gold going over to Elements, but they're about to blow this game wide open. Death timers are still on for 4 members of Elements. This should likely be the inhibitor turret.
And look at the bottom wave. There are 1.5 million minions pushing to that inner turret. H2K will open up the middle inhibitor and should peel down to the bottom to pick up another tower if they wanted to. Instead, they may peel back for Dragon. A lot of options available here for H2K, as they've exposed Elements base.
They have, and you know, Elements were holding on for so long in this game. They've managed to kind of claw and scratch any kind of objective when H2K were taking them. They'll be helped by the gold that came over from Baron, but keep in mind, nobody survived the fight that ensued, and that means Elements don't have the buff to go along with the Baron.
Well, H2K, maybe not in the position you were expecting coming into this game, especially when it was top of the table versus bottom of the table, but they picked themselves into relatively weak. All right, so Baron power play, ladies and gentlemen, of plus 108. It lasted a grand total of 8 seconds.
Yeah, it was nice. It was good power play.
That might actually be a record. That might actually be the shortest total Baron power play. We'll have to double check that.
Look, some things 8 seconds is a long time for, Trevor, but not for a Baron power play. 128 gold. Keep in mind, that is including the Baron gold. So the change in gold difference for Elements was plus 128.
It's going to be falling even further. The culling is being used defensively by Mr. Rolls, and the boot back onto Odo Amne. Chaos Storm is sitting on top of Sprockle and Ica's head, and Elements are splitting up. Rolls is forced into the jungle and he's low. A good dark binding on Selfie will prevent him chasing, but Odo Amne pins Sprockle against the wall. Ica's going to continue to peel backwards with that dark shield. And H2K need to not forget the basics. There's minion waves pushing against them, but they can take an inhibitor and then go deal with those side lanes.
Rales and Steve are waging war on the jungle while they lose an inhibitor. Like, Rales was kind of needed in that situation if they wanted any hope in holding. Odo Amne doesn't even care about jungle vision control at this point. He's just moving bot lane because nobody can really stop him. H2K have just exploded this game apart just from that play around Baron, and it looked so good for Elements. It was looking so good, but they go, okay, let's just start the Baron.
The B word happened.
Yeah, it did. Unfortunately, they got baited into it at the same time. And do you know what? I was actually fairly impressed by the way Elements started this game. Like, there was a fair amount of hope. And, you know, whenever we say that, it tends to be against teams that are at the same point in the standings, but this is H2K who are at the top of the standings. They held on very well. But now H2K just have a lot of power on this Ezreal, on this Victor, and a lot of it's coming on to Steve right now.
2 versus 3. Monsoon used defensively. Flash forward for Gillies.
there's no
He's found
teleport.
Forgiven. Steve is going to find Forgiven. The riposte comes out. It means he stays alive. And a 2v3. Elements have got the 80 carry.
Well, at this point now, H2K just have to wave clear with the Victor. They cannot afford to take a fight. Top lane, Odo's teleport is just coming up. Are they going to be greedy and get the teleport, get the tower, and then TP? Will Elements send anybody back to try and stop this? Yes, they've sent Steve here.
So let's see what Steve can do against Odo Wamna. He's got teleport available and the home guards. Tower will fall. So Forgiven's life was lost, and Odo Wamna finds a tower to reply. He's not done yet. Pressure down in the bottom lane, and Elements looking to flank on this top inner turret.
At this point, I think Steve is very confident. Here comes the teleport.
Yes, it is. The teleport's coming down. Defensive flash from Selfie. Jankos is caught under the tower, and with the help of Odo Wamna, the hammer knocks Gilius all the way away. Steadfast presence means the dashes will not allow anyone to chase Odo Wamna, but H2K will lose their inner turret. Two-shot barrage doesn't find any further targets, and Gilius is looking for Jankos. Human form, volatile spiraling. Where's the cocoon? It's gonna connect. 1,000 hit points apiece, and Elements, they're chasing a kill instead of trying to push further.
And it's not the push, it's their base that was being taken down. Ica did manage to get the recall coming out here, but Jankos, yes, he gives his life, but he took up a lot of time for Elements. Look at the tower damage that was already done. Any longer, and that could have potentially been Nexus towers going down. Elements are forced back into their base, though. Gone is the time that they can step forward while those super minions are pushing into their base. That gives H2K the freedom to get out onto the map, lay down the vision control, and maybe look to contest Baron once it becomes available once again.
Well, this Elements team is 3-4 in the standings. They are pushing H2K at 30 minutes, dead even. H2K was tied with G2 Esports coming into the day. And a loss here to Elements not only would be a shock and a disappointment for H2K, but mean that G2 holds sole position of first place.
And because H2K showed 3 people in the top lane, Elements go, okay, mid lane is where our inhib is down, we'll push that. We'll go with everybody but Steve and push that lane through. They're now getting an inner for an outer, which is a worthwhile trade for Elements. And they're probably going to back away after this, though, I would imagine.
You have to step back and start looking at these picks and bans. Was Ezreal the right pick? Was the Poppy into Fiora the right pick? Because Fiora is the champion Steve has played every opportunity available.
Oh, Forgiven. They just got spotted. Abyssal Voyage is on its way in. Who's coming with him?
Odo Wamna is going to channel. He manages to find 2. The Keeper's verdict says, Mr. Rawls, I want you. Iceborne Gauntlet
he stopped
into a
him.
stun. The Hammer Shock will keep Mr. Rawls in place for a few seconds longer. There is support here from Elements, and H2K have come to back them up. This is the right time to remind everyone. On 6.2, we currently have a spectator bug regarding the Dragon and Baron timers. That's why we cannot currently see them coming up. And there's the goal difference over the last few minutes.
And it shows you between 15 and 25 minutes how scrappy this game was. Objectives traded. The Baron was picked up by Elements, keep in mind, as it is about to respawn, but they all died. So they actually didn't get too much from that buff, and H2K took the advantage after that fight. But H2K have... they've been running around the map a bit the last couple of minutes. Odo Wamna, with his teleport not being available, then Forgiven gets caught in the top lane. There have been errors that are slipping into H2K's play. It's not as clean cut as we've come to expect from them.
Yes, and now the pressure is on. H2K on the verge of a major upset. If they drop this game, yes, they are still playing with a substitute. We know that Ryu's not there, but Selfie's been playing 2 full weeks. Dragon and Baron have both just spawned within the last minute. And if Elements decide to prioritize one, it opens up opportunities for the other.
Begs to question, though. Vander has opted for the Zeke's Harbinger, an item we don't see all that often until we go very late game with support. instead of something like a Mikhail's Crucible, so opting for the damage, going to rely on Forgiven not getting caught. We know Forgiven is touted as being one of the players that can pretty much dodge most things you throw at him. He did get caught earlier, though, out on his own.
Dodge a Fiora.
Yeah, if it happens once, maybe it happens again. So it's not a particularly bad item choice. It's just H2K opting for damage rather than a little bit more survivability.
This is scary. Both teams meeting in the middle lane. Oduwama was caught by the Dark Binding and the Tormented Soil. Ika's got a lot of ability power. For the time being, around 400. Hourglass, Abyssal, Morellonomicon. We're going to work towards either a Void Staff or a Death Cap shortly. Selfie's already got both of.
Also, I like the interaction here. I believe the interaction with Harbinger is still active, that you can charge it on one member, swap it to another. They've got it cast onto Selfie right now while he's running around, so basically as soon as the fight kicks off, they'll then put it on Forgiven. It doesn't really matter who, it just means that they can consistently stack it regardless of the AD carry and support being next to each other.
This game has revolved around these top laners. Steve, 5-1 and 2, 295 CS, teleport available. Odo, 6-1-7, the Uber Mega Super Tank, Poppy. We'll see which one will be more impactful in team fights. Gilius, safeguard to a teammate. True Shot Barrage just tagged Sprattle's bottom, but he'll be able to regenerate that with the Grey Health.
And H2K relying on there not being a ward here for Steve, but there is one in behind them. The further they push up the wave, the further the ward goes away. But H2K is still looking at pressure. Steve is getting a turret from this, no problem.
Good timing on that Black Shield from Ika. And with H2K sticking in the mid lane, I mean, Steve has got the tower. That is the 6th of the game. Even on towers and Elements has a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, Elements, despite having their inhibitor cracked earlier in the game, have been able to maintain a lead for the last few minutes here. This is not the H2K we're expecting. In goes Odoamne, he's got Mr. Rollins!
He's knocked up into the air, and Mr. Rollins may as well have frequent flyer miles. He's killed. Steve is teleported in for the fight, dashing onto Selfie, trying to get it, but there's no support. Steve will fall, and H2K have found the team fight that just might win them the game. 45 seconds before Rollins is back, a minute before Steve is back. Odoamne is pushing forward. The rest of H2K are coming in behind. It's 5v3, and they're going to take the inhibitor down.
It was very clear from H2K. Get Odoamne onto Mr. Rales, deny him from dashing away, and get the kill on the most of the damage that's going to come out. From there, Steve can't 1v5. And that's how H2K are going to look to end this game.
Serious faces on the side of H2K. They don't have a lot of minions to work with. A conga line is making its way forward. Odo's got nearly 4,000 hit points, and he's tanking up the turret. He's going to take the lasers for a little while before backing away. Nexus turret number 1 is down. H2K, this is the game for them. They found the second turret. Gilius is going to kick Selfie away, but the Nexus is being focused. Yankus and Odo, they're hitting it down. Keeper's Verdict will knock Ika into the air before he goes golden. Rollins has respawned. He's going to get a kill before turning to Odo. The Nexus continues to drop. Rolls finds a crit, but the Nexus is down and H2K win! Relief and smiles for Forgiven. Yankos Selfie. But that is not a game that they were expecting.
No H to what H2K.
Yo, do it.
No, do it.
H to what?
H2K. H to what? H2K. H to what? H2K.
They'll be relieved, though. As you said, relief and smiles. That was more game elements than we've seen in a couple of weeks. That's a little more reminiscent of the elements that started the split, where they went 3-1 overall. You can see between the two.
I know what that's like. I'm the same height as Vander, and talking to Rolls is so difficult, but it's great to see the sportsmanship between former teammates. And it's great to see Steve on a champion he's comfortable with, the level of impact that he can bring. 5-2-2 on the Fiora. But then you have to credit Odo on that Poppy. He did pick it into the Fiora, opted into that pick, and they managed to find Rolls in that last team fight.
I feel like H2K, even though they put so much emphasis on AD carries, their key bang here was honestly the Alistar. Like getting Sprattle off the Alistar onto this Tahm Kench, it just wasn't the same Sprattle that we saw. In the week we gave Mr. Ali's MVP, you could have almost given it to Sprattle at the same time. He had a great performance, but I feel like it's one of those picks now that you look at and you say, well, they can never get this again, because it neutralizes so much of what Elements have to offer.
So great to see the fans in-house. And if you are an H2K fan, that was a nail-biting game. Absolutely nail-biting.
Oh, yeah.
It just not crisp. You know, yesterday's game was very similar from H2K. Even though it was very one-sided, it wasn't that same level of dominance that we're used to seeing. So for H2K, a lot to figure out on the drawing board. For now, we're going to head over to the analyst desk where Perks is joining us to break down the game.
Thank you very much. He definitely is. Of course, congratulations is in order. You guys went 2-0 in the week again. Nice one.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for joining us here to analyze this game. I think the Fisho summed it up when we were watching it here. It's closer than it is supposed to be, and let's look at the factors that made it so. Perks, first off, what did you make of the draft of both teams?
Well, I didn't like Elements banning GP on blue side at all, because it's a super strong first pick, and the red side kind of is forced to ban GP every game, unless that means that Elements actually can't play GP, so they had to ban themselves. Also banning Rise when I don't think that Odamna and Self even play Rise, and I don't think that was good, but first pick Lucian was pretty good, because the two most OP AD carries were already taken away, Kalista and Corki, so taking away Lucian from Forgiven was really smart from them.
We also saw actually Morgana mid lane. I'm not sure if you've seen it before in ULCS. I think it may be the first time into the Victor. What's your opinion on that matchup?
I think the matchup is actually equal. Like Morgana can just push the wave and farm, and Victor can also do the same after level 7. So
yeah. So we saw actually teleport being run there on Aika, and that actually could have been used in a couple of plays earlier in the mid game. We actually have an example of a dive here that H2K pulled off later on.
In 1
again,
second.
later on, because we finally have our team comps on our screen so we can look at it. Yeah, and they're gone again.
Yep.
There we go for the dive. So yeah, we had a couple of complaints here and a couple of comments. Perks, what did you think about the dive? First of all, the setup. What's in an ideal world should happen here for Elements?
I think setup by H2K was actually good, TPing with Poppy, but then Steve TP'd and canceled his TP, which was okay because they still have Morgana TP. But then H2K went again and Morgana didn't TP, or he TP'd so late. And yeah, it just turned out really bad for them.
Yeah, this was a really smart play from me from H2K, actually initiating the dive and then backing out, because earlier in the game they went for a top lane dive where they forced it too hard on Steve, and they came out just double chunked. Right there they had the patient cancelled 1 TP, and then they went in before the second one came. So there H2K was on top of their game at least. Oh yeah, and then this is where things started falling apart, you know. A failed engage here from Elements, and this is something we've seen pretty much the entire game.
This play was kind of overforced by Elements, and then Gilius goes to deep, gets stunned by Popping, then he's done, and then they go deep, but then Morgana has TP up, but he was walking from mid lane instead of TPing bot as well, which, I don't know, took so long time. If he came earlier, I think it would be a lot better for them. And Selfie just popped Ghost and came there basically the same time.
Yeah.
And just cleaned them up.
No, I definitely agree there. The TP timings and even the setup. We were watching this game obviously together, and Perks, you were talking about how there wasn't any wards in place for the teleports either, so definitely lacking on the side of Elements.
Yeah.
Outside of the Elements in general, yesterday the Fisho said it as well, they just don't know how to team fight very well, and the timing is off, and the setup.
And this time they tried to go for the teleport flank, but Aika, yeah, forces our flash in with the Black Shield, but there's no synergy, and it almost feels like Elements forces too hard, and
this
then
was
HBK
really
ends up winning.
as well, yeah, because Morgana doesn't have Zhonya's, so if he goes in 1 versus 4, he will just die. He cannot do anything.
In the end, though, it still was quite a close game, something that we didn't expect between H2K and Elements, and we wanted to look a little closer at some of the item builds coming out of H2K, specifically Perks. You got a little triggered by the Trinity Force first, and in the end, I think Forgiven ended with the Trinity Force, the Essence Reaver, and the makings of, in the end, an Infinity Edge with a bit of lifesteal on the Vampiric. What was going on?
Oh, I think the build is really bad.
Why?
Because building Triforce first is kind of okay for lane. You get power spec from Phage and Sheen on lane, so you have a lot stronger early game. But after early game, you get already, your only power spec is only Triforce. So after that, you don't have any other power specs with this build. You go in team fights, so you don't have damage, you don't have utility, you don't offer anything to your team. So you should definitely build Blue Ezreal next game.
Do you think H2K or Forgiven misread the game and thought they were going to be able to close it out faster? Is that the reason, or?
That's possible, but you don't pick Ezreal for early game. You pick him for his 2 items power spike with Mana Moon and Iceborne. Then you have super strong Siege, Poke, and just so much more utility than with this build.
And that's for me a question that I have with Forgiven. It feels like he doesn't want to play any champions that have the risk of playing a struggling early laning phase, because Blue Ez requires a lot of patience and just requires you to yield the pressure sometimes. Sometimes you gotta walk away and let the other guy farm, and you know that on 3 items you will be super strong in the game. And H2K had all the tools to stall the game too with a Victor mid lane, so they didn't even need to go for that really, really ham Ezreal build, but they kind of did it anyways, and then it just bit them, in the late game.
In the end, they still managed to win. Maybe finally for Elements, I feel like we did see some good things coming out of it for the first time, although the engages weren't as crisp as they could be. What do they have to build on here? Do you see anything that can make them into a better team in the future?
I think them running double TP this game didn't work out because they didn't really have good coordination. But they have some good mechanical players, so they could definitely improve and be better.
All right, and then for the side of H2K, they are sharing the top spot of the tables with you. If there is one thing that you think H2K does better than you guys, or that you would like to do better that they do, what would that be?
I don't think they do anything better than us.
All right.
So, yeah, G2 or H2K? Who's the best team?
Of course, us.
Of course.
Of course, G2. Thank you for that, Perks. It's on the books. Well, the Unicorns of Love and Vitality are taking to the stage next as we speak for our next match, which is our next match of the day, obviously. There's more EULCS coming your way, so stay right there.
Can you just get your mic away? Because you're actually so loud. Can you go farther? Hello, teammates. Far enough? I'm actually tilting. I don't know why, but I'm actually tilting, by the way.
Actually, my team is too quiet now.
Coming into the middle lane, Gilius has found Selfie, the kick into the binding! Monsoon gets a full channel and Odo is on the front line! He knocks off Elements!
I exhaust.
I'm moving now, We can fight, Go, guys. Go! Here up.
Moving it up.
I'm here. Victory's there. Focus.
Go.
Morgana. No flash. Yeah, no flash. Killer. Good job.
Baron's down to 13! It's picked up with a smite from Gilius, but will Elements get out? The short answer is no!
This is not the H2K we're expecting. Ingo's Odoamne, he's got Mr. Rollins!
He's knocked up into the air. Mr. Rollins may as well have frequent flyer miles! An H2K win!
I think Kabachat is a bit of too aggressive at moments, and he can be abused, I think, if you play against him. Same for Shook, I think. Nukduk is solid. I don't know, like, I think Vitality is a strong oriented bot side team, and they have good shot calling as well.
Welcome back. Our next match is between the Unicorns of Love and Vitality, two teams tied at 5-2. But before we get a look at the teams, we want to highlight a marquee matchup over in the Turkish Champions League. They've got last spring's champs Besiktas going up against the winner of the Summer Split Dark Passage in their game of the week. The action gets underway at 4 p.m. Central European Time, and that is next Tuesday, this Tuesday actually. So mark your calendars rather. A really cool matchup there. Really cool matchup here as well. Vitality taking on the UOL. And we heard there Hillesang saying, I think Cabo is a kind of person that you could put something up against. He played Lucian yesterday. What do you make of that statement?
Well, playing Lucian top is kind of risky. You can just pick Malphite or some other tank and just destroy him. Or like lanes up upon him and he kind of gets useless. But that game, they got a pretty good lanes and he just got ahead of 1v1 and it's really good 1v1. So.
And it's a big statement from Hillesang in my opinion. Saying, oh, it's easy enough to play against Kabashard, it's predictable, whatever. I mean, yes, Vitality will camp for Kabashard with Shook. Time and time again, but it's been working. And no other team is right now able to really counter it too much, unless you can beat them 2v2 or maybe lane swap, as you talked about, and avoid that 1v1 and 2v2 Kabashard and Shook always puts up.
Do you feel that yesterday they played H2K-esque? Do you think in general that Vitality takes on more of an H2K-esque style? Because in the beginning of the year we thought, oh, with all this mechanical power they have on their squad, they might just want to go for the straight-up lane outplays.
They're playing pretty smart as team. Like they're doing a lot of lane subs and they're playing them pretty good and they always get ahead of enemy teams. So they're kind of like H2K, yeah, with strong individual players. Yeah, they're a strong team overall.
Especially the game yesterday against Elements, it was basically a standard H2K game, not like the one we saw today where it was a bit of a clown fiesta of a lot of fights going on, but where it's built around never team fighting. Honestly, just push every single lane from the start of the game and always out-rotate the other team. That's what we saw from Vitality yesterday. We want to see more of that. Because combine that with the strong players, that's how you get a great team, obviously. Strong players and good macro play, that's the foundation.
And that's the winning recipe on the side of Vitality. Now, let's take a look at the Unicorns of Love. You said in the beginning of the split, this is the best shot calling I've ever seen.
From the Unicorns of Love.
From the Unicorns of Love, and it's starting to ring through. Now they've had the third jungler in a couple of weeks, Rudy, and they're still putting up great games. Perks, what is it about the Unicorns that makes it that whatever jungler comes in, they're able to perform?
I think Unicorns have really smart top laner and support who are like there for a long time, and they're pretty solid players actually overall. Like they're pretty underestimated, I think, especially with Ichachi. Like he's a really strong player. He has good mechanics, good TP plays, and I think they're doing a lot for the team.
And also now with Sheepy, we heard in the interview yesterday talk more about focusing on the team and how they were playing. They wanted to be more consistent, more focused on strategy. Last year was focused on crazy picks and like insane games. Now, what should we say again? The foundation for this team in how they want to play is there, so you can plug and play players a bit more. Do you think now, let's just say, like you took Trick out and you put in a new jungler, would you guys play exactly the same way you're playing now? And he would just be able to kind of fit in and follow you guys?
I don't think so, because Trick is like a really big point of us for early game. He does a lot of early game shot calling or invading or whatever, so it will be a bit harder.
What if we removed you from the team and put in your mid lane instead?
But you can pick who.
If you removed me, we would be lost.
Okay.
Oh, wow, Perks, big words. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. Anyways, the players are ready, so we're going to dive into this matchup and go over to Pyrotechnics and Stress.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I've come over and commandeered the caster. This is my first mate. Stress is still here.
I was going to say, speaking of removing people, we figure get Trevor out of here, get in Pyrotechnics for game 3.
After a game like that, I don't blame him, to be honest. It was pretty insane.
Don't challenge me, Pyro. Don't challenge me.
I'm gonna do my best not to, but just in case, just be on the lookout for things. Let's take a look at our two squads, though, lining up on the blue side. For the pink ponies, it is Visit Chachi in the top lane, Rudy in the jungle. That's their third in several weeks. Fox in the mid lane, Steelback the AD carry, Hillesang on support, and of course, their coach, Sheepy.
And this game is a bit of a menagerie when it comes to it, because on the red side of the Rift, we have the yellow bees of Vitality. Up in the top lane is Kabashad, Shook in the jungle, Nukeduck in the mid lane, Hyanan in AD carry, Kasing support with that coach Sean's.
Yep, another coach that's definitely come up and become a very, very big figure for his team. They talked a lot about it at the beginning of the season, how much of an influence he has on that squad. We'll have to see how it shakes out in picks and bans. These guys both sitting in the third place position, tied it up right now, and this will tip the scales for these two in the standings.
And when you look at that being tied third, I think you'd kind of expect that for Vitality, even though they've been underperforming a little. But Unicorns coming into it, we were talking about who's going to step up and take the carry mantle away now that Power of Evil's not there. Unicorns have looked really sharp, actually. They've looked impressive when it comes to their performance.
Yeah.
So I'm now interested to see who is going to retain sole possession of this third place.
Yeah, we've definitely had a number of unicorns stepping up and doing some impressive things. We've talked about Steelback and how strong he has looked, especially with Illisang and the synergy that those two have built up in the weeks that they've been a part of the team. But how about Chachi? We saw Odo in the last game go off on Poppy, but Chachi, the OG Poppy player, pre-WeWork, right? He's been a pretty impressive carry in his own right in a number of games.
We haven't seen Poppy on him, though.
One day.
We've seen some other stuff. We've seen, like, the cannon come out from Visit Chachi.
Played GP yesterday when it was left open.
Yeah, he did. And, it's really interesting to see Visit Chachi as a player because, he was known a little bit, actually, like Kabashad, as somewhat of an innovator when it comes to Challenger. Visit Chachi, Kabashad, and Odo Amne played in the same kind of Challenger tournaments back in 2013, and all of them would bring these new picks in. You'd see Visit Chachi with the Poppy, with the Yorick, with these crazy compositions, but Chachi is probably the one of the three that has yet to cement himself as being like one of Europe's best, and he's just on the fringe. Just there. I think a dominating performance potentially over Kabashad may raise him up again in other people's estimations.
Well, that's going to be a tough ask. You look at what Kabashad was able to pull off yesterday. Obviously had a penchant for carry champions throughout last season on Gambit, but he always required a lot of gold to get him going. This time, well, he got himself that gold, picked that Lucian into GP, and man, we saw him tear it up. Fast tower pushes, absolutely went off.
I think, though, we heard Perks talking about it. It's not the kind of thing that you can pick every single game. Tanks can kind of destroy it like a Malphite. So I do wonder. Now Chachi is a stronger opponent in lane, I think, than Steve when it came to Steve's Gangplank. Let's find out what Vitality have got for us.
We will indeed as we load up into picks and bans. On the blue side, ponies are going to take Graves away. That is another pick that Kabashad has been playing. Started that off a couple of games in a row in the top lane. So he won't have the option to take it this time. What does Vitality answer with?
That is the question. It's going to be a support off the board. We heard a lot about Thresh, but it's Alistair that's the first support that's got.
I still think Thresh is going to be very contested. Lulu is taken away. Kalista is not an option either now, as Vitality have chosen to remove that.
So do we see the Corki ban come out and then force either a Lucian ban, or it's a Gangplank that gets taken away? Again, and Perks just talked about how, it's not the best blue side ban because you should be able to play it, and seemingly they don't.
Well, and you've also got the issue there that when it was first picked yesterday, we saw Kabashad then immediately take the Lucian. So the Kindred's banned off. Rudy won't have a chance to shine on that champion. We kind of glazed over this a little bit, but he had an incredibly impressive contribution for kill on there.
Now, do Unicorns first pick Corki for the middle lane, or do they first pick their bot lane and say, well, you can play Corki into it, we're fine with that? I feel like Corki is probably the better pick just from it being a flex that is a standard flex, but they don't want to let Kabashad or Hyanan get their hands on this Lucian.
So it'll be a ballsy move to leave that Corki up, but they do indeed. And we'll see if that gets locked in immediately for Vitality.
So this kind of rotation, you could be looking at a Poppy and a Corki. Elise is up, so you could see Poppy Elise. May see the presence on this Thresh be taken away here if Kasing wants to get his hands on that. Both Kasing and Hillisang, big Thresh players. And I've noticed a bit of a change in Vitality when they're playing with the Thresh, as opposed to Kasing on the likes of a Morgana. Kasing seems to be more active, always moving forward on Thresh. There's no real hesitation for him, unlike on the Morgana where he's fine to play from behind. He's just more willing to make plays.
Yeah, he certainly is, and I think they've got to really think about what they want to prioritize for this first pick. You can see Kasing talking through the mic there, and they will, at the last couple seconds tick down, go ahead and take that Thresh away, and they will also grab the Elise for Shook. We'll have to see what Rudy picks up, since we've only seen him on this Kindred, now banned away. if he decides to go with the jungle this rotation. They don't need to do it unless they want to hide something.
Well, the support jungle roaming pack is going to have a lot of single target crowd control right now, and the ability to set up plays as well. Not really showing anything too much, though. This is Vitality just saying, okay, well, we'll just pick a standard first rotation. Poppy available, Corki available now have fallen through. And this is one of the other things that you are fortunate with. Enough power picks were available that the second rotation now becomes the point of focus.
Yeah, a lot of stuff has fallen through. You mentioned that Corki. We'll see if Rudy goes a little bit more standard route on that Rek'Sai, or if they go for the Poppy. And the Corki is locked. They're going for it. So Visit Chachi, I want to see Chachi play this.
Well, I have one caveat that I would put forward. Rudy is a player that has come from being really high up on solo queue, and in solo queue, Poppy jungle does destroy people.
I've heard he plays jungle only.
Yes, he has. We'll see whether it's high as Poppy at this point. I am expecting it more likely to go up to Chachi in the top lane. I haven't seen him since the rework on Poppy. That's a cool one for me that we're going to see. He always plays the Crimson, is it Crimson Fist Poppy?
Crimson Hammer.
The Crimson Hammer one, yeah, that is... That's the one. So we'll see whether he sticks to that. But nevertheless, that's kind of the rotation we were expecting. Now we're likely looking at the Ezreal to be picked up by Hyanan if he wants to opt for what everybody else is doing. Other options could be the Caitlyn we've seen Forgiven pick up. Misfortune and Morgana has tended to be what they go for. And
Fiora, though, too. Cabo decides to do it blind. And we got a Jinx lock in 2 for Yarnan. Jinx Thresh lane, have not seen this in a little while.
Jinx is a champion that's speaking to a lot of AD carries. They were talking about being a fairly weak pick when it comes to AD carries. Just in the overall sense, she's very rarely talked about, even in the B tier, where it's like Misfortune, Ezreal. What Jinx is always going to be able to do is push towers very quickly with the attack speed that ramps up from her Gatling gun, but this is a pick that we are yet to have seen in the EU LCS.
Yeah, so far in this split, it was definitely a lot more powerful and popular last year, and everyone was loving the hyper carries, but the lack of escapes that Jinx possesses does make it a bit difficult. But Yarn and Kasing, very solid bot lane together. We'll see if they can pull it together because there's a Braum lock-in for Hylissang, which means if we see the Lucian Braum lane, now that is a bully lane if I ever saw one. Last pickup in the jungle, of course, is going to be that Rek'Sai. So we know where the Poppy's going, and I'm happy about it.
And that means we're just waiting on mid lane into Corki. We've seen the Ahri matchup played by Perks yesterday. He got the kill onto Power of Evil, that was. Pretty much 1 versus 1, and the rest of Origin were coming in when he got the kill. So will we see the Ahri from Nukeduck? Looking at other options, Victor is available, but doesn't quite do so well in the laning phase, needs time. Still options for Nukeduck.
Still options indeed. Should be a fairly safe lane for Fox if he plays it outright, but there is the Ahri lock-in, so Nukeduck says, I can take you on. Got himself that Ignite, and now we'll have to see how these two shake out. This could be a very explosive game, a whole lot of damage on both sides.
So I wonder whether we'll see Vitality running the same kind of setup that they were looking to do yesterday, where you have Kabashard in the 1v1, looking to scale up, looking to take control of that. You have Nukeduck on Ahri, take control of the other side lane, and always push it out and regroup with the team quickly. And then the rest of the pack's kind of mid lane pushing. I wonder if that's what Vitality are going for. It's a difficult comp to pull off, and it requires a lot of vision control, especially against the likes of a Corgi, who has the package. Rek'Sai can cover a lot of distance very quickly with the ultimate as well, and Chachi will have the teleport as always.
We will have to see indeed if the Unicorns can pull off that coordination that they have been so excellent at adapting, and Vitality is going to be a tough ask for them. But as it all stands, a hush settles over as the coaches will shake hands, get ready to walk off stage. But for now, we are ready to go. The lineups are locked. It's time to load up for this match to the top of the standings.
Ignite ticks him, but the tower's shot! Oh,
they seem really strong.
Just in the 2v2, I don't think it would be super much problem.
Yarn is flashed away! He's got a triple kill with bullet time!
I feel like so much more confident now that I have Steelback next to me and I can like finally play my trash and like show that I'm good.
We already saw what he can do with the champion. They'll even leave open Thresh so that they want him to pick it. They are much better than the Unicorns roster before.
And we knew that Thresh was going to be a contested pick. And we also know that these two bot lanes are going to go right at each other. I'm excited to see this 2v2 stress.
I am as well. We'll see if Kasing is comfortable. He has his Thresh. He
He's got
has
his
his
pillow,
pillows as well, the Baron pillow that a fan so kindly gave him to make sure he is comfortable in the game.
30
But
seconds until minions
it is
spawn.
all about the side lanes, as is with the current meta right now. And, you feel like Vitality are looking to just grab control of that fairly early and continue pushing with this Jinx. Very, I want to call it like an old school pick of Jinx, just because
It is. It is really.
Europe. Like,
This pairing is old school.
It is, and you know, you have the Thresh to give the Jinx safety. Jinx can push the towers very quickly. You have wave clear that comes from Jinx, from the rockets, and global presence with the ult. But a lot of people just feel like, because there were a lot of changes to itemization and the way that the laning phase plays out, and like champions like Lucian were just touted as being better because you have a good laning phase and the good ability to push towers, decent wave clear on top of it as well. Jinx, we're going to have to see whether Hyanan can make it work.
Well, it is that traditional hyper carry, up there with the Tristanas of the league. But the reason, I think, on top of all the early pushing power that Lucian and Corki were so powerful is the games are shorter on average now, and we're not getting to these late game points where the hyper carries are just out of control. And you see champions like Lucian not fall off as hard.
Exactly. That is exactly right. We are ending up in a lane swap, so no two. Sorry, Fyra.
Oh, well.
It's okay. I mean,
it's the smart thing to do.
Well, it's going to happen because this is how the game is in a meta game right now. Is you have the lane swap to kind of get the game in that situation and then look to control side lanes from it. We're going to take a look at Keystone Master.
They're mirrored across the board, too.
Yep.
They got a nice little spread of them all.
Array of colors.
Yeah.
Keystone Masteries at this point.
If you guys are unsure about them as well, we had a wonderful segment at the top of the day. Be able to catch that one again later. Courtesy of Quickshot. Now, Hylissang will be making some moves around this jungle. Shook and Kabashard have already secured the red buff. You got to be careful not to run smack dab into him as Kasing goes on an early roam of his own while his free push for both AD carries in the reverse lanes.
Fox in this middle lane has already managed to kind of pressure Nuke Duck away. Hylissang's getting right up in here. It's just making it difficult for Shook.
Yeah, that Raptor's going to reset.
To do anything here. It's running out of patience. It's like, come on, guys. Are you gonna deal with me, or are you gonna have to go back home?
Hilly's not gonna.
No, Hilly fighting this Raptor this early on would
be very
about
slow.
a minute, and we'd be here, and he would probably die to it before he'd ever get it. But Vitality, on the other hand, not concerned with the jungle camps, are already pushing on. Have this tower down below half health. Unicorns are only just getting to the tower here, so they don't quite have the pushing potential that this Jinx has. And this is one of the things in a lane swap, Jinx is going to do very well because you have that ramping up auto attack speed, you have the ability to push the waves very quickly with the rockets, and it results in the tower going down for Vitality before Unicorns even have the other tower at half health.
Yeah, definitely dropping the ball there. Unicorns were the one that started this lane swap, but it's Vitality that are on the board ahead of them. And as you said, this Jinx, inferior 2v2 lane since you want to take a while to get rolling, but they don't have to worry about a thing.
One thing that you kind of have to worry about if you nuke Duck just for 3 more levels is the mid lane matchup. Perks talked about it yesterday, talking about Corki into the Ahri, and Fox is already bullying Nuke Duck around pre-6. It's kind of to be expected. Tower finally falls in the top lane, but once Nuke Duck 6, should be okay.
Oh, that ward saved the life. And Hylissang is caught. He's going to step on the traps, but he's unbreakable for just another moment. Rudy's there, the flay backward. Kasing really wants to get a kill for Yarnan to start things off. These two, the synergy has been so real. The rocket, it's burning his health, and he just barely survives, munching a biscuit as he goes. Man, that was close.
Just got that cookie and didn't want to put the cookie down, but at this point, Unicorns of Love don't want to let up in the mid lane either. 32 CS to 23. That was a nice sequence in the top lane, but again, it's a little bit of a distraction from where the real lead is opening up for now. The towers were traded fairly evenly, which means we're fairly even on gold as well. Vitality have edged themselves ahead because Chachi is behind Kabashard as well when it comes to the CS. So again, it's going to be about who can become stronger in this Chachi versus Kabashard matchup. We just saw it with Steve and Odoamne, where Steve ended up becoming more powerful to duel the 1v1, but in team fights just couldn't offer as much as Poppy.
Yeah, top laners have just become so critical with the way the meta is shaping up. These carries becoming very popular, very situationally used, but always the mind games and the picks and bans. Vitality are on this tower a lot quicker than Unicorns once again. So we see these fast pushes turning around. This is exactly what Vitality want for Yarnan.
And not only is Cabo up in CS, he's also up way up in experience. He's over a whole level up on Visit Chachi. So It means that Cabochard, just getting into this game a little bit earlier on, is going to be able to scale that bit faster than Vizicachi. Of course, we talked about it. Oh, Cabochard's actually going bot. Feels he can defend this turret, and of course he can. It's only Vizicachi that's there.
Big blind spot for Unicorns. They thought they were going to be able to fast push this and save it, but because they're so far behind, they don't even get the second tower. So now Steelback and Hylissang are going to have to clear this wave here. Rift Herald is opened up. Vitality are pinging for it. They're just 2 steps ahead of Unicorns right now.
And I like the strategy from Vitality. They say, hey, okay, what's the meta right now? We have to push towers fairly early on, control side waves. Good. Who's good at doing that? Jinx is good at doing that. What do we got to do? We got to get rid of like Kalista and make sure we don't end up playing a 2v2. Sweet. Let's do it. Let's get the Jinx. It's working out so far for Vitality, but they're ahead of the play when it comes to map movements. Rudy's gone bottom lane.
Cabochard is in trouble. He's got to burn his flash. He's safe. Looks to dash back in and secure an extra bit of CS before backing on out. So with the use of the summoner, he stays alive. Meanwhile, pressure on the top side as Shook backs away now with the mini Baron buff, courtesy of the Rift Herald. See what he decides to push. Looks like he's heading bottom side right now. If they can keep this turret defended, they have the advantage. So far, close to 1,000 gold lead for Vitality in this game.
Good luck getting through mid for a while, though.
That's a farm fest if I ever saw one.
Gonna be able to, not quite as much as our last game, which was Victor versus
No, that's true.
So it is still difficult.
It's a less efficient farm fest.
However,
let's take a look.
Shook has snuck his way into bottom lane.
Waiting very patiently. The spider in the web flashes, gets the cocoon, and Chachi's in trouble. On a run now. Here comes Rudy, though, and he will deter them. Chachi makes his escape, courtesy of some minions as well.
Yeah, Chachi pays the fare, gets himself away. Rudy was already deep inside the enemy jungle. You can see the wards he actually put down from his tracker's knife, put down a pink ward as well. So has the whole bot side jungle warded when it comes to camps. So Rudy is already taking, you know, a solo queue attitude and throwing it out the window. Let's just get deep vision control. Let's play for the team, play for everything, not just about himself.
Yeah, very impressive how he has managed to integrate himself into this team so far. We saw the same thing with Joko, who's now over in Millennium as well, but or Ben in Millennium as well. But it really has been impressive to see Unicorns be able to swap players out like this as Shook gets a steal away. As soon as I praise him, well, it was an individual mistake from Rudy there.
Yeah, the thing is, Rudy even had a smite, I think.
Yeah, no, he did. He didn't think Shook was coming.
The ward over the wall, he saw it, man.
Last time I praised somebody.
Yeah, I know.
Always happens.
Cursed to always have it happen just after you sing that praise.
I know. Well, Yarnan's going to be pushing on the bottom side here. He's easy enough wave clear with those rockets. Kasing does the same thing that Rudy was doing, gets a lot of ward coverage in this bottom side. So much traded back and forth. Well, let's take a look on the mid lane since Vitality are heading up there, see if they can get a collapse onto Fox. It would be difficult due to his Valkyrie. So hard to gank a Corki, but Rudy's not far behind.
And cleanse and flash.
Yeah, maybe they're not going to try it.
Bugs is super safe right now. Nothing has forced him to burn any of those. So Vitality are looking for the next best thing for themselves right now, knowing they have bot lane control, bot jungle control, and a Jinx that is going to be able to power down this dragon very quickly.
Not a lot of contest options. And they left Cabochard in the top to be able to free farm this wave. Hylissang, Nuke waits on the charm and he doesn't get it. He stands behind Fox and he is nice and safe. We'll have to see what the Unicorn's next move is. Rudy heading up towards this top side, seeing if he can control more of this jungle as he starts the red buff. Slides and glides back on towards him. Only Cabochard is really there, no teleport available, but Vitality are already doing the opposite on the bottom side.
But look at where Cabochard's had the wave for the last few minutes. He's building up this big stack of minions, and he's had it on this side of the map for a while, and it's really dropped Chachi's support, Chachi's CS and levels here. Chachi doesn't even have access to his ultimate. Cabochard is level 7, but here comes Rudy trying to fix this problem. Cabochard, who's he gonna go aggressive on?
Knock in, gets the parry, but Chachi knocks him against the wall. There's a steadfast presence, prevents him from getting out of there, and now he's got the heal shield on. Rudy was taking a lot of minion aggro, but Chachi swaps back in, still not level 6. He's 1v2ing right now. This is crazy. Cabochard pushes Unicorns away.
Cabochard has a serious amount of damage, but even with the irritating play that UOL were doing there, Vizicachi and Rudy just kind of bouncing back and forth on top of each other so that Vital couldn't get proc. First package of the game.
Fox is going on in. He gets locked up though, but he's gonna be able to get away with the cleanse, and he gets first blood flashing away as Chachi comes in for the defense. Nuke Duck and Rudy are in right behind. There's the hammer. Knock him away, and the Unicorns get out square with a kill as the rocket misses. Double now. Fox with the back end. Nice rocket.
Yeah, not the best rocket from Hyanan, though, at the same time. That was just Vitality not quite being able to close the same distance that Fox did. And Fox turning up with the package play that looked like it was going to backfire on him. It looked like Cabochard and Shook were going to be able to outduel, but just not enough from Cabo. Fox had the cleanse, had the flash available to get himself around in the fight, and Nukeduck just behind the play. I'm going to try and watch Nukeduck's tracking on the map. Like, look, he's still just leaving mid lane as Fox enters the top lane. Cabochard does a decent job of just kind of moving around this fight. Fox already used that cleanse, uses that flash to get himself away from Shook, and now the damage turns around. Nukeduck doesn't manage to land the charm because Fox sidesteps it and then goes whoop all the way back to base. And that's all
so
she wrote.
spooky. Even the Krugs wanted to get involved in it. But yeah, really, really close. Very expensive pickup for Fox, securing 2 kills on that one at the cost of 2 summoners. But you always got to say, #worth. And after all that, Unicorns have got themselves a gold lead. Take a look at that fan vote, though. 50-50. These two teams, it's so close, and it's so close in the fans as well.
Well, it's, I mean, it's a good sign for these teams. Vitality, of course, a new organization to League, not a new organization overall. Unicorns are in their 2nd year now of being an LCS organization, so clearly fan bases for both of these.
Yeah, Unicorns usually can bank on that fan vote win, though, unless it's against a team like Fnatic. So Vitality definitely coming out in force on Twitter. We'll see if they can do the same on the Rift. 200 gold down. It's 11 and a half, or almost 12 minutes into this game as Chachi trying to push Cabochard away as he takes a tower shot. Still very far behind in the CS this game, but it has been a lot of action, not so many kills. A lot of rotations around this map. Shook looking to potentially start up the Rift Herald. He does with the help of the Sing roaming around, and Cabochard as well.
Fairly shortly, though, we're going to start realizing the difference between Hyanan and Steelback when it comes to their power. Hyanan obviously waiting for that 2nd item, the attack speed item, to finish his first BF item. If that goes into Infinity Edge, which has been talked about time and time again, about how as a first item, it's not great because it's a multiplier. It's kind of been done to death. So there is a timing window for Steelback and an experience window, level 9 to level 7. So that's been the exchange, is experience onto the AD carry in exchange for top laners. In UOL's favor for AD carry, top lane for Vitality. Which one is going to have the more impact, I wonder? We will see, because Steelback is already level 9.
There's that level 9 Culling. Sing and Yarnan will make their escape, but they got some pressure on the mid turret. So much minion side pushing from Vitality's side here as Nukeduck patiently waits in the brush for Rudy. Doesn't know.
Oh,
now he
Rudy
knows. Okay. Tremor Sense coming in handy. 2 level difference. That would have been bloody.
Whew, that could have been a big play for Nukeduck. But he had no Ignite, so I guess he was kind of like, oh, do I feel confident about this? Nah, I'm going to back away. Had that been somebody like Steelback or Hylissang, he may have just
gone for it.
I think
Very
Rudy
aggressive.
Has enough to get away.
Speaking of aggressive, too.
Experience has actually leveled up between top laners now. Chachi's been given the time. Cabochard hasn't really had time to get any farm himself.
He's got back up in the game. Cabo is also still sitting on basic boots himself. While Chachi has gone the very early Boots of Swiftness start to try and move around the map a lot more, obviously very valuable. You still see Cabochard taking some damage after the Steadfast Presence is finished up. He's got the Rift Herald buff on, but not as powerful as that Baron buff, as we've mentioned often.
Yeah.
Chachi's able to clear this wave away with the hammer very slowly, 1 shot at a time.
Also, the other thing these Swiftness boots are going to do for Chachi is early on, even in like small skirmishes and any team fights that come up later, he's able to just get straight through the fight. It's like, I'm just going, I've got a lot of movement speed, I'm going to smash somebody into a wall and get my W up.
Position quickly. I mean, Cabo's trying to do the same thing, especially when he locks the Grand Challenge on those vitals. You have to be able to dash around to try and find it. So these two ever get in Mortal Kombat, it is definitely going to be a fight to the finish. We'll have to see as the farm alarm goes ring-a-ding-ding, and Rudy goes looking for his red buff. It's not going to be there, though. Cabo's still pushing heavy on the top side, and he finds Chachi a little bit outside the lane. 1 level difference, but there he goes after the parry, knocks him into the wall. Steadfast Presence is up, and it is just a battle of the bruisers, but the Grand Challenge is issued, and Chachi says no thank you.
Yeah, Chachi, if that tower wasn't there, would have likely been traded more against by Cabochard.
Dead Yordle.
Yeah, but maybe. It's kind of one of those situations where Chachi actually held his nerve and held his ultimate. So if Cabochard was going to continue to go forward, he'd either just knock him straight up and disengage or full channel and force him to run away.
Right.
So Chachi wasn't actually in kill range for Cabochard there. Not that spot of the map anyway.
So while the game has definitely settled down, you can still see that Vitality is hanging on to this map control lead they have. They're grabbing themselves another dragon here. Unicorns would love to be able to steal this one away, but they're not in position to do so. They smite it down. Question is, where do the Unicorns really go from here to get
mid lane?
This one?
Mid lane they go right now because you can see, look, the vision control is already here. Hylissang is going to wait and just slow Vitality. Wave clear from B. Teleport coming out too.
Oh, a big package from Fox, and he's turning his attention immediately to the Jinx. Ignited Yarnan already burned both of his summoners rather, as Nuke Duck is going to try to foxily sneak his way away. That means everyone's gotten out on the side of Vitality. And Unicorn's Gambit does not pay off here as the tower, no damage on it still.
Split focus for the Unicorns there. Some went after Cabochard, some went after Hyanan, some went down for Nuke Duck. And it means that Vitality were able to position behind the tower. Unicorns may have been able to just rush them into the mid lane with this Lucian, with the Corki. They have a fairly fast tower push. And without Nuke Duck being in position, the wave clear wasn't there. Now it's there, it's established. Vitality can defend that turret, and Unicorns kind of have to reset this play. They've got a wave pushing away from them in the top lane and pushing in towards them in the bottom lane. So somebody has to go down bottom and clear that out. Chachi now doesn't have a TP. Fox doesn't have the package either. So two of those utilities to cross them out very quickly are down. Maybe it has to be Rudy with the ultimate.
Might be able to do, as he's got it very shortly off a cooldown. Fox and Steelback still hanging around. Mop-up duty in the mid lane. Also some help from Hylissang there as he stands behind him, or stands in front of him as it were. And they send Chachi down to do the cleanup.
And I wonder now, with this next wave pushing in, Tower's on half health, Hylissang's recalling, Corki's over in the jungle as well. Vitality may feel out a push in this middle lane just from Vizichati being down there without teleport. Cabo can go top because he has his teleport available, so he can catch that wave and look to make a play in the middle lane. But Vitality aren't going to go for the all-in play here. Rudy has his ult to get back into the lane. And it means Vitality is just going to nudge at the tower and not actually push up to it. This could be a very slow game here. We're already 17 minutes in, only 2 kills on the board.
Yeah, well, Unicorns definitely had a pretty slow start to the game yesterday. Really wasn't until 19 minutes that first blood was picked up, so we've already beaten that metric, but Vitality definitely want to be a little quicker about it, I think.
Well, they're going to get slowed down by something, and it's something we haven't seen in a little while. Something that kind of has changed around being standard when it comes to extra cooldown reduction on Lucian. So we're going to have that culling up fairly often. Now we'll be able to get that and push down lanes. Is standing at 20% CDR right now with Boots of Lucidity and the Essence Reaver.
Have to see. Vitality still have been controlling the objectives in the river. The Rift Herald should go in their favor as well. This will be the last one available as Yarnan, though, is unfortunately caught out, throws the traps, but he is knocked in, battered and bruised. Kasing can't get to his rescue in time. Chachi's got the kill. Kasing has got to flay away, but he won't be getting away. Stunned up, Winter's Bite hit down, and Steelback takes him out.
This is one of the problems with Jinx, though, is on her own, she is a very big weakness when it comes to getting picked off. No escape mechanism when your flash is down, like Hyanan gets caught trying to come across to Kasing. The fact that Rift Herald was taken down and there was a global warning is a big enough factor that UL know that they can just make that catch.
They're able to push a tower, look to push another one. Shook is only the one here to defend. That is going down, so another tower picked up by Unicorns, 2 in the middle. A couple more kills, 4-0 now. They've got themselves 2K in the lead.
And despite the fact that Nuke Duck and Cabochard were pushing in the top and bottom lane, they can't actually get too much more. Someone should come down to deal with Nuke Duck. And in that middle lane, Hylissang actually tanked up like 3 or 4 tower shots just to ensure that they got it. Otherwise, the minion wave would have died too early. They would have had to have backed away and looked to reset. So just cutting a corner for the Unicorns of Blood that pays off in a fairly big way.
Yeah. Dodging the cocoon, Shook looking to push forward. Vitality want to answer back this one. Nuke Duck still sitting in the brush, but he's spotted again. Rudy, he's not going to be fooled by that trick. He's played too many games.
Yeah, too many solo queue games with no communication to know that just fire the Braceseeker every now and again into those common spots and Ari would be waiting. I think it's kind of that inevitable time now with Rift Herald on. That middle tower is going to get taken down. Of course, minion waves not really affected in anything other than attack speed with that Rift Herald buff.
It's enough, though.
It's enough.
Let's take a look at Yarnan getting caught because he just steps way too far over here.
He actually just steps out. There's not even a ward here from the Unicorns that spotted him. That's actually just like a solo mistake from Hyanan, which is very rare. We rarely see that kind of mistake where it's like, I'm moving forward here, especially with no flash.
And especially with regards to playing with Kasing. I mean, he's been on the squad with him for, at this point, roughly a year. not the same squad, but in the same.
Yeah, I think we're actually on a year now. Week 4, week 5 was when Kasing came in last year.
Yeah. So really, it has been kind of strange to see the situation. Yarden making a solo mistake with that. Don't expect to see too much more of it as Rudy moves his way back to blue buff. Still, Unicorns throwing their weight around. So Vitality got off on the better foot. We'll have to see when these two do clash who comes out ahead in the core team fight. So far, just been a couple of catches, chases around the map. Nothing massive in this game. Vitality still, though, have a Cabo Shard, have a Fiora. See if that split push can come in handy. I think Chachi is in a place to stop him still.
Well, one thing that could come in handy right now is some of the items that are in Kasing's inventory. He's opting for the the build towards the Aegis of the Legion. One already completed on Shook, so as you kind of expect right now, one's going to lock it. Will Kasing put it in Banner of Command to slow down some of the wave clear from Fox?
Situational, I suppose.
It is. Remember, Corki now is like 70% magic damage as well, so it is more difficult to deal with. They do have illusion ahead of Poppy, so it's not the end of the world. It's not like they're running a triple AP comp and they're like, oh no, bannered up minion, what do I do?
Hey man, they're tough.
They are.
They're tough banner.
We had one in Challenger the other day that took like 3 people to kill because they were running like quadra AP composition. Oh, goodness. We watched that for like a whole minute of like an Elise trying to auto attack down.
I have to type that in dynamic queue every single time I play now. Chachi's dueling it out with Cabo Shard, but as so many of these fights have been, it looks like it will be just a standoff. This time as the Unicorns head their way towards the Dragon Pit, forestalling the Vitality extra ones. That's the first for them. That means they will get that extra 6% AD and AP. And in...
Uh-oh, Rudy, you're going right into the middle.
Into a trap, into a hook. Hello, it's all of Vitality, but Hylissang is there. Fox around the side, finds Yarden, gets himself a spree kill. Kasing now is going to have to flash out of harm's way as Cabo Shard can't 1v5, and Shook's burned his flash as well. 2 quick kills for Unicorns, all set up by an untimely ult.
Oh, that was just dangerous, but a cost that pays off for Rudy. The ultimate going straight in between the rest of Vitality. Vitality couldn't group on him fast enough to take him out, and the Unicorns were already in position running up from the Dragon. That was just catching out Vitality, and this is one of the problems that Vitality have actually succumbed to in the last couple of weeks, most notably in their game against H2K, when they haven't had enough vision control to read fights and read situations, so they've either been forced into bad fights or no fights, and it stalled the game out to the point where Vitality got outscaled by H2K. Problem is, Unicorns are really good at skirmishing right now in this game. Unicorns don't want to wait later in this game. They have 6 kills already, and Vitality know that something has to happen quickly, and that could be the Baron here. They saw Fox in the bottom lane, no package available, so he can't cross the distance, and Vitality are on this. They're going to check for the Unicorns. Hylissang's going to spot it. He's rumbled them, but isn't enough.
It sniffed it out, but the Baron is already so low. Chachi coming in around the side. This is such an early Baron. It's so dangerous here. It's secured up by Shook, but now Kasing is caught, trying to run away. Shook won't be so lucky. Chachi nails him with the hammer and splats the Spider. Nonetheless, Vitality get out without losing more than 1.
The important thing there was Cabo said, okay, you guys, if 1 or 2 of you die, that's fine. I'm backing out of here because I need this Baron buff for my solo lane push. I need to be able to establish control in that side lane. Cabo Shard recalls before anything else happens in that fight. Gets himself out safe and sound. Kasing nearly runs into Rudy in the jungle, but the Unicorns have the push going for them right now. They're looking for top lane tower before the minions from Vitality can actually get there, and they're gonna get this.
Rudy just goes around the side. He's able to stop him from going on in there. And now all of a sudden, Chachi turns on the heat. They get the knockup. Looking for Yarden, but he's yanked away by Kasing. Cabo Shard is taken out in the meanwhile. A parting rocket will not do enough damage as all the Unicorns are able to make their escape. Vitality still can't find a kill.
And time and time again, Yarden is the one getting caught in these fights. This time he survived, but this is happening too often for Vitality. They need Yarden to be able to output damage. He's finally got past that 2-item spike on Jinx. The problem is, because he's getting caught, he has to just back out, take the Lantern away, can't really deal damage in these team fights, and that means Unicorns of Blood with this Corki, with this Lucian, are so strong at fighting.
They definitely are. Throwing that weight around, Fox has been able to pad his score more than anything else, but Steelback throwing down that culling at such a rapid rate. has been able to ensure that Vitality don't have nearly enough minions despite this Baron buff to do a whole lot. Yarn is going to try to change that. He sends a line of them down. Sing hooks one to finish it off, but all of a sudden Nuke Duck is being chased down by Rudy and Fox. Sends out the Orb of Deception, a whole line of minions there, and all of a sudden it's not worth it. Nuke Duck staying nice and fine.
I want to revisit something the analyst desk are talking about, and that is how Unicorns have had this multiple changes of junglers now. They started with Diamond, had to swap him out for Joko due to issues. Now they've swapped Joko out for Rudy. And Rudy's having a good game as well. Like, Rudy's having a good week. Like, this kind of engage, yes, he gets played back, but it's enough. It deters some of the disengage that comes, and in goes Chachi. There's no Flay available to stop him going in on Hylissang. You can't stop him from following up, and it's enough for just Unicorns to get a pick and pull back away. And that's tough on a Rek'Sai. Normally you see Rek'Sai as secondary engage, not primary.
No, but Chachi's going to be primary in this case as he finds Shook, who will hop his way up. But what goes up must surely come down. No Raptors available, and Fox picks up yet another kill. Cabo's on the bottom trying to make the best of it, though.
Yeah, the problem is the rest of Vitality have to recall. Cabo has a fairly big stack, but I don't think it's fast enough to push in. Cabo's no teleport, so he has to commit to something here.
He's going to go. Chachi's there.
Recalled for it as well.
Yeah, he'll have to fight him out there, but Yarnan and Nuke Duck were enough to stop this push in the mid side. So at the end of the day, Vitality do secure a tower kill for the one kill that they gave up on Shook. And Unicorns can't get much else out of it.
But you can see, unlike the last game where we had Fiora and Poppy, and it was Steve that got almost uncontrollable on Fiora when it came to the 1v1, Visit Chachi is comfortable in a situation now. He has the Iceborne Gauntlet, has the Sunfire Cape, had them for a while, and he's able to just sit in this lane and clear, because Cabochard, while yes, he was having a decent experience advantage and a bit of a farm advantage, it's kind of run out for Cabo. He's 0-3-0, has 2 items, which is fine, only level 1 boots, so he can't afford to be too far up the lane, otherwise he pretty much just dies. And Cabo's just not in a situation where he can control the side lane. He lost the Baron buff in the last fight. It would have expired by now as well, but it's not a good situation to be in for Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it too, Cabo has been a player that Vitality have been able to rely upon in all of their games extensively. This has got to be, if not his worst score so far, one of. Take a look at it though, with Unicorns leading the gold game at about 5,000 or 4,000 as it is. 28 minutes into the game, and Vitality have just not been able to find an opening in any fight. This 4-1 is not working as well for them as they'd like. Yes, they've knocked a couple towers down. If they can buy some more time, Chachi's got no teleport, but they can't take on Unicorns face to face.
And it kind of exposes the problem that Vitality are having. Yesterday, Fox is gone in.
Big package, and Shook just gonna not waste time. Burn flash. Fox does get hooked, but Hylissang is there to unbreakable defend him.
This really exposes one of the weaknesses Vitality have had right now is that yesterday they won lane, one game, and just kind of had it work for them. This time, they pretty much lost their lanes. I mean, mid lane got very far behind for Fox. Yes, Nuke Duck hasn't died, but Fox has picked up kills elsewhere. Same with AD carry rollers. Hyanan has just not been on form. Cabochard has not been on form. Nuke Duck's trying to push down, but he's doing this very slowly because there are members of UOL that are trying to group around him, and he has to be careful.
He keeps waiting in that push. This is never going to work because they keep blue trinketing him. It has definitely been a rougher game for Vitality, and it started out really, really well with the fast reverse push, with the Jinx being able to take out towers quickly, with the secures of the dragons, but there's no way they could do the same thing to Unicorns as they were able to do against Elements, because this is just a totally different team. They're tied in the standings. Remember, the winner of this has sole control of 3rd place, and that's definitely not without coincidence for both of these teams. They have showed extraordinary control of the map, but right now, Unicorns is just better.
Yeah, right. In this game, they definitely are. I mean, we've got Baron coming up in 2 minutes for these teams. UOL, 9 kills to 0. Vitality, very rare you ever see them killless. Like, this is not something that you would expect to see when you saw these 2 teams on paper.
It's bad for me, man. I got Sing on my fantasy.
I got Cabo on mine as well.
Oh, okay. No, you're completely... Oh, and Nuke Duck might be 2. He's going to be able to flash away, though, as Fox takes a lot more damage than he does.
Oh, Rocket's coming by.
Oh, whew, dodge that bullet.
Fox breathes a sigh of relief. It's like,
he didn't even
okay.
stop.
I had Hylissang here. I had Hylissang. Don't worry.
Nukdug's going to keep on this pushing. They've got a 1-3-1 going on, but the issue is they can't individually duel anyone since Unicorns are too quick at beating them back to the punch.
Unicorns are giving them a lot of room here to breathe. Like, Vitality realistically shouldn't have this setup. Vitality are playing this from behind. And they're maintaining a 1-3-1. They've caught Rudy.
Rudy is hooked in, but he will tunnel away. And now Hylissang is caught unbreakable. How much is it for real, though? About that much, but he catches him on the backside. Another great hook from Kasing, and his health is so low. The rocket, Yarden starts to run wild. And now they look towards the bottom side. Meanwhile, still a push going on in the top with Cabo and Chachi duking it out. Cabo's winning this one, though.
He is for now. Problem is he's got Steelback coming alongside. Vitality is starting to become strong again in this game. For as well as the Unicorns were team fighting, they've got a Fiora that wants to scale. They've got a Jinx that wants to scale, and this game is going later for them. So as long as they're making the right map movements, as long as they're in the right place at the right time, taking the right fights, they have enough damage to actually deal with the Unicorns, but it will be tough. The Unicorns still are ahead. Baron is due up very, very... Oh, it's already
2.5k gold still, though. It's not as important in 30 minutes as it was when they had it doubled and it was 15 minutes. But yes, this Baron is such a big objective for these teams. If they can get a catch, Nukdug just keeps committing to the wait and wait strategy. Rudy's not even going to see him yet because he's not moving. The charm doesn't connect, though.
Nukdug. I don't think he wanted that chance.
Nah, he wanted the Corki, but Fox is too slippery for him.
At that point, Nukdug sees 4 people turn the corner and he's like, ooh, okay, don't want that.
Try to avoid a lot of CC. Both these AD carries sitting on QSS. Steelback's already turned his new Mercurial. Both teams definitely start eyeballing that Baron. The vision on it is Unicorn's book right now, but that could change on a dime. Vitality don't want to give this one up. But if it comes to a 5v5 fight, we've seen so few of those. It's all been on catches and skirmishes this game.
Yeah, it has been. I'm a little surprised just that Kasing hasn't opted for the banner. Only because, I mean, yesterday we saw 2 ZZ Rot portals, and I'm not an advocate that ZZ Rot portal is a good item, but it serves a purpose. It basically pushes a lane automatically for you. The same thing that a Banner of Command does, and when you're running this kind of composition where you want Nukdug to go to the solo lane to push it, and then kind of come across for the team fight, it speeds it up.
Right.
It just makes everything go that step faster and is more difficult to deal with for the Unicorns.
Unicorns will start posturing around this Baron. I don't think they'll start it up, but there's only one blue trinket. It's immediately going to be popped, and they clear it away, so it's a low enough cooldown, but if Vitality doesn't pick any more up, they may be able to pull that trick again with a couple of pink wards. Now Chachi and Cabo once again duking it out. Dashes and lunges and hammer shots. Oh my! Into the minions they go. Cabo Shard very low. He does want this kill, but the rest of the Unicorns are hot on the trail. At least Rudy is. Chachi is trying to bait him into this fight. Waits for the parry. There's a flash.
The buckler! Oh, he got it!
Oh, Chachi! 504, what a poppy.
Call him Captain America.
And the rocket misses again.
Throws the buckler, gets the rebound. Captain Europe, I guess. It's not quite. But Vitality anyway. That's a big blow to them right now. Losing out in that 1 versus 1 just kind of is going to put Cabo on the back.
I knew it was going to be an epic 1v1 though. Let's see, the Baron's getting started. Hylissang is on zoning duty, but Smite is here. Shook is around the backside. You can see Hylissang is caught up by Nukdug. He might be in a bit of trouble as he's hooked over. They bail away from the Baron, and now Nukdug comes in a little bit too close for comfort. There's the Summoner Heal to keep him alive, and Chachi is in hot pursuit. Let's see if they can make the play. Cabo Shard still got 15 seconds on the line. Chachi going low, Chachi going down. Shook separated from the team, but they answer back with a kill on Kasing. Nukdug, Yarden, he gunned up. A winner's bite will finish him off. Nukdug's down, and Unicorns of Love have the opening to push the base.
Cabo Shard is up, but can he deal with 4 people? I would say no with this Winter's Bite still available on Braum. Rudy is still with the team as well. Shook's recalled.
Shook is recalled, so it's a 4-on-2 as Cabo Shard is just sucking in to try and do it, but they're still doing enough damage to these towers. Shook's trying to deter him. Cabo, Hylissang nearly goes down. They are playing with fire here, and it is so low, but they've got Cabo. They got the knockup. Rudy pushing him back, but he's still alive. Fox, there's the cleanse, looking for Shook, backs away. What a close call. And they don't secure the Nexus Tower.
Oh, there was just enough with Kasing coming up. A great hold by Cabo Shard and Shook just to hold in front. Teleport coming in from Cabo Shard.
Oh, Rudy gets the juke.
He's not. Oh, he's down.
Well, another juke. All right. That
Hide
was a
and
flash.
seek time, Cabochard.
Yeah,
How
but
good
he
are you?
finds Fox, who's gonna have to run away.
The ult
there
out.
goes Rudy. Fox has gotta go.
He's no mana.
Oh, the rocket. Another
Oh.
miss. Fox on the run. Slippery Earth Rider Corki, but Cabo is not giving up.
Hilly's here.
He's got the winner's bite, but can he still do the outplay? And in comes Chachi. Oh, popping Hilly down, but they managed to secure him. Gets the knock up. Kasing's coming around the side, calling his proc, and Cabo is pulled to safety. Holy crap.
Ooh, wow, that sequence, top lane. Fox got out from all of it. Man, that's the great escape there. Rudy's caught.
Yeah, Kasing, though, is taking the most of the damage, and he's getting hammered down, but he stays alive. Throws the lantern, they turn it on to Rudy. And they back away once again. So many close calls this game. In and around that Baron pit. And now the side waves are the point of contention. Downed inhibitor in the top side. It looks like Vitality looked to patch up some holes there as they send Cabo down to the bottom side to deal with that wave.
Oh man, Vitality just holding on by their fingertips. Man, this has been a very back and forth game for what started was a really slow game. 17 minutes, we only had 2 kills. We're now up to 16 kills.
It's a
in the last 20 minutes.
Game, Tress.
Well,
this Baron, hey, in terms of excitement, my heart is a pounding as Unicorns look to secure this Baron buff. Knocked Shook against the wall. There's the rocket. They managed to double kill. Fox, 2 kills on it, and Shook turns into the pit. Steals it away. Steelback and Hilly are way too low, but the calling comes out as Steelback picks up that one and knocks down Shook again. A double kill for the Lucian. So 3 members of Vitality sitting on the Baron buff. Shut down for Yarden as he's able to secure Chachi. And now they look for Hillisang. Way too slow around the side. It's only a matter of time. And Vitality come up huge here, but they've got super minions knocking on the front door.
yeah, they actually can't use this Baron buff yet. They have to wait for the timers to come back up. Cabochard did recall and push the minions back out of the base. He's gonna collapse onto Hillisang now as well. Hilly's a goner.
It's been a wild ride, but Hilly will finally go down. Rom's adventure ends there for the time being. So looking across the scoreboard, it is just so damn even. 100 gold separate these two teams at 37.5 minutes in. What a game.
Man, Unicorn started the Baron, and again we see a team get baited into the Baron. At this point they thought it was safe, they thought everything was good. Nukeduck, however, with the plays, getting in that Lancer damage is enough for Hyanan to follow up on him. From there, split focus from the Unicorns. Hillisang was trying to defend against Nukeduck, and Shook sneaks himself over the wall for the steal, and it's business as usual for Hyanan on cleanup duty from here.
Yeah, that's what I love about it, Jinx. It doesn't matter how many rockets you miss, when you land that one, man, it feels good.
Hey, you miss every rocket you don't fire.
Hey, look at that score he's managed to rack himself up. Yeah, he's had a number of deaths. A couple of those were definitely dumb mistakes. 5-3-1 is nothing to sneeze at. Late game, Jinx definitely coming into her own. And you're going to see Steelback, even though he's got the ridiculous cooldown reduction, not be quite as effective except for clearing those minion waves.
And you can see Hyanan is being realistic about those mistakes as well. He says, well, I've had to flash out of things quite a few times, so I'm going Distortion. Gonna have that on a lower cooldown. And he's like, no, I don't want that to happen again. Captain Boots on Kasing as well, so he makes a hook. We'll follow that up. Captain Hook.
Wow.
Sorry.
It's been a while since
I'll
I've seen
leave.
it. Oh, no, I'll give it to you. You get one.
I get
Because last week it was me doing those, so we'll take a look as Vitality holds strong in the middle. They have a wave just about even on top, looks a bit bigger, so it should start pushing in their favor. The really crucial thing, though, for Unicorns, if they want to start these fights and get back into this, after they wait off the Baron buff, that is to get Rudy into a good position to ult to a tunnel and start the flank, because there's definitely been a couple of misfires on that front.
Well, Inhib is coming up as well, so Vitality are going to be looking to
speaking of flanks, teleport around the backside, it's Chachi. They've already caught Shook, though, and in he goes, charging heroically. Steelback picks up the kill under Shook, and Cabochard has absolutely no chance. Shut down, and a Yarden! Holy kills there! Not quite down yet, but very low on the side of Unicorns. They can't keep pushing this one, but they've already got 2. Now looking for Kasing. Fox and Rudy should be able to finish him off, and they do. Fox picks up another kill in this game, and Chachi goes all the way deep, but he intercepts a rocket. It's Nukeduck that gets the kill credit, and all said and done, 3 for 1.
Okay, so they give top inhibitor now. Hyanan has to stay alive. If Hyanan dies, this game is pretty much done with it in favor of the Unicorns. Unicorns will take both mid and top inhibs, or attempt to. It is all on the AD carry now for Vitality. No flash available. If one stray, Winter's Bite lands, it could have been curtains for Hjanen, but that is the end of that sequence. They survive with one inhibitor remaining.
And talk about the push. We did get to see a banner of command, but it is Hylissang who built it. So Unicorns are going all in on this push strat. They've got 2 inhibitors, and in a heart-pounding game, we've hit 40 minutes on the clock. Let's see how that all went down with the teleport for Chachi.
And this was Cabo being a little bit late to this fight. He appears right in the middle of 4 members of the Unicorns without Shook to back him up. And Hjanen's having a kite back here the entire time this fight.
Yeah, appeared right in the middle of 4 members, and then he pulled his disappearing act. Unfortunately, Vitality was not what they needed. Hussein followed him down to the grave, and, well, you know the rest of it. So Unicorn's right back in this, but the gold stays maddeningly close.
It does. So, like, considering how this game started, very slow paced, at least it exploded past 20 minutes.
Yeah. And you can see how close it is. Look at that Baron power play. It's not the lowest we've had today.
Well, the thing about Baron power plays is the later the game goes, the lower the Baron power plays the actual value becomes, because pretty much most of the gain is just in the Baron itself, the Baron gold that you get.
That was even less.
Yeah, exactly. It's not quite as less as the one we had earlier today that was 128.
Oh, when you get wiped.
When you get wiped, yeah, that's not great. But when there's not a lot to take, or the inability to take, which is more relevant in this game. Like, Vitality couldn't actually push forward, so it means that they didn't actually gain anything too much more. So, UOL in this situation are looking to close in. They've got the 2 lanes of supers. Vitality can't do too much here. They're just for like
Nuke Duck, speaking of picks, they almost got him as they knock up with the Glacial Fissure, but they've got to worry about the supers pouring in the top side, sending Cabo on cleanup duty, but that means they will only have 3 left to defend with Nuke Duck back in the base.
It's so difficult though for Hjanen right now. He's got to chunk through a Poppy that has a Thorn Mail, a Sunfire Cape, an Iceborne Gauntlet. On the other side, you've got a Randuin.
Chachi's winding up.
Yeah, Chachi just for zoning.
Doesn't need it. They've got the tower, and Shook, and Nuke Duck is the one who's caught in. He's getting chunked down so closely, and they didn't quite finish him off. Yarden manages to take out Chachi. Can they make the hold? The Rockets! The Jinx is running wild! That's a double kill! And can they pull this defense? Oh, they think they did.
They just hold on to the base again. The 3rd time in a row, Vitality have been just able to deter the push. And it was all because Unicorn started to stacking against the Jinx, against an Ahri, this AoE damage that is just going to shred through them at this point in the game. Man, it is tough for Hjanen to do enough in these fights, but if they stack like that, he suddenly gets so much more value on his auto attacks, so much more, because just with the amount of damage from multiple people, it is able to wipe them out. We'll take another look at it again. This is Chachi. They feel like they have nuked out. Unicorns all go in as one. All 5 people dive onto just the Ahri, and from here, Hjanen is getting so much damage off onto Rudy, onto Hylissang. Cabochard in the front as well here to apply extra damage. And
don't manage the inhibitor.
Wow, this game is really back and forth when it comes to these pushes.
You know, in really crazy games, I often make the statement that a big fight ends it. I don't think that's true this time. These have been just so close.
It will be true.
Well, when there's a big fight, that someone gets aced, but that just hasn't happened. We're 44 minutes into this game. Unicorns are making a beeline rush for mid, though.
However, this hasn't really been the kind of game that you would expect from 2 teams tied for 3rd place. It's been a very open, very sloppy game from both sides when it's come to these later team fights, especially Vitality. A little bit surprised by how loose they played this game. 3rd inhibitor goes down, and they are paying for their mistakes with how torn their base is apart. The threat now is who gets to Baron and does it. Both teams still have all 5 members available. No one should really be rushing it right now because blue trinkets are a thing. They exist. Unicorns aren't available right now. Vitality have 1. So teleport available for Vitality as well. So Cabo's going to be the one sitting in the base. But can he deal with 3 waves of double super minions? I don't know.
He needs a lot on the Fiora, but they've caught Hylissang and they just blow him up. Well, appropriate Nuke Duck gets that kill.
Like a 60-second death timer normally you'd say is enough to tip this. The problem is 3 lanes of supers means that Vitality can't actually push off just the support kill. It does give them the ability to control the vision though.
They should go Baron right now. There's Dragon going down.
Well, the thing is they have to then clear a pink ward, they have to clear wards behind, they have blue trinkets. It's not a decision that you can just make very quickly for Vitality here. And a game that started with 2 dragons in favor of Vitality has tipped to put Unicorns on a point where they have 3 inhibitors already down in favor of the Unicorns. They have 4 dragons already in the bank. 6 minutes more on the clock gives Unicorns a plethora of options to end this game.
Yeah. Definitely trying to stack the odds in their favor, just to tip the scales in the game that has been just so balanced, back and forth. Vitality trying to hang on. They've got 2 inhibitors back up, and they've kept Cabochard inside the base and inside the side lanes to clear things up. There's still a couple of wards sitting there, though. It'll be a while before Chachi has the option to try anything sneaky in the teleport department, but 4 members of Vitality sticking it out close, and they are committing to the 4-1, since that's about the only thing they can do with 4 super minions in the bottom side. Cabo's got his work cut out for him, and Unicorns are starting to slow march up.
Oh, Cabo can't really do too much more than he's doing right now. He's like, guys, like, I'm doing it
At least
slowly
he's
but
Fiora.
surely.
He didn't pick a tank. It's not a Cabo-style champion.
That's true. That's very true.
He's played nothing but carries this split. And Unicorns are just going to go for this. They say, you know what? Let's try to make the play that ends the game. Mano a mano, but Mano a Baron is not going to happen as they pull
they
off.
earned the TP at least here.
They did.
Oh, he finished
Cabo.
it. He completed it. Whoa.
Oh, and he instantly bailed out.
Ooh.
Did not want. Vitality say, not today, but they burn a TP to do it, and Chachi's going to have his pretty soon.
Problem is, somebody has to recall to deal with bottom wave right now. Like, that wave is going to push in. Once it pushes up, you can look to do exactly the same play. Either Vitality lose their last remaining tower of the game, or somehow they try and stop Unicorns from taking Baron, which it's just a situation that is a lose-lose, potentially, unless something catastrophic happens and Vitality can win a team fight without the same kind of way they did last time, when Nuke Duck deals a lot of damage and Xiaonan just, you know, picks up the pieces.
Well, see if he's able to. Unicorns continue to keep the Baron pit, rather, the focus of this game as
they're giving the
Chachi is waiting. Super Minion still streaming in. They've got to make a play now. Vitality does, that is. Unicorns just trying to draw them away and buy some time.
This is so good from the Unicorns. They're like, okay, well, we have to force them to contest this Baron, but they're committing to giving the bottom lane tower, or at least giving extra damage down onto it. They didn't get the tower. A good read from Vitality. Nuke Duck is going to eat most of the culling, has to back himself away. Ooh, Xiaonan step forward. It's a 3-man Baron that is being done. Shook is here. He has been spotted.
It's the 50-50. If they can catch Shook, they can turn that in their favor.
This could be the biggest steal of the spring split.
Oh, he's winding the hammer up. He's going in early, though. It doesn't hit him. And now the fight is on. But Shook's gone down. No more smite. The Baron's still chunking him out, but it's secured by Rudy. And now Vitality, do they have to get away? The game could end right here, right now. The Unicorns are still battering and bruising, but 4 members of Vitality are holding strong. Nuke Duck, Spear rushing away. Super Minions in. Steal back with the shutdown. He goes down after the fact that Yarden is going for this. Dodging away. Still Minions on the top side, taking out the inhibitor for Cabo. No, he's gonna burn the flash, and now he's going down, because Sing and Yarden are all that remains of Vitality. Unicorns have gotta end this one as it goes. The double kill, that's the game. 48.5, Unicorns of Love.
That is the game. The Unicorns close this one out and take control of 3rd place.
I got goosebumps, man. Whew. How about those Unicorns? What a back and forth game. But they won it.
Man, that was a slow game into an explosive slugfest to end that one out. Unicorns tried to just brute force the base 4-5 times. Finally, they realized back away, burn the teleport, and bait in Vitality. And the Unicorns of Love are looking a lot more consistent than they have looked previously. And
that is with 3 different junglers.
With 3 different junglers, and that was the biggest problem I think anybody had with the Unicorns, and they seem to have fixed it. For now.
We're getting close to the halfway mark of the split, but for Vitality, that game was just so off the wall. They definitely played a lot out of their comfort zone, really.
and they'll have to take a look at that one, but the Unicorns can be so happy as Sheepy just gives a hug to every single player here. They all earned it.
On the other side for Vitality, though, that is going to be a tough game. That's the marker of this kind of team that people dub to be a super team. And coming into this split, you'd say Unicorns of Love, they've made changes, who's their carry, we don't really know, and Vitality, they should be winning this game in their own minds, Yeah. The problem is, the reality is, Vitality are not living up to the expectations that a lot of people put on them yet. They have time, we know they're talented players, but Unicorns of Love are the better team right now, and they just proved it. It was sloppy. It was a sloppy game.
Oh, but it was fun.
It was fun, but it's not the most crisp game we've seen. But then again, that can be said for most of the games we've seen today.
That's very true, but this game especially, it started like the two teams playing chess, and then all of a sudden, one person flipped the table, and then they both started throwing chess pieces at each other. That's pretty much how it went down. It was crazy. But I mean, I'm looking at the damage. It's just off the charts. You see Yarnan was running wild in this game. Obviously, we know that the Corki was just such an insanely powerful pick. We've heard a lot of people talk about it at length. We had our little segment on it. And I was just happy to see Chachi pick up new Poppy and see what he made of that champion.
Yeah, I was as well. He had a decent game. He was able to control Kabashad for a long, long time in that game as well. Yeah. It was impressive.
Yeah, and not only that, Rudy, I think we had some question marks about him because he definitely showed off some more rookie mistakes, possibly some communication errors, but still crisp where it counted.
I would say that the mistakes that Rudy, if you could even really call them mistakes, for the most part, he was very solid. The mistakes weren't critical and was later on into the game.
Like, yeah, well, it was Rek'Sai too.
And the thing is, though, that's the point of part of the game that you don't get from solo queue, is late game in LCS. Difficult to do, but you know, Rudy impressed us.
Absolutely, and we're going to go ahead and talk to him. So let's send it side stage where Pulse is standing by.
Thanks, Pyra. Hi, it's Pulse, and I'm with...
Hi, it's Rudy, jungle only.
And first off, that was an incredible game. It was like super back and forth. What was happening on the team comms during all those big moments, the Baron play and like the Nexus going down? What was happening?
We were calling out what we were gonna do next, and maybe a bit hectic, but it was controllable. We had the game in the pocket. We were confident we were gonna win, no problem.
You were very confident. Was that from the game plan, or what was happening from the start?
They really put me in the game, and I'm really calm when I play with them because we do all the what could happen, a lot of the scenarios that could happen, and it's all good. Like we stall, like when Brom got caught, we stalled out, and it was all good. There was no problem.
Well, talking about being very confident with your teammates, we've basically seen the Unicorns of Love just plug and play so many junglers. Why do you think that is?
I don't know. The working environment is really good with them. Like you can just like they're really friendly, and I really like the environment playing with them, and it feels like you're part of the team now. Even though I've only played 2 games, as you said. So yeah, it feels really nice. Like I don't feel like an outsider, you know. I feel like I'm a part of the team now. That's really good. That's really great.
Oh, that's cool. And also being from like a very strong solo queue player, how is it like adapting to competitive play? Because it's working out with the team, but how is it like on the field?
I feel like I'm more bound to help my teammates than rather than myself. Because in solo queue, what you do is you build damage. Like if I want to carry games, because I'm currently rank 3 in the US, so what I do is I just go full damage no matter what most of the times, because I can't rely on my team and solo queue most of the time, because I don't know, I might have a DC or they just are lagging or whatever. But with competitive, you have to really focus around your teammates and let them carry, because jungler is like a supportish role in competitive play rather than carry in solo queue.
Well, that's fantastic insight. Thank you very much for taking the time to give me this interview, and congratulations on the win. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk to take a look at that game.
Thank you very much, Pulse. Fantastic interview, honestly. Well, how do you think he's been doing, Rudy? Because as he said there, it's so different from solo queue, obviously. How do you think he's adjusting?
Actually, I think Rudy is playing pretty good in competitive. So
implying that he isn't?
Are you surprised?
I'm kind of surprised,
okay.
Yeah.
What is he doing well then here?
I think he's been like in the right places in the right time. He's been farming pretty well, and his mechanics were on point, so I can't say anything bad about him.
And again, it comes down to also Unicorns now, as he was talking about in the interview. They keep talking about what should we do next. You know, what is our options? What can we do? Where do we need you to go? And then he can follow the calls, and then he can go in there and use his mechanics.
Well, that also applies in picks and bans, because odd things happened. We'll get a graphic up in just a second. They first picked Lucian. Obviously, Kabashard played Lucian yesterday and did really well on that. Then you'd expect some things would get taken away from them, yet they get their hands on Poppy and Corki. And it's a first pick Thresh coming out of Vitality, showing what they put priority on.
Oh
What
my
did you
God.
make of it?
I actually think the draft fucking sucked. Like, picking Thresh and Elise in first rotation was horrible. When they just give free Corki and Poppy, it doesn't make any sense. Like, even if they first pick Lucian, which was like okay by Vitality, by Unicorn's Love, since Lucian is a really high priority pick, but not taking the two most OP champs in the game after, I don't know, it was just horrible.
I agree with Perks. I agree. It was really, really odd first rotation from Vitality, and also, I mean, Jinx, everyone is trying to find that 4th AD carry that can fit in when all the 3 top AD carries are gone, and we see many different ones. I still prefer like the likes of Ezreal, Caitlyn maybe. Jinx takes too long to really come online.
It does, but somehow she almost decided the game at the end because so many things happened. First up, and we have a replay of this, you called out the way UOL played the lane swap. You actually said they lose the game right here, right now.
I mean, sure, quick statements, but yeah, I did say that because if you just roll the clip, what happens is Vitality is a lot quicker at taking down tower. Also because they have a Jinx, this is where she does well in taking down early towers. So by doing this so quickly compared to Unicorns who's only on like 70%, it means Cabochard on your minimap gets to sit and farm for such a long time and nothing happens, while Vitality can swap their dual lane to topside and deny Visichachi. So right here, Cabochard gets like 25 CS and Chachi's sitting on like 4 CS, and normally this would put your top laner so far behind that you can barely do anything. Because it also means you can just make the follow-up play, where Cabochard now can just go top lane and catch another wave with his team pushing in. Or even actually believe in this one, he catches the bot wave, because again, Unicorns are so far behind in tempo. The top tower is already dying, and Unicorns are now reaching the bot lane tower. Perks, in your opinion?
I agree with you, everything you said. I think Unicorns Love got kind of outplayed in lane stuff. They were so late on everything, and Vitality should have snowballed more from that, I think, and not throw the lead.
Yeah, because next replay that comes up has a play which actually is what starts everything for Unicorns of Love. This play.
Okay, so Fox goes in. I think he could have ulted maybe a bit right to zone off Cabochard. It was still okay play, but then Nuda comes in and uses pretty bad charm and then not flashing or using another ult stack on Poppy ult, which made him actually lose the fight. I mean, he could have killed 2 of them and the other one got away, but yeah, it was pretty poorly played by Nuda.
So you would prefer it if he had maybe another dash before he charmed? Because like it's a max range charm.
Yeah, he should have dashed into the Corki and then charm him there, like from close range, so he can't flash. Or whatever, he didn't even have flash, I think. Yeah.
Don't think, yeah, he
didn't even have flash, so yeah, it was just horrible.
Perks, what's your opinion of these 2 mid players in general? We were talking about the fact that Fox is resembling more of his Spring 2015 play, aggressively roaming here, making that play up against Nukeduck. What do you make of them?
I think both of them are like pretty good, but right now, I think Nukeduck is actually underperforming. Fox is playing pretty good, so yeah, I'm looking forward to see more of him.
All right, and we did see more of it in this game as well. The whole team, we specifically highlighted Visichachi. That one-on-one, of course, comes to mind in the bottom lane, but in general, in the beginning of the year, we asked the question, will he transfer to more carry champions? Will he play different roles in the game? And he seems to be the backbone.
Yeah, for sure. Chachi and Hylissang, I guess we can say the 2 old school players on this team, is doing extremely well, especially Chachi in a game like this. He's able to play Poppy both well in team fights, but also in the side lanes, winning against Cabochard. But also another player Steelback, and like he's really become that carry for the Unicorns of Love we see. And do you think he's right now one of the best AD carries in Europe, Perks?
I think so, yeah. I think Steelback has been playing pretty impressively, actually. His mechanics were on point almost every team fight, almost every game. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see more of him as well. He's really improved a lot.
So Steelback now, one of the best AD carries in Europe.
Yeah, I know you want to linger on that one for a little bit, and they lingered in the game, actually. You know, we talked about the shot calling, and they have clear plans. Somehow, though, Chaos Style was back. We had, I think, 20 minutes of fights, Barons, yes, no, and we're going to see a couple of images of that as well. But in the end, it was UOL coming out on top, almost, though, that Jinx.
Yeah, Jinx got really fed in the end, and Yanin tried to carry some of these team fights, but we talked about it on the desk, how Unicorns of Love still have enough damage to take down almost anyone on the side of Vitality. Only Elise was really tanky, and that's not enough of a front line.
Yeah, he's not really tanky late game.
And we just get these big team fights. Communication-wise, though, I mean, now I know G2 obviously never goes late game at this point, but when you do have these fights back and forth, Perks, what do you feel is the most important thing to do as a team to talk about?
You mean in the fights?
Yeah, or like just how you're setting up the fight, the hectic games.
They didn't even have vision, like they didn't play on vision, they were just randomly fighting all the time, all game. They didn't set up vision, they didn't play around the strong side. they basically just forced the Baron and pray for the best. But yeah, it was really a messy play.
This is the one I think Shook goes down in the end, and it actually seals the deal for Unicorns of Love. But again, we almost in like a 50-50 smite position. Chachi misses his ulti on him, and
well, remember, Unicorns of Love had 9 kills to 0 in the better part of that game, and then everything happened. But in the end, they do manage to close it out, true to the Unicorns of Love style. We do see here that Yarnan, I mean, if he's left alone, he kills your entire team, basically. But it didn't get to that.
And I think Unicorns will look back at this game and look at the first Baron they took, which was the one that actually got Vitality back into the game.
Yeah.
Where Nuke Duck gets the charm and the Q over 2 members and then a rocket from Yarnan. Outside of that one play, there was a big misplay for Unicorns. They actually did really well. If we look at the mid-game, where they picked up so many kills over Vitality.
Yeah. Looking at all the games Vitality and Unicorns of Love played so far, Perks UOL is now in 3rd. Who is the rightful 3rd place team in Europe?
Well, I have to give it to them. I think they're a top 3 team in Europe right now. Like, I wouldn't expect that, but they have been playing really good, and yeah.
All right. Well, you will be leaving us on the desk here. We already heard a couple of big statements from you, so maybe one more. Who's going to win the Spring Split?
I think Jesus is going to win the Spring Split.
Who's going to be the MVP of the Spring Split?
What do you think?
All right, there we go. Thank you very
I'm
much.
going to say Trick.
What?
Well, thank you very much for joining us in the G2 Riding High with Perks and their victory for the Unicorns of Love. We're going to step away as we're ready to rift for the next match on the slate between Origin and Giants. Keep it tuned right here. The European LCS will be right back.
They don't know us. Unicorn, they don't know us. They don't know how good we are.
They know how good I am, so they're already scared.
They don't know who you are.
They do.
They know our names, not our stories.
Kasing can't get to his rescue in time. Chachi's got the kill. Kasing has got to flay away.
I'm on Jinx, They got the Jinx, Kill him, kill him all.
Kill Trash. Fiora. Chachi going low. Chachi going down. Shook separated from the team, but they answer back with a kill on Kasing. Nuke Duck, Yarnan. Oh, he gone down. A winner's fight. We'll finish him off. Knock Shook against the wall. There's the rocket. They managed to double kill. Fox, 2 kills on it, and Shook turns into the pit. Steals it away. Steal back in hill. They are way too low. Yarnan manages to take out Chachi. Can they make the hole? The rockets. The Jinx is running wild. That's a double kill.
Jinx.
And guys, keep going. I got Jinx. She's gonna die. She's dead. Guys, good job.
Nice one, boys. Nice one, guys.
And the Unicorns close this one out and take control of 3rd place.
imagine all the bad things that can happen to a team and then put it on Giants. Their players are not bad, but they're not the best either. And their strategy is kind of meh. You know, they win like early games and then something really, really stupid happens and they lose. It's kind of like Giants thing. It sucks, but it's true that they often throw leads even if they got them. And the entire jungle thing, but they changed jungler again now is probably not good for a team either.
Welcome back to the European LCS. As you'll notice next to me, the man that is no longer a scumbag, Krepo, has come back onto the desk. And now we are ready for Origin and Giants. As they're lining up on stage behind us, let's take a look at the starters. On the blue side, it's going to be Origin. That, of course, means we've got Soaz in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, Power of Evil in the mid, Sven the AD carry, you just heard from him. Their support, Mythi, and Coach Hazel.
Damn, Pyre, you're ready for this. On the other side, we have the Giants. According to Sven, a series of unfortunate events is following these guys around. Asum in the top lane, Betongyoke in the jungle, Xpepi in the mid lane, Audrey and Godfred out the bot lane. And yeah, Lothar still the coach. They're getting ready for a tall mountain to climb, but every mountain seems taller and taller every week for Giants. Things aren't looking the greatest.
Yeah, unfortunate series of events for sure, but that is almost underplaying it at this point. Giants, I mean, they're having trouble in any situation, pick and ban, but they're not even able to 2v2 very well.
Yeah, it's just, if you look at yesterday, their pick and ban was lacking, then they pick a very hard matchup to play, but it requires some finesse and synergy between Godfred and Audrey here, and like the Reckless going in right here, he should be punished. Like that should be Reckless flash burned, or like he should die there if they play it correctly, but they're not in synergy with each other. And then eventually Spirit joins the match, they get dove, bot lane starts going down, the mid lane is a really tough matchup to play. Gamsu's playing, I believe, that Malphite in the top lane, and everything starts falling down for the Giants.
Yeah, Fnatic ran a clinic on him, but I feel like Origin, for a team that's sitting at 3 and 4 very unexpectedly, they're going to have to do just the same, to be honest, and we'll have to see as we get into picks and bans. Origin on that blue side, what will they start off with against these Giants? It's Lulu.
Yeah, honestly, for Origin, it's not about whether they will beat Giants, it's about how cleanly they do it for them. That's their goal. They want a clean, crisp win, showing that they have the mid game under control and they're no longer throwing away their leads. As for Giants, they finally need to start, getting the fruits of their labor. The hard work they put in over and over. They even released a statement saying like, yeah, we are practicing, we are trying very hard to win these games, and nobody is more upset that fact that we lose them than us, but it has to start showing in the gameplay.
Yeah. If they get stronger when they get angry, we're going to have to see them Hulk out soon enough. But Origin, they need to go ahead and take away the Corki, the Poppy as well. Gangplank ban, no surprise. Giants have been doing some wacky pick and bans, but this is so far standard.
Yeah, this is a trend we've seen so far. A lot of AD carry bans, forcing a team to at least consider picking it up very early. Corki off the table, Glissa up the table.
Lucian's still there, though.
Lucian has very high market value right here. And then the GP ban on purple side, pretty standard stuff so far.
Oh, yes, indeed. So Giants taking their time about the last one. They will remove the Quinn, of course. Now, Soaz has definitely had a whole number of champions, but that Quinn was, despite a win, I don't want to say his most successful one.
Yeah, Soaz so far hasn't even looked that successful in the European LCS. A lot of deaths here. Coming into this week, he had the second most deaths. Luckily for him, the guy that he's laning against had 1 death more. So that's the worrying trend here for Giants. The only member that was really not the only member, the member that was underperforming the most on Origin has been Soaz. But the only one to really do even worse than him is Giants' top laner, Atom.
Yeah, Adam has definitely not had a very kind debut in the European LCS here. As we'll see the lock-ins, it's going to be that Lucian. You talked about the high market value, so is Elise, but Alistar just considered more valuable for Origin as they pick that one up quickly. There are still a few options on the board, but in the AD carry department, Graves is much more likely going to be hitting the jungle.
Actually, interesting that Betongyoke goes for Elise over Graves here. Origin looking to set up for some really strong power picks. We could even see that Graves in the top lane and just get unrelenting push 24/7 coming out and just putting a pressure matchup on Soaz.
That would be the first for Soaz too.
It would very well be, but he could definitely play those champions. It just seems that we have a different Soaz compared to last, but in summer he was peaking at times and just performing so well in a myriad of matchups, but this season so far, disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, if he can turn it around against Giants, they're obviously the lowest ranked team in the league at the moment, but it's always a start when you can turn a negative trend into a positive one, and ORG will look to do it here. As they lock in the MF, that's going to go into Sven's hands.
Yeah.
Another, you know, falling down a tier to try and pick that one up.
So we have one flex on the side of Origin. Graves, you can either go top or jungle, but we have the bot lane established already. Misfortune, Alistar. It all comes down whether they play the sustain style with, you know, just some healing, or they go for the Q flash here. All in on the Lucian lane. I don't think this will be a Lucian top.
No.
There's just no other AD carries that Audi can resort to, because he's shown that once the big three are banned out, he's actually struggling to get an impact on other AD carries.
Yeah, and considering he's been one of the more higher impact players on this Giant squad, lacking though it is, that's always a very troubling thing as they do a quick lock-in of Morgana. That was something that Godford made a name for himself on last year, and a very quick blind Fiora pickup.
Yeah, at least they didn't early pick it this time. I like the Fiora pickup. I think it's fine, especially with Poppy off the table, which is a rough matchup at some points. I do like the Fiora pickup here. The Morgana into the Alistar is fine. It makes it that it's a skill lane, and you can kind of just shove in Morgana Misfortune all the time, over and over and over. So in that sense, or in that regard rather, it makes sense for the Giants. And they have the makings of a 4-1 Group Siege comp if they actually take a winning mid lane matchup, which they can, because they leave their mid pick, counter pick for the last rotation here. Pepinero will have to counter pick Power of Evil, who has been struggling at times this season. So far things aren't looking too worst for Giants.
Yeah, Power has definitely had to reevaluate his choice as a champion, since he's really had much more success in a utility role, but Lulu taken off the table by his own team. He's definitely eyeballing that Ahri for the final pickup, and we could see a Malphite for the Wombo combo composition. A lot of firepower that OG's bringing, and that's what they lock.
Yeah, so Origin going all in for the 5-man team fight with the Malphite regarding needing some flanks later on. If Giants can stay even into the mid game, Fiora will start winning that matchup and whittle down that Malphite and put some pressure. And it's up to the remaining 4 members from Origin to root for something before Fiora starts taking those towers. We need Pepinero to get a high impact champion into an Ahri here. It should be possible to pick something that can at least survive and just offer some wave clear. Maybe just a Victor, honestly. Yeah. Just keep the waves away, keep Origin away from that tower. You add some teamfight prowess to your team. You're kind of lacking in the tank department, but then Betongyok will have to fill that role.
They have saved Peppy's pick for last in almost every one of their games, and it has not really panned out. Not just because they're not winning, but because Pepinero, or ex-Peppy as he's now known, has not had a massive impact compared to where he was last year when he could solo carry games. He will lock Victor here, or rather lock Azir here, had Victor on the brain, but it's a bird instead against this Ahri. We'll have to see how that one works out.
So yeah, I actually don't know if that pick rate includes this one, but I believe it's the first one that we've seen here in the ULCS, and yeah, there's a reason we haven't really seen Azir very often that much anymore.
I still like him, but bronze mid laner.
Yeah, it will be very hard because Azir's strength usually is keeping people at bay, but if you look at the damage sources where they come from, Malphite can close that gap and doesn't really care about the Azir ultimate. Once he gets the knock-up or the Graves ulti, damage can come from far, MF ulti comes from far, so there's no really value in the interrupt close range because all the damage instances just outrange the Azir ultimate, so Pepinero can, in essence, rather just immediately get blown up.
Yeah, that's really kind of worrying for somebody who's already been underperforming, but we'll have to see as the coaches shake hands and lock up these two comps. What do you guys at home think? Who's going to take this one? Will OG bounce right on back, or will Giants pick up their first win in this spring split? Hit us up on Twitter and let us know. But these two teams are locked, ready to rock. So let's make some noise and get ready for Origin versus Giants Gaming. Are you guys ready? I think they are. Let's see how they do as we turn over to the Rift.
When we turn our chairs so we can actually see our screens.
Rotations, Crepo, that's what we do here in Europe.
This might actually be all the rotations we'll see this game, because both teams have been severely lacking in the macro department.
Whoa. Go easy on him, man. Wait until the end of the game at least.
I mean, it's easy, you know, if you don't have to play.
Yeah, that's true.
You can critique them all you want.
I bet you're liking this career change, aren't you?
Yeah, if I was there, I would have made that play.
Welcome to
Then you look up some
Summoner's
stats.
Rift.
Crepo would have not made that play. Crepo would have been dead already. Anyways, into game. Let's see if there's a swap coming out, because Giants have shown to be rather poor in the swaps. So I think ideally they will want to do standard lanes. They want Atom to get as much farm as they can, and they want to hopefully push in bot lane with the Morgana Lucian. And then if you then look at the mid lane matchup, Azir should be able to push in Ahri early. Yeah. So we could actually see 3 pushing lanes here on the side of Giants. Then Betongyok can shine and see if he can find Amazing in the jungle.
This definitely could be Giants into this game. Speaking of jungle matchups, Amazing. It's definitely been somebody who's had some trouble with the changes that have come in so far. Hasn't managed to win on Elise. And against an Elise, we'll have to see how he fares. But this, I believe, should be his first Graves pickup in the spring.
Yeah, and for that exact reason that we just highlighted, Origin are going to swap, but Giants read it this time, and they're going to counter swap. Looks like they're going for the standard check the blue buff instead of doing a camp, something you always should do when you have a double range in the top lane. Or they just send in their support. Audrey's not quite sure just yet. But Giants looking to start up the game tactically at least even.
That's always a good thing to do when you have such a momentum pushing against you. Take a look at our Keystone Masteries. No huge surprises there. Still a little bit more Thunderlords as we've got a lot of that burst damage coming in. Graves going for the tankier thing with Strengths of the Ages, of course.
Yeah, we see that a lot over in Korea. Honestly, I have to wonder where Betongyok should actually not go for Strength of the Ages himself, because it's just so strong on jungle right now.
Good old Australia lanes coming in. As Mithy and Sven have found Godfrey and Audrey in the top side. We'll have to see how these two shake out, but Mithy threatening the cow around the side.
I mean, Audrey was first in lane. They knew it was a non-lane swap scenario. This lane should be pushing for Giants. They should have the lane. Look what Mithy is doing. He actually can't do much since he's melee range, but he's trying to buy enough time for Niels to start pushing 2v1. There should never be a scenario where Sven and Mithy are allowed to hit level 2 first in this matchup.
Giants definitely having trouble, failure to execute, failure to launch, as Adam had spent his TP to go down on the bottom side instead of taking the long way around. So that disadvantage shouldn't be a problem as long as OG doesn't look to make any map movements early on, but still, we're still seeing these Giants mistakes and low to no growth from them.
Yeah, just no understanding. Mithy even skilled his W, so he's looking for combos instead of really going for the heal. Right now, it will come down to the junglers. Pushing lane does mean that you're exposed to potential ganks. The ward's in place. Unlikely that you can get something here. Bind lands on Mithy, though. Flash Cocoon.
Oh, then there's the Summoner heal. He is a big cow, but they are putting a lot of hurt on him. Ignite is spent. He will have to back away, or will he? 2 Summoners blown in all of that. And a heal on top of it from Sven. So Betongyok looks to try to make some trouble in the jungle, but Amazing has already gone ahead and cleared the blue buff away. Let's take a look down to this mid matchup. Talked about Peppy being able to bully Power of Evil early on in this Ahri, but it is dead even. In fact, Power is a slight CS lead against Peppy. Giants across the board, they're starting off.
They want CS
as
lead.
we expect. It's so significant, Crepo.
Yeah, he's so far ahead right now. At least 5%.
3 CS now. It's growing.
It's building up.
Oh, okay, answer back. There we go. Power of Evil taking a little poke damage from Peppy, though. That's what you can get done on an Azir early game, but Giants definitely seem to have become such a more passive team since they're having trouble getting things done in the aggressive movements that we saw at the very beginning of the split that just netted no results. Like Sven was saying, unlucky.
Yeah, that's what Soliku's saying.
I mean, everyone's saying it at this point.
Everybody's saying it at this point. No, at least they managed to make up for the early loss they took in that 2v2 in terms of lane push. That was a good game by Betongyok. It did propel Amazing forward a little bit in experience. I need to see if he can find an opening. These lanes are naturally set to be rather passive, though. All these matchup generally will not lead to any kills, and the only way we see any differences is small CS leads. So that is the normal flow of the game. It's mainly up to Betongyok because he's a CC jungler to break open some of these matchups.
Yeah, we already know since he didn't take the tanky mastery, he's probably going for a more AP-focused Elise, unless, of course, picks up the Cinderhulk. We'll see as he moves and creeps and crawls his way down around the side. No ward to spot him, and Soaz, who's had so much trouble, knows something's coming his way, and he dodges away, but now he finds the spider around the side, still has his flash, and in comes the Graves, turns around as he doesn't need to help out, and in the middle, Peppy taking more damage from Power Evil's Foxfire as he noms the biscuit. Giants can't get anything done on that front.
So either they spotted Betongyok, but I think he was hiding out of sight. Maybe the minion spotted him. But what likely gave the gank away was just a change in behavioral pattern from Atom. When you lane against somebody for as long as a time as in the early laning phase, and he suddenly starts playing completely different, you kind of smell what's up. So before he turns around the corner, Soaz jukes there, and then tries to outplay, buy enough time for Amazing to come in. But Giants at least quickly disengage. They don't chase the kill.
Amazing. Throws a smoke screen down onto Peppy, who's able to dodge the Q away. But Power has got him shoved up under turret. The Orbit Deception takes a bite out of his health. And with Mithy roaming around as well now as the dual lane of Orcs on the ground.
Peppy level 5.
Well, Spirit Rush spent. He's going up, going in again, but this time
He forces the flash, and that means he spends his last charge away, but an ult for a summoner is always a good trade, with Amazing coming in for round 2. Orb Deception, Peppy comes in, knocks Power back, and he's taking tower shots, but now it's turned around. Here comes the Spider to take down Power of Evil, Batong Yaka with first blood.
Pepinero with the outplay. Last week, Peppy flashed in to get the kill and ended up trading the first blood over to, I believe, Nuketuck it was, and dying in the process. This time, he makes the outplay on the first blood. He cleanses the Ignite, then shuffles him back. Batong Yaka repels over the wall, and PoE drops in that engage. Well played by Pepinero.
Yeah, you can definitely see this Azir pick coming in handy, and Batong Yaka coming up with kill number 1. We'll see what Origin can get done to try and answer back. We talked about it at the beginning of the game. After yesterday's rough loss against G2 Esports, they need a pick-me-up to end this week on 4-4. We'll see if they can get it against Giants. Everyone else has managed to so far, but Giants are the ones with the lead.
All right. Sven and Mithy controlling this lane. It's slightly pushing towards them. Audrey is getting poked every time he walks up for CS. He's eating the make it rain. Top of his face. Godfred can't really do much about that. He doesn't want to waste the black shield against that damage, because then he's opening his AD carry up for a combo.
Take a look at this one.
Yeah, Pepinero forced the flash here. That's a good flash. Amazing comes around. And then the decision making. Peppy needs one more creep to level up. Levels up right here. Saved by both parts of the Q, but the shield that he gets from his E actually is enough to make him survive, so you have to actually go aggressive there. Touch a champion with the dash, get the shield, Batong Yaka comes over.
Yeah, Amazing backed off too. See with Adam and Soaz dueling it out. You mentioned this Fiora being very powerful onto Soaz as the grand challenge is issued. 2 vitals out of 4 hit, but Adam can't get enough done.
Soaz still does ulti.
Oh, Mithy still got his headbutt.
So the headbutt actually applied, then Black Shield blocked the pulverize. That's why Adri flew away.
You don't really see that happening. It's all in those little timing windows, all in the reflexes. Big wave for Power of Evil here, but it should get chunked away by the Sand Soldiers. Power looks to go around the side, see if they can get a dive on to Giants duo lane. The
Black Shield
out.
Black Shield's still going to be on cooldown for like 10 more seconds.
They smell something, they're backing.
So they need to back out. Just going to track that. Base cooldown for Black Shield at this moment is 20 seconds in total, so that's generally how you want to beat a Morgana matchup. You go kind of safely aggressive, you don't go all in fully, or you W to a creep to basically scare the AD carry of getting caught. Morgana will panic Black Shield, that's when you back off, and then you go in. Generally, defensive spells will have a longer cooldown than offensive spells. Actually, a really cool interaction on that is Janna Tornado and Zenith Blade. I know we're going on off topic, but there's like a 1 second difference where you can then use that to your advantage, you know. Bait the defensive spell, go in again, surprise the enemy by a 2 or 3 second window.
Hey man, I'm always learning a lot when I'm talking to you, so keep on keeping on. Giants, meanwhile, though, don't have a whole lot of vision on where these Origin members are, as Soaz in the jungle will back away behind the Rift Herald. Amazing. They were able to get some wards deep in this side of Giants jungle, but didn't go for the dive here, and now they are starting to ping for Peppy, but that ended in failure last time.
Yeah. They spot out Soaz, so they were going for like a double pincer on a summonerless or a flashless Pepinero overall. However, he is winning this matchup in terms of push pressure though, so that's what Origin is doing well. On paper, they should be being pushed in at least 2 out of 3 lanes, but they're pushing a lot. Amazing is even dueling Godfred in the jungle.
Yep, Amazing had to stop to reload as he was dark bound. Godfred, half his health is already gone, and you can see him burning away. That red buff taking a little extra out of him.
Yeah, and look how Power Evil is constantly leading to the right side of his lane. He's ready to make that move to the bottom lane and dive anybody that tries to defend or contest the blue buff. Origin is playing proactive. They're playing push. They just need to avoid getting caught right here and just play on the edges of safety, and then they can start chipping away at Giants' tower, at their jungle, and slowly get a lead that way.
But Batong Yaka is trying to do the same thing. The issue is here, he's got no backup. You can see Adam hanging out solo in the top side, and all of a sudden, the big rock appears. Batong Yaka is going to have to duel this one out. He's got the smite, should be able to secure it, though.
He should be fine, though. There is no way in hell Soaz with that mana can all in Batong Yaka. I don't even think Soaz should go for this play, because this is a cross map from Giants. If you know you're playing with 4 members of your team in the bottom side of the map, all you should do is play for safety, play for experience, and get as much experience as you can in the top side, because you're essentially outnumbered.
He did manage to buy some time for Mithy and Amazing to start off on this Drake, though. Still showing face, Sven is pushing the wave in the bottom side. If he doesn't join, it'll still be a slower Drake, but there's no contest from Giants.
All right, and here we see the reaction from Giants. Because they're pressured in the bottom side of the map, they're basing, switching into the top side. Hopefully surprise Soaz with a numbers advantage, or at least take the tower. So it's an okay reaction from Giants, but again, it's a good reaction to the play that was already setting them behind. So play 1 from Origin put Giants behind. Their reaction makes them even. but then Origin is quicker on the play, which then puts them ahead again.
Yeah. And Soaz knows something's up here. He's got to back away, dodges from the dark binding, and they've got nothing left in the tank. He shouldn't be hanging around here with so many members as Batong Yaka shows face. But this tower's going down a little slower. They managed to push the wave up. Sven had already backed away and spent his gold. Looks like he was able to complete his Essence Reaver.
Yeah.
Still, Giants aren't too far behind. In fact, they're actually just about dead even in the gold game.
Yeah, but if you look at the waves, though, the next minute will be a little rough for Giants because Nils pushed in that wave all the way into the tier 2 tower. That is now going to bounce the way back. Even Xpepi is moving over just to get the remnants of that farm. Then decides to back off. Look at your minimap. Xpepi walked to the bottom lane, then noticed that the lane was actually being pushed out and all the farm was gone. Then he ran mid where he lost another 3-4 CS. This actually sums up Giants entirely.
Missing CS.
Just doing these rushed plays. Like, oh, I gotta go bot because there's farm there. Oh wait, the farm's already dead. Oh, I gotta go make the. Oh, I lost 5 CS right here. They're not planning ahead. They're playing super reactive. They're not working as a team. Nobody's communicating, and it's those little mistakes that build up and eventually lead to a big catastrophe.
Yeah, it's not just in each individual game too. It's just sinking them overall as Peppy goes way too far forward and Power of Evil finds him. A culling comes out at the backside from Audrey, but not enough to take him down.
I mean, PoE 1v3s. Xpepi right there. There's just not enough respect for the Giants lineup. If a mid laner can go in 1v3, get that kill, get out on 60% of HP.
And he spent both of his summoners on the back of it too. Meanwhile, Sven's completely uncontested in the top. Origin are just being able to run Giants around.
Yeah, 3 members mid. That means top lane is exposed for Sven to push in. Then you have the 2-man rotation on top to at least support Sven. 1 guy's in the base. We see 1 guy revealed in the mid lane, 1 guy revealed in the bottom lane. It's a simple map, you know, you count the dots. As long as there's not enough dots in the dark that can threaten you, Origin just keep going for these plays, chipping away at the jungle, chipping away at the towers, taking small leads. Eventually, Giants will overstep trying to defend. That's when Origin strikes.
They're definitely showing they can take advantage of those slip-ups. But Origin still far from perfect themselves. They're definitely getting ahead this game, and that is much needed to close the win out on a happy note for them as Adam and Soaz look to duel even on levels, but Batong Yaka wants to odd those evens. Soaz runs away under tower, dodges the cocoon, no problem.
Yeah, while this is a matchup that Fiora will eventually win and whittle down, it's not a gankable lane because Soaz will always have either flash or ultimate available, so Batong Yaka, because his mid lane and his 2v2 is losing in pressure and push, he's trying to gank the 1 lane, which is not impossible to gank. He can force a small advantage for Fiora, but on itself, Atom should be fine in that 1v1, and Batong Yaka should likely be putting pressure somewhere else on the map, but because Giants play the game the way they do, he's unable to do that anywhere else, so they're not helping each other.
It's so troubling too. When you look at it, Origin are the team that are going to want to try and group up and fight, but they don't even have to because they're being handed these objectives at this point. Power Evil just takes a free red. Nobody there watching, no ward coverage. Giants are losing a lot of coverage even inside their own jungle. They're trying to defend the wave in the mid, but there's nobody there. They don't need 3 members around the area.
Yeah, and they're sending PoE in a side lane. That's really smart from Origin. Just using the Ahri for the split push pressure. At level 11, she's actually really potent in duels. With the Ignite, she has assassination power. She can't teleport into the fights, which means the remaining part of Origin should be relatively careful. But because they have this lead, they can actually duel it out 3v4 in terms of minion wave control. And that's enough to open up the map for PoE to find that 1v1, get the pressure, maybe lure somebody away, and then Origin can go for a dive mid.
Dodge that cocoon. Can't dodge the spider though as the ward wars continue. This time it's OG pushing deeper into enemy territory. Got about 14.5 minutes on the clock, but Origin are running this map.
Yeah, look what Mythi is doing here with Amazing. Jungle support synergy just like they had in the summer season. Deep vision, which means they can move quicker between the lanes than Giants can. They push in mid, force Giants to defend, roam to the bottom, put some pressure. Now Giants go more people in the bottom. Well, they go back mid lane. They can keep dancing until somebody takes a misstep and gets chunked.
Speaking of missteps, speaking of chunks, Batong Yaka could have taken a lot more than that one. Giants before that were pinging around the backside. They want to try to TP flank this, but the question is, can they fight it?
Yeah, look on the left. PoE, he pushed up top lane. Now he came in support for that mid lane tower. We saw the push in the bottom and the rotation mid. So OG, yeah, on top of the game in terms of rotations, Giants not pushing back at all.
They're not really rotating. At this point, it's more like a pentagonal movement. It's just very slow and inefficient. Soaz is able to push the wave in the bottom side. The rest of Origin are coming in suit. And Giants, once again, are late to this party. Peppy and Godfrey are here. Can they even do enough to stop this? With the Rift Herald empowerment, they're chunking through it very quickly. The Charm lands. That was a nice zoning one as Soaz is caught, but he's able to make his escape. Adam's still pushing in the top side. No response from Giants.
Yeah, Origin could actually come
there's teleport
again. TP Soaz is ulti though, but if you lose it, He loses combat potential.
They use one teleport. They have to get something on this one. Soaz is slowed. Soaz has his ult. He spends it, and he throws out the Q. The shard slows him down. TP for nothing.
Yeah, and this time there's communication on the side of Origin. A couple of weeks ago, we had Sven walk to the top lane while they were fighting in the mid lane. This time the disengage is called by all parties. The 3 remaining members are not trying to help their teammates get caught. They communicate well, disengage, set up the push again. Now Soaz can base, he can catch that wave in the top lane, and Origin can start playing the map again. Giants, they need to use that window where Soaz's ulti is down to get something done, but it's becoming incredibly hard, especially with how well Origin have been warding.
Origin definitely kept Giants lit up, especially in their jungle. Batonyaka tries to clear a bit of that out himself, but you know, some of these are already expiring. Origin will just be able to replace them. A couple of those blue trinkets are easy enough to spot, but Baton completely misses it. Backs away. Definitely a lot of little mistakes, team-wise, individual-wise. Giants, pieces are scattered here, and Origin, they're coming together in the right way.
Yeah, PoE has his eyes set on that juicy top wave. It's always nice when you play the map for about 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and then you go to your top lane and it's just pushing you right there. You get like 4 waves of CS, really easy. You can use your spells so you don't actually have to go through the effort of trying to lost it. Quite a satisfying feeling.
Mythy and Amazing will be able to start on this dragon. They've just been able to control these neutral objectives so well since Giants have been pushed back to the further third of the map. They definitely got to get something going here. This gold lead's been steadily creeping up. It's about 6,000 ahead, and this will be dragon number 2. Game shouldn't go long enough to get to 5, but number 3, they get the movement speed. And Origin just taking every advantage they can.
Yeah, and the worrisome part is when a team falls behind, they like to find safety in numbers. And when you fall behind against a comp that likes you to be clumped up, that's kind of not a good thing, right? If you don't want to clump up against a Malphite, Misfortune, Ahri composition with an Alistar support. That generally leads to bigger deficits. But Giants, they feel like they're unable to split. The only one trying to split here is Adam, but at this point, Soaz can comfortably walk away at least. He doesn't have to fight him, just keep him busy. And
moving as fast as he can. He's able to get out. Yeah, no problem here. Origin just continue to try to run them around the map. Power of Evil continues to keep his eyes on that prize up in the top side. He's got Amazing to back him up, who's starting his back. And the only one really in the area just yet is still Godfred. Peppy actually joins him up here, so they've got 4 in the space, but so slow to react, and you can see that big wave just continuing to push topside. Now they rotate back down to mid, just keep doing it all over again.
And actually dangerous from Giants, they don't have any blue trinkets. So if Origin keep up the control of the enemy jungle that they have right now, they can completely play off Fog of War and deny so much vision that Giants will just have to face check. You see how afraid Godfred was to enter his jungle right there. Had the Tormented Soil on the first rush inside to hopefully proc some Spell Thief's proc to reveal somebody, but
just nothing doing. Giants have only been able to secure 1 tower this game as another Rift Herald goes over. That ought to be the last one before Baron takes up his residence in the pit. And it was really only off that fast push. Soaz now, he's the one turning the pressure on to Adam. As they duel it out, Soaz thinks he can take him here. He's got his ultimate available, but so does Adam. There's the grand challenge, gets issued, looking for the vitals, dashing left, right, and center, going in. Can he get the outplay, gets the parry, but there's the knockup. Adam still has the health advantage, and he turns in, flash for flash. Can he get the outplay? He's taking tower. He'll be able to do it, but look at the top lane now. Origin starting off, and Adam's taken out by Sven.
So, hang on, Peppy.
Yeah, Peppy goes down. Power of Evil with an Ahri pickup. Giants will answer with a turret in the mid, but this will be only their second to the 5, almost 6 of Origin. There is the big bullet time for Sven, but he's got some backup now. Amazing, picks him off. Sven flashing, Batong jumping up. They choose now for the action. Batong's not gonna last. A dash, and Amazing gets the shutdown gold. The action has been hot and heavy the last 50 seconds.
Yeah, 4 members from Giants drop here in total in what seems a series of sloppy plays and unfortunate events on both sides, to be honest. Soaz going for that duel is completely unnecessary. He gets outplayed by Atom. Luckily for him, Godfred flashes the charm.
But he can't flash that.
Yeah, luckily, hang on, his PoE has ulti? It's charging up. So yeah, Godfred should be fine. We can watch him walk away, but we can go back to the play there. The duel between Atom and Soaz, completely unnecessary to take. Yeah, we had the backup coming from the Origin members down to the bottom lane, but that's something that should never happen in terms of plays, because then Niels or Sven is forced to take a really unsafe path in the mid lane to force the wave clear. He luckily makes it out alive because Amazing deals tons of damage right now with that Graves.
Yeah,
but it's sloppy from both sides. Giants are trying to go for desperate plays, but Origin should be playing slightly better if they want to reach the standard that they were at in Summer Split.
We've seen this from Giants. It kind of fits the profile. They know when they're deep in a hole, they've got to make some desperation plays, but then they just can't get anything done. Peppy is in trouble, but he sends out the Emperor's Divide. Still being chased down by Soaz. Batong and Godford are there to defend. Still using that ultimate for one. Soaz spent his as well. Origin pressuring on this top side, not letting up.
Good for Atom. Keep split pushing. Has teleport available so many times. We see teams from behind. Amazing is in chop already. You see teams from behind that group up with their top laner because they're so afraid to get their other part of the map dove or engaged upon 5v4, but you have to keep split pushing. If you yield the side lane pressure, you may as well forfeit the game because you need to put pressure somewhere on the map at least to generate a play. So good moves here from Atom. He also 1v1 Soaz, so good play by him.
Yep. Tower still standing in the middle, but not much more to knock it over, so that's nearly three towers for Giants. Let's take a look at that fight that shouldn't have been.
Yeah, so you can never trust that Soaz is winning the matchup until the Fiora ultimate comes down, and at this point, yeah, Soaz tries to flash and damage. He gets up. But look at Sven, so he had to run down from mid lane to bottom. Amazing is coming there as well. That leaves the middle lane just completely exposed.
Saw the back end of that, but Adam is now the one being chased down by Soaz. No ultimate available for him just yet, but he does not need it. That is a speedy, speedy rock, and he almost gets juked, turns it around, takes a cocoon in the back of the head, but he will still get the kill. Soaz, 1-1-1 on the board.
Gets revenge.
Frozen Fist Malphite.
Yeah. Retribution for Soaz.
He's definitely trying to pick his score back up off the floor. Giants desperately trying to defend in 3 lanes here, but it's getting harder and harder with the wards, with the minion waves, with Power of Evil, a constant threat in the top side. I thought he was playing mid lane, not this game. Now Audrey gets knocked up by the cow, a huge chunk of damage as Sven makes it rain on his head, and it's a bullet time. Soaz comes in for the big knockup. That's a double kill over to Sven. They don't even need to take the tower to get the kills in the base.
Yeah, that ain't Falco. That means they're going back to the Baron right here. Origin, I was about to praise him on the vision and how they could use the Fog of War to generate Baron base, but you can also just get the Baron by one more combo in the enemy team. Mithy with the zoning pulverize, the strongest of them all. And Power of Evil keeping Batong busy. 3-man Baron is going out right now, and this is the final nail in the coffin for Giants.
Just keeping Batong busy, don't even need to take him out. Soaz tanking it up is amazing, and Sven fire the bullets fast and heavy, and this Baron will be going down. No problem, smited away by Amazing. 23 minutes on the clock, and let's see this big old dive again.
All right, combo to make it rain, also double up, and then yeah, Soaz can just cut off the escape path. Double knockup, that was perfect. He had to go for Peppy and whoever was next to him, Godfred I believe, and then just rely on the fact that Audrey was going to walk to the damage from the bullet time. Good execution, good synergy, and this is again what Origin's combination was all about. You know? Good opening pulverize, wombo combo. So little Giants can do, especially when they're behind.
Still trying to stick to the Adam split push when they can, but it's not much of a split push when you're still back, almost towards your base. No inhibitors cracked just yet. There's still an outer turret remaining or an inner turret remaining in the mid lane, but that won't be for long. Third dragon taken by Origin. They'll have a speed boost there.
I mean, a lot of scientists have issues with splitting atoms, Giants amongst them.
They definitely can't react fast enough, that's for sure. Spending Power of Evil. And the rest of the Origin squad here just continuing to light up this jungle. Giants, there's no way they could even try to flank. It was a complete failure last time for Adam. They cannot fight this, especially now with the Baron buff. That last inner tower goes down. Giants in desperation.
Xpeppy, show us the Shurima shuffle. 5-man knock up into tower.
Got some damage, Sven. There's a summoner heal. Culling is not enough. Still.
Spooky.
Close call. There's no spooky ghost there. Godfrey will not get the lockup, but there is the bullet time. Audrey's got to run away from it. Power of Evil looking for even more around the side. The Grand Challenge is out on him. Adam looking to 1v1 as Mithy takes out Audrey. Misses. Power of Evil shut down by Adam, but he falls down. A big old Thunderlord's proc on that. And Peppy is limping back to base with Godfred and Batong Yaka. It is a 1-for-2.
Yeah, a fight fought on 3 different fronts so far that our observers couldn't even zoom out far enough to track everything. But in the end, Origin, 2-for-1. They push in the mid lane. They're finally going to break the base. Looking at over 10,000 gold lead here for Origin.
Easy peasy. Soaz tanks the Dark Binding into the Torment. Soil doesn't even worry about it. And he goes in to try and take out Peppy, and they just knock him down and grab themselves an inhibitor on the back. They might even get Batong. He's the tankiest member. He's gone up, but what comes up must come down. They take him out. 2 members left. Can they end the game here? I think so.
Yes.
Excellent answer.
That's going to be Origin. They have secured their pick-me-up here. One Nexus turret will fall, so will the other. Adam desperately trying to save the game, but Mythy goes in, a big knock-up, a huge chunk of damage, and it's all the Nexus. 26 minutes in, Origin will end the week at a 1-1.
Yeah, look at the sheer amount of excitement here on the side of Origin. Yeah, they came for a win. They came for a clean win. It was clean for the majority. I really like the synergy between Mythy and Amazing, especially what they did with Vision. The only misplay we can really point out was Soaz going for the duel, but yeah, if you're this far ahead, it's at this point you almost start looking for the limits of your matchup. See the group huddle here from Origin.
That's the face of relief right there.
Yeah, they get the win.
To shake hands on the other side. Definitely not, it was clean, but not the cleanest. I think they do need to scrub a little bit harder in the week ahead. But really good team play together, and that's what counts.
Yeah, I mean, Giants only got 4 kills on the board and 2 towers, and the only play that really was the failure was that duel from Soaz. Other than that, the way the lanes, yeah, managed to play out early. I can't stress enough the fact that Audrey and Godfred, when they get first the lane and they predict the lane swap, they just really need to push that wave. And when you play against a melee support like Alistar, yeah, you can just ruin his engage potential because Alistar can never combo aggressively if you have minion advantage. He can't do that. He needs ganks. They even needed Betongyaka to even out that play, and even then, mid lane and top lane at the time just got repetitively pushed in, which meant Betongyaka could only gank for Fiora, and you will never kill a level 6 Malphite if he knows what he's doing. So Giants, they like putting themselves in impossible situations, and at that point, a team with the experience of Origin should have no issues completing that task.
Absolutely not, and they were able to do the job that was set in front of them. Obviously, it wasn't the most difficult of tasks for Giants. I mean, another loss on the board at this point, they're definitely getting used to it, but it's a bit of a rough, I guess, half the split for them at this point.
Yeah, things aren't looking the greatest. They're 0-8 right now,
there's a million things to work on, yeah.
Yeah, the last game of the first round of the round robin of the split is next week on day 1. So things, yeah.
Well,
Giants need work.
They do. But Origin definitely got themselves a pick-me-up. Now, we're going to send it over to the analyst desk to take a closer look at that game.
Thank you very much, Pyra. We're also joined here by Kasing from Vitality. Thank you so much for joining us. Definitely knowing that last game you played versus UOL was very chaotic. Is there anything you want to say about it now that you've had some time to think about it before we get into this? Or
just like to say chaos style.
Yeah, chaos. Well, we definitely saw it. Let's keep it in this game. Also chaotic at times. Let's take a look at the picks and bans. Quite interesting as well. 80 carry bans. Kalista was banned. Corki was banned, of course, the flex pick, and they decided to go for the Graves. And then Niels ends up with Misfortune because Lucian gets picked away. What did you make of that? And what do you make of the order of things? Because some people seem to be going for the Jinx now with the Hjarnan, the Misfortune there for Sven.
Oh, well, basically, initially in our draft, we picked Fresh Elise early over Corki. The reasoning is because we decided that we will get another pick, kind of like Ari, that can pretty much match his pressure that he can put. So then we thought we would pick a scaling 80 carry as well, which is like Jinx. So when it gets mid-late game, we will probably win just because we will outscale them. But as you saw from the early game, we all call out a lot. So after that, it was just really hard for us to even scale. And I mean, even though we were a 0-9 deficit, and I think it was 4 or 5k, we still managed to come back by making a really good Baron core that kind of we sneaked. And overall, it was really hard to get back into the game. But then after, we just did a lot of fights, and after we didn't do well.
I love how I asked you about the game and you initially say nothing, and now you talk about the whole game. But that's perfect. Now we know what's happened in that one. In this one.
Oh, yeah,
no?
I want to talk about this game.
Oh, this
game. No.
Oh, my
God. Talk about last.
It's a welcome analysis.
Yeah, we wanted to hear what went wrong in that Vitality.
Yeah.
I am so sorry.
No, it's fine. What was your thoughts on this bottom lane pairing? Because we've had a lot of 80 carry bans. We see the Misfortune again for Origin. What's your thoughts on this draft? You can see it on the screen there as well.
Oh, right. Okay. Sorry, I'm completely new to this. Well, first, as I can see, they first picked Alistar Origin, and Giants took Elise and Lucian.
It's okay. Okay, all right. Well,
we're going to reset. We're going to reset.
Because there's something we've talked about, myself and Deficio and a lot of the analysts here on the desk, of teams that aren't doing so well. that are trying to play so many different things. From a team that has been very consistent when it comes to your playstyle on Vitality, what's your thoughts on these picks like the Azir, like the Vel'Koz that we've seen out of Giants, which just don't seem to be working?
Personally, I don't feel like these picks are that great in the current meta. Like, you kind of need like either someone who can just keep wave clearing, and right now Azir and Vel'Koz don't really do that efficiently, where you can just pick someone like Victor, Ari even, and I don't know. I just don't feel like these kind of picks are that suitable, especially when I don't think Pepinero really plays these champions. I mean, I think he's just like playing what he wants. But
from your own experience, obviously, we know that Pepinero hasn't had as good of a split so far as he's played last season. Do you think that comes from insecurity? If you were in the same position, of course, you've been doing really well, but as a player, if you're not doing quite well, is that the reason why you go to picks like that, or why does that happen?
I just feel if, how do I say, if you're like not going to do well anyway, or you think your team's not going to do well, you might as well just play a champion that maybe you find fun and maybe try to win that way. But as you can see, it didn't really work out.
I think the problem is, we've spoken about this a couple of times on the desk, is that Giants had always seemed to be about Werlib and Pepinero. Werlib's now gone. Now Pepinero doesn't seem to be carrying, and the rest of the map is not doing well this week. I mean, Adri in today's game at 20 minutes was down 3,112 gold. That's the second biggest gold deficit of this split. I'll give you a guess as to who owns the largest one. I won't let you guess. It was yesterday. It was Adri with 3,420. Like, bot lane is crumbling for the Giants. They can't hold anything together right now, and it has become such a problem. And like, I guess with the Kasing effect rejuvenating H2K, what do you think it takes to get a team like that back on the rails? Because you seem to make it work a bit last year with H2K.
Well, either you sub him out, get another AD carry, or you actually try hard and actually improve. Because from what I saw this game, it's like, how do I say it? Audrey is, from what I know, it's even in the last split, it was like a player that if he didn't know what to do, he would just run down mid. And he wouldn't really get anything because he has to share Pepinero or something. And I don't think this is like a good strat because, one, you have to make sure that both your side lanes are like, one is pushing back to you or something, or you can actually lane, on it. But from what I saw in this game, it was like he was just going mid and just randomly getting a ward for CS. I don't know, but it didn't look like he really knew what to do.
Yeah, we've repeated it here a lot on desk already. We gotta hope that Giants comes up with something and gets back in there. Finally, maybe let's touch on Origin, because they do get a win on the board, but it hasn't been without fault this season yet either. You mentioned in the game that when you see Power of Evil play, you felt like you saw a different Power of Evil when he was on the Unicorns of Love. What kind of differences are you alluding to?
I just feel like Power of Evil, well, back when he was in UOL, he was much more, how do I say, he did more in team fights, especially as a mid laner, compared to the one right now that we see in Power of Evil in Origin. I don't feel like he's that comfortable as I saw he was in UOL. And this might be due to the fact that he has a different jungle, of course, or new team, new environment, and maybe he still needs a bit more time to still adapt to the team. Because I know that everyone else in the team is like really experienced in the game. So Power of Evil may not be as experienced as like Xpeke was, but in general, I feel like Power of Evil can maybe grow to even be better than Xpeke, but maybe not right now though.
Okay, he needs some time. Well, thank you guys very much. OG gets a win on the board, and there's only one game left to play out this week here in Berlin between Roccat and Fnatic. Stay with us because our coverage continues right after this.
I'm so bad.
Look at the camera. No, Zog. Do it, Godric.
Show it.
Look at it. Look at it. It wants you to look.
Ult for a summoner is always a good trade with Amazing coming in for round 2. Orb Deception, Peppy comes in, knocks Power back, and he's taking tower shots, but now it's turned around. Here comes the Spider to take down Power of Evil. They're going in, but he gets the outplay, gets the parry, but there's the knockup. Adam still has the health advantage, and he turns in, flash for flash. Can he get the outplay? He's taking tower. He'll be able to do it. Chunk of damage as Sven makes it rain on his head, and it's a bullet time. Soaz comes in for the big knockup. Origin will end the week at a 1-1.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the European LCS, and on stage to close out the week are Roccat and Fnatic. Let's start by taking a look at Fnatic. Yesterday, they played the Giants, very versatile pick and ban phase. We saw the Quinn jungle in there, the LeBlanc in the mid lane, so that was definitely a good game from them. Of course, Giants are not in high form, but it does mean something that they played incredibly cleanly.
Oh, it was super clean from Fnatic. I mean, I think they only gave up like 1 kill, 1 tower. Neither team took a dragon, because who needs to when you're just winning that quickly? But we wanted to get a feel maybe of your thoughts on, now that we're a few weeks in, on Rekkles and Noxiac and where they stack up in the bottom lane.
Actually, I feel like they're actually improving quite well. Rekkles has always been like really solid as a player. Like, he's really conservative in every team fight. He knows how to like kind of output damage, but not play too upfront. And I think Noxiac kind of complements him in lane phase because he mechanically is really, really good. And I just think with time he could maybe be better in terms of like shot calling. As you can see, like that sometimes Fnatic make some weird calls that they want to like get Baron when it's really bad, or they just get caught or something because they don't have vision. And I just feel in the future they could be really good too.
Well, you mentioned Noxiac and maybe shot calling in the future. We have heard from Fnatic when Rekkles was on the desk that he is taking on a lot of that role. What do you make of that? Because you also mentioned the fact that he is not the guy that flashes in and outputs damage most of the time. How will that influence the way he plays and the way he prioritizes?
Actually, I don't think it's great if an AD carry is a shot caller, because back when I joined H2K, actually, Hyanon was the main shot caller. Like, he was the one who spoke a lot. But as I noticed, like, his mechanics weren't that great because he can't really focus on the game whilst CSing and all that stuff, and even trading in lane. So I don't think it's that great to have an AD carry who shot calls everything. Like, most teams will have like support or jungle shot call because they control where everyone goes on the map or what they do on the map. You know, whether they want to pressure mid-bot, mid-top, etc., etc. And I think as an AD carry, it's obviously it's going to be a challenge, of course. Like, I'm not just going to say he's bad at it because Fnatic is still doing well. But I just feel like, from my perspective, an AD carry should be the one to just focus on his mechanics and knowing what to do in team fights.
Well, speaking of AD carries, Fnatic are up against a team who have changed their AD carry now, of course, bringing in Tabs. But one thing we've really noticed from Roccat comes to their team fighting from yesterday. We took a look at exactly how they were doing with this Maokai, which normally Maokai is like the champion that leads team fights very well. He's such good engage normally, but
is it a pick in this meta?
Right, exactly. It's like one we're starting to see, but with this composition, it just didn't really fit in. They gave Vizicachi such an easy laning phase and allowed him to get into the game, and Roccat just couldn't really get the engages off properly yesterday, and that's pretty worrying when you look at that top lane pick.
It is, but they do play with, no problem. They do play with 2 subs though. Extinct came in for the support, and now Tabs is coming in for AD carry. What is the potential of that bottom lane to grow? We know that Tabs, of course, when he's on, can be a very good player.
Personally, I feel like Roccat bot lane is, well, Tabs is like decent at the game. I wouldn't say he's like the best right now, if anything, but I think Extinct is like super new to the support role. I don't think he knows that much about like the game from what I can see. Sometimes he just doesn't really ward much and doesn't really know where to be on the map. And I think this might be because either he's like just not used to being in a support role because he used to main mid. So I think bot lane as done to, I think it's better if they just play as a team rather than playing for lane. Like I would just lane swap every game if I was them.
Because we do see that they have some good players in there. Betsy is actually doing quite well. Tabs is doing quite well, and Freddy is up there, is rocking the top lane as well. So they should have the ingredients to make something happen. We'll see if it happens versus Fnatic. And as we head inside the battle arena, we're here from Noxiac on his fit within Fnatic.
I think I have to find a new identity because Yellowstar teach Reckless and Felvin so much. So I need to be the person that on the one hand is like with like Yellowstar, who is like talking the things he said. But on the other hand, Reckless and Felvin know a lot of stuff. So I can find kind of my own style. And I don't need to fill his shoes or be exactly like him. And I think with time we can find a really good balance. And once we get those balance, I think we can be really good.
Just taking a little bit of time to find his identity now. Champ Select is just a few moments away. Let's get a quick roster rundown for Roccat in the blue corner. Throwing those punches, we got Freddy in the top lane. It is Airwax in the jungle. Betsy in mid there. ADC Tabs now in there. And Extinct, of course, the coach, who's also called I'm So Fresh.
Yep, I'm So Fresh. Very fresh right now. On the red side, also fresh players. We have Gamsu in the top lane for Fnatic, Spirit in jungle, Favy in the mid lane, Reckless and Noxiac constitute the bot lane, and Coach Daylor, as always, leading that squad.
Absolutely, and Daylor himself said, you know, it's going to take us some time. We basically got to build this team back up, and they've had a definitely bouncy split so far. 1-1s in every week up until now. It could still happen. Daylor's all smiles today. I think they've definitely got some tricks up their sleeve going into this one.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing Roccat.
That's
so
true.
A slightly easier opponent. Also, I'm just reading the pregame lobby, by the way.
Oh,
Whenever
yeah,
you guys go full screen, I'm seeing what the pro players are writing here. Extinct right now is asking if anybody wants to duo queue because he's stuck in Diamond 1. So if there's any challenge remains right there.
You're not going to offer?
I'm barely a low master.
Okay.
I'm slowly making my way to Challenger.
Hey, but you haven't lost an LCS yet.
Just yet. Yeah, 0% lose
Not
rate
this
for
split.
me. Not this split, but enough about us. Let's get into the game. Champ Select should be underway.
It's all about these two teams. So the Corky Band is the first off the board. Fnatic on the red side will take the Kalista away. Definitely hitting the 80 carries hard once again. That was Tab's champion choice, and he definitely did okay on it, better than Saphir.
Yeah, but it didn't work out. They went for a full protect the 80 carry comp with the Maokai top lane, but then with the Kalista, that really wasn't enabled. Tabs was actually stuck in the side lanes too, kind of fixing the minion waves, and that is a problem that Roccat have a lot in the mid game. Their side lane minion wave pressure is completely lacking, and one of those the problem kind of arises too from the fact that Betsy plays very heavy ignite mid lanes too, because he continuously wants to win lane because he feels he needs to find an opening, but that puts him in the mid game without teleport, and then Roccat starts struggling. Yeah,
and you can also see the GP once again banned on the blue side for Roccat. We know that Freddy prefers these tank styles, and we saw him even going over to Maokai for the first time in Europe this split. It is troubling.
Hopefully the last
Gangplank
time.
is so powerful, and you don't want to pick him.
Yeah, hopefully the last time for sure on that Maokai, because preference is fine. You know, you can have a style, but if the meta shifts towards heavy carry top laners, you need to be able to play it because you put so much strain on your team by having to dance around it. You know, any possibility of certain flex picks, pick and ban trends go way out of the window if all you can do is play tanks, because suddenly your mid laner and your AD carry have to go for hyper carry, high damage, or your jungler can't even play tanks anymore because if you play double tank, you're likely going to lose a draft.
Yes, indeed. Now, taking a look at the respect ban against Febivin, that LeBlanc taken off the board. Notably, Lulu is still up. Does Fnatic take this away now, or do they leave it and risk Roccat getting a first lock-in?
I think they can give it away to Roccat, especially if we acknowledge a trend where Betsy plays Ignite Lulu.
Poppy ban, it's up.
It's completely fine because Rocket have shown a very struggling mid game. They do get Lucian here though on tabs. I think that's good. Give him some strong AD carry, especially when the 2 next AD carries are banned out.
That is true indeed. So Reckless will have to dig a little bit deeper if this is what they lock in. Rocket are going to take their time on this one. We focus in on tabs coming in. It's always a rough ask to come in the middle of a split and try to pick a team that is, currently only sitting with 1 win off the floor.
Yep.
See if you can make an impact, especially in the coming weeks. Fnatic is definitely a rough team to do it against. They have had their struggles, but they're coming off a clinical victory against Giants. They'll be looking to do the same again today to Roccat.
Yeah, Fnatic are looking at the help from their support staff to just, improve. They've come out and said it. Their goal is to do well at the end of summer right now. Spring is a building stage for Fnatic. Looking to pick up the next AD carry here. To lane into that Lucian. Caitlyn is always an option because of the range advantage. They can actually go for a protect the AD carry comp too.
They could even go double protect the AD carry comp if they end up locking the Quinn in before they take their next choice. They were hovering on the Caitlyn for a little while. That would have been a first for Reckless this split. The Lulu definitely makes a lot of sense if they want to do that. They know they have the power to outfight Rocket on all fronts. I would be surprised if they do go ahead and lock it in.
Yeah, locking the Lulu. So looking to at least offer some protection from Reckless. There is a good answer though into the Lucian. We need to see some more picks before Reckless can really opt for that. Caitlyn, he can even go the likes of Vayne if he wants to, if Rocket Draft allows it, because I feel like Rocket plays pretty aggro in the early game, but they always fall apart in the mid game, so you can almost guarantee on that, and then you can play a really good team fighting composition if Fnatic wants to. They can also take the other direction where they go skirmish, give the Quinn top lane over to Gamsu and let him roam the map. A lot of options right now with these 2 building blocks.
Yeah, definitely a lot that they're not revealing to Rocket just yet. Are going to have to guess at what they want to deal with. So, do they go ahead and finish out their bottom lane by picking up that Braum, or do they try for something a little trickery? We have seen this pulled out before. Ryze has also made it through pick and ban. We haven't mentioned him as well. And Betsy does take him. He's definitely been the highlight of this team, but it might need a little more than that. And I think for now, this is a smarter move. They take the Kindred, and they also will pick up Braum. So they
I would actually love Kindred jungle, Caitlyn AD carry, and the Lucian top lane right here for the ultimate cheese.
So much AD, man.
Because there's no AD left for Reckless to play then, other than like Misfortune almost. But we're seeing
they give him Quinn. They just have to at that point.
Yeah.
Ezreal's still up
Ezreal's
too.
Left, actually
that's something that Reckless has been playing a little bit of when he's had to dip back in the pool.
All right, I take that back. I take my cheese comment back completely. Ezreal's a completely fine AD carry, especially later in the game. If you can get Blue S the late game with Lulu, it's absolutely disgusting because nobody can touch him. The amount of kite that he can produce.
Another late game choice would be that Caitlyn too, but there's definitely still enough for Reckless to fall back on, and they don't have to take it all the way just yet. We'll see what they do decide to answer with.
Yeah, I want to see some more aggression or at least some engage coming out of the support. I really hope Noxac doesn't lock into Janna, because then otherwise Fnatic may fall into the trap that Elements set for themselves last week, where they go full disengage, but if you then fall behind, you have no way of starting a fight. It makes the composition a little tricky to play, so definitely need to watch out, because Rocket's early game has been decent to actually great. They actually got a decent amount of leads there in the very early stages of the game.
That's a really good point. They've been able to keep even, actually, with almost all the teams they've played against up to a point. And if they can build up a significant enough lead on this bully bot lane, if they take the 2v2, that could be trouble for Reckless and Noxiac.
Yeah, Rocket will have to swap though. Like, you don't want to lane Lucian Braum into Janna Caitlyn. You have one shot to win that at level 3, and if you don't get significant trade lead there, which is super hard to do, especially with teleports in the equation, you will just get outpoked and out-sustained. But Rocket, if you look at what they can do with Braum in terms of blocking this enhanced Caitlyn once it comes online to soak up a lot of damage, then peel for the backline Betsy. He's no longer playing against the Alistar that Elements had, where they knocked Ryze all the way into Africa, as the famous voice clip played out there. Rocket have enough damage actually to go for these fights. They have Peel with the Kindred ulti, they have Peel with the Braum and Kite, especially if Extinct does go for the exhaust.
And they got plenty of chase. Yeah,
they got chase with the Ryze if he does get his combo off, and more importantly, they have side lane pressure with the Fiora. It will be rough into the Quinn matchup though. I'm actually not sure if Freddy has watched this matchup enough, because Quinn is notorious as a pick being picked into Fiora, so that may actually be very rough for Rocket. I think it all hinges on the lane swap at this point. They dodged the 2v2 Janna Caitlyn, and they dodged a really rough Quinn Fiora matchup.
Yeah, this is a little bit strange too, since this is definitely not Freddy's forte. He has actually not picked up Fiora yet this split. I'm curious to see how he does on it, but he's all smiles at the moment.
Yeah, he's always all smiles at the start of the game. Everybody always smiles at the start of the game.
I suppose that's true, as Fnatic will take their time on deciding if they do want that Quinn matchup, and they actually lock in the Malphite, so
we get to see the Quinn jungle coming back.
So we could see actually the rationale behind this pick, especially if you looked at the hovers. Fnatic hovered Lee Sin, so they won the Quinn matchup in the top lane because it's good into the Fiora, but they do recognize that they run the risk of getting lane swapped upon and then getting kind of, yeah, outscaled and outfought in the mid game. So they wanted a hard engage component. Lee Sin can offer that if he flanks, but it's conditional hard engage. It's very hard to pull off and you can get flashed out. That's why they say, well, you know what, we'll put the Quinn in the jungle and just get Malphite on get top lane on a tank engage like Malphite. Yeah. That does pose the risk then obviously that lane later on gets won by Freddy. Fiora will eventually outsustain a Malphite if he gets a lead. As we saw in the duel between Soaz, a lost game against the Atom there in the bottom lane. Eventually Fiora can whittle away and out pressure, but it at least offers hard engage. I like it because otherwise Fnatic would have too much disengage, too much kite.
Well, it's definitely how much do you trust your top laner. Gamsu has shown sporadic performance as the two coaches shake hands, get ready to walk off of this one. So we'll have to see who takes it out today. But let us know on Twitter what you think at LOL Esports is the place. Hashtag ROC win or hashtag FNC win. Will Fnatic rack one up on the board once again to 2-0 this week? Or will Rocket come back and pick up their second win of the split? We'll have to find out as we get ready and get loaded onto the Rift.
And Rocket playing double TP.
Oh, they're getting hyped. Last game of the day, last game of the week here in Europe. Let's get ready.
Let's load onto the Rift. There they are, 5 champions and the Nexus. Beautiful.
That's how it all begins, Crepo. As you well know. To see how Airwax handles this newly re-enabled Kindred versus Spirit. He has played the Quinn before, definitely racked up an impressive score on that one.
I'm actually not sure who wins the duel in the jungle.
280 carries.
Because Kindred deals a deceptive amount of damage, but it's very hard for us to track these duels because you have the blind that Quinn can procure, but we have a very hard time tracking that as spectators. See how hard it influences decision making.
You can't play Wolf though. Extinct will find Noxiac. Throws the shield on to start up. For the most part though, we've got these line of scrimmage trying to deter any early aggression, any early warding attempts.
Yeah.
We might end up having the 2v2.
Yeah,
pull something quick.
Still think to enable most of these lanes, Rocket will still want a lane swap. Let's see if they actually buy into it.
Minions have spawned.
Reckless and Noxiac. They'd already spotted Noxiac on the bottom side. Extinct should see them coming here.
Alright, don't reveal yourself right now, Extinct.
Oh,
Tabs
Tab
blocks
does.
over the ward. That's interesting. Why reveal free information? He's still in that ward?
Yeah, they're not backing away either. Looks like they go to start the Krugs, actually.
Oh my lord, Extinct. Okay, don't walk over the ward now. And
oh, he did it. All right. Everything is revealed. Fnatic know what's going on. They take the 2v2.
2v2, late to lane, against double ranged. So what Reckless and Noxiac now have to do is don't touch any creeps. Like, you don't want to over push. Extinct needs to walk up and draw minion aggros to force the push, because otherwise this will get really ugly. They can literally walk up, whenever Braum Q goes on cooldown, walk up and double trade on tabs. Especially once these minions start going down a little bit. There's not a minion aggro right now, yeah. They're getting zone of CS. Luckily, Fnatic kind of messed up this push. They over pushed, so they will be able to farm a lot on the tower. But yeah, this just shows you how hard this matchup's going to be, and it'll stay this hard. Unless we get a full Braum passive stacked up, there is nothing they can do at this moment.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be hard for this Rocket bottom lane. You heard Singh talking earlier about Extinct and the troubles he might face on this support role that he has faced already, and against Noxiac, more experience there. In terms of supporting role, Febvin takes a little damage as he returns fire onto Betsy.
Ooh, level 2 cheesy gank
Level
here from
2
Spirit with the Ignite from Febvin. Look to shut down the Rise.
Got that red buff. Let's see if he can get Betsy to step too far forward. Got to burn his flash. And there we go. In Rune Prison goes Febvin, but Betsy knows something is up and he has to run away.
Yeah.
You know, too, we didn't talk about this, but that's something. That double teleport might come in handy for Rocket. Definitely will come in handy for Rocket if they use it wisely. But not now.
Yeah, Febvin playing with the Ignite, going for the lane win with level 2 gank. The fact that Glitterlance missed. Let me see, Airwax is hiding in that brush. On your left, he's hiding in that brush, so Spirit's going to pass straight into Airwax here.
Yeah, but low on the health already, so he is able to get back in and vaults right on over. Airwax will dodge. Spirit takes a lot. You talked about deceptive damage.
Jesus, he went full on Matrix on that Quinn. He just dodged that projectile, stepped out of the way. He did have the level advantage, but even with the level advantage, that was a very close trade. Betsy did not want to walk up to Spirit to not give away the gank, so he went back to lane. Extinct with the zoning Q, the most powerful of them all. Yeah, Tabs needs to see if he can get any CS here and avoid the poke.
Stuck under that tower as Illusion is not a place you want to be. Hitting level 3 though. See if he can return fire. Could have all of his spells. Got the ultimate available as he dashes forward. Reckless nets back. Takes one shot of the 2.
This is for Given's dream, by the way. Janna K into Lucian Braum with the early push.
Yeah.
That's when he wakes up happy. Because he loves playing this style. Not too much action will happen in this lane. It'll be continuous poke. We'll hear it if somebody dies. Let's take a look at some of these other lanes.
Yeah, up at the top side, Freddy and Gamsu, we talked about this since we saw it in the last matchup. Definitely a rough ask later on for Malphite, but to begin with, Gamsu is not having too much trouble. He's got a mini wave at his back, and he's not down too much CS to start things off. Spirit, meanwhile, is hanging around on this bottom side after he picks up blue buff. I'm curious to see where he goes. I have a feeling since the lanes are going to be fairly passive, that the junglers will influence a lot of this early game.
Yeah, same case as we saw in the Giants match. It's all up to what the junglers can do here. Arax now level 4. The fact that Betsy sidestepped that Glitterlands and made Spirit reveal himself actually mattered so much for the early game because it gave Rocket an experience lead on Airwax. It gave Betsy a momentum lead in lane. Oh! Extinct going in aggressively, forcing the play here.
Yeah, Airwax is in. He's got the Wolf Frenzy on. Reckless is caught. He's first blooded. It goes to Airwax and a well-spent flash. They nearly clip Noxiac on the back of it, too.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about. You have one shot. You have one aggressive move where you need to flash in, apply the passives, chase him down the lane. And then hopefully your jungler comes in to apply some auto attacks, and Reckless goes down, and this just buys so much time here. If Betsy can survive, this is a really good opening for Rocket.
Yeah, Noxiac may not be so lucky. Airwax on the chase. Extinct will force the Q after the Winter's Bite comes down. So Noxiac stays in lane and holds the line, but good start for Rocket. We talked about the early game, how well they're able to hold at the very least even, but they've got themselves a lead here with that first blood. 300 gold isn't much, but it's definitely a start against a team like Fnatic. Now Freddy, he's gonna have to get out of the way as Spirit and Gamsu are right on him. There's the vault up. Freddy getting a little low on this Fiora, but he stays alive. Febivin, they might look for a dive here. Stops the back. Oh, he was at the shop. Uh-oh, Ignites on. Freddy's down. Febivin just solos him.
Yeah, Febivin out of nowhere. Freddy proud of himself that he dodged that skill shot, made his way to the tower, and suddenly a wild surprise because Febivin pushed in the mid lane while Betsy TP'd back to lane. Disappeared. Just want to watch that again. Could Noxiac have done something in terms of Tornado? Must have been used already. Yeah, just really good closing in, applying the passives. That's the difference, or not the difference, that's the risk of playing on a long lane with Janna Caitlyn. You really need your wards out far enough that you can at least make it out before the jungler closes the gap. Good move by Rocket.
Dream turns into that nightmare. So Rocket got that, but Fnatic did even the kill score. They beat up on Freddy up in the top side, his Fiora debut. Definitely getting a little rougher there, but he's close on even with Gamsu in the CS department. Febivin, meanwhile, in the mid is sitting at a deficit to Betsy, but couldn't quite pull the kill out with the help of Spirit.
Yeah, because Febivin lost that lane. Betsy got a little bit of extra farm. The kill did go to Fabi, so he is actually ahead in the lane. And Gamsu only got an assist, so in terms of map impact, that kill won't matter too much as long as Betsy can stay alive. And that's why you see Arax here as well, coming in support role, making sure that he can comfortably push out that wave and let it reset. So all in all, this early game is just completely even, and things are looking surprisingly decent for Rocket.
Yeah, indeed. Fnatic still letting the lanes play out as they will. Have to see. Since we do know, in the weeks that we've seen Fnatic, this new squad, they've had mixed success here as Airwax sets up. Tries to get the bait, but the ward will spot him. Spirit, that man on your screen there.
Yeah, but you
played
see
on a number of teams.
They're working as a team. They have triple pink ward set up already defensively, which means they can use their wards aggressively in front of it. They have deep vision in Fnatic's jungle. We saw Betsy move with Airwax into the jungle, get ready. We saw Extinct. A little difficulty aiming with the shield, you know, to learn that support role, but
sometimes goes sideways.
We see people work together on this Rocket squad, which is showing some signs of early game brilliance, at least in the making, compared to Giants, who are just really looking for even that already.
Well, despite the rough start in the CS that Tabs and Extinct had, you can definitely see a marked difference from Saphir's performance as Freddy goes in onto Gamsu here. The duel commences. We've seen so many fights like this in our previous game.
All right, look at bot lane right now. We have a lane gank from level 5 Spirit.
Airwax isn't far behind.
Airwax level 6 counter. This could be ugly. Look at Reckless' item build as well. Because of that well-timed gank from Airwax, he couldn't get his BF sword, so he couldn't break open this matchup. Playing this lane on a pickaxe is a complete difference, as opposed to having a BF available with the Janna shield to get even more damage. So suddenly the Lucian Braum lane is even farming to the Janna Kate.
Spirit's help, they'll be able to keep Extinct and Tabs way far under this tower. For the time being, Reckless dodging out all the damage. And it looks like Sebevin might be in for a pincer if he steps too far out. Airwax is around the side here. The Rune Prison comes in. Low on mana. Have to use his ultimate and his flash to go in. Airwax was tanking the tower, but he gets the kill. And in comes the big rock. But there goes the Lamb's Respite. Airwax dueling 1v2. Betsy around the side to try and help. Shut down Gold over to Spirit with Noxiac coming in at the last second.
Yeah,
one
good
for one.
communication. Good read there by Betsy. Doesn't go for the greed return kill onto the enemy jungler because he knows the support was roaming, but this lead, Reckless exposed.
Yep, Tabs sends out a big culling, but he doesn't hit enough of Reckless, and Extinct is the one who has to throw the Unbreakable Shield down. Reckless will be able to cause some counter pressure pushing there as Spirit and Valor form hightails down.
Yeah, but he passed the pink ward in the Pixel Brush in the river, so really good usage of these defensive pink wards. That spotted the roam from Noxiac mid, which then prompted the engage bottom, which forced Reckless to use his heal. It also spotted Spirit's movement. Now Spirit gets spotted in the jungle again. Rockat's vision control is allowing them to keep complete tabs on what Fnatic is doing.
Tabs himself has been able to keep this lane in check despite falling down a little bit of CS. He's still hanging strong. Rocket are really looking good in this early game, and it's something that we have said with hope in our voices this split, but it's come crashing down way too many times for them. I'm curious to see if they can keep it up this game. For now, it's dead even at 10 minutes on the mark.
Yeah, and they have the mid to late game insurance too. By no means did they get outscaled, especially later in the game. If you consider that Braum, any champion with pure denial in their kit, think about vision denial of potentially the Graves, or just projectile denial like Yasuo or Windwall, and Braum Unbreakable just can have such a high impact in the later stages of the game. Extinct can completely nullify Reckless's damage with good positioning.
Yeah, we have definitely seen an abundance of Brahms, but Extinct is pulling this one out in style. Now Airwax is looking
look for the
once again, there he goes, and he forces the wild growth. In comes Betsy, into Rune Prison he goes, bada boom!
Look
Airwax
at the
gets the kill.
synergy between Airwax and Betsy. Anywhere Fevivin goes, he just gets completely jumped on. Doesn't matter if you're running Ignite Lulu, 2v1, it won't help you. Really good synergy, and Airwax, again, moving in aggressively. They're keeping Spirit in check. Yes, Tabs and Extinct, they're eating some trade damage here, but Janna Lucian will never kill you. They'll just whittle you down and zone you from CS, but Rocket really using that strong core in the mid-jungle synergy here to get their lead.
Absolutely. I thought Lulu was a safe champion, but Febibin is finding out the hard way that that is not always the case when your pathing isn't solid. A lot of vision in that river brush, in that river for Rocket has netted them yet another kill.
And no teleport either, so that means when he does make a mistake or he gets caught, he has to path back into the lane, and he's now 30 CS down, and he can't even get to lane in time, so he's continuously losing CS every mistake he makes.
Yeah, I really want to compare these junglers too, because Spirit's definitely been making moves on the map, but it really has been Airwax on this Kindred who's showing up and impressing. He's gotten all the kills this game, and this is a champion that definitely scales pretty hard. I mean, this is impressive to do against a guy like Spirit. I mean, this guy pretty much single-handedly carried World Elite last year.
I mean, yeah, yes and no. Like, he played very well with World Elite, but he also played a very risky style where he felt he was to be a one-man carry, and if it didn't work out, he fell far behind too. And we saw at times, especially, was it last week or the week before, when Spirit was playing Graves and continuously overextending against G2. Got killed by the enemy mid laner a couple of times, so
Not
Spirit
perfect.
by no means has been impeccable on the Fnatic lineup.
Something to worry about for Fnatic down the line too. We talked about them rebuilding. 3 new members. 2 Koreans, 1 from NA, 1 from China, but they've been bringing it all back together, and they've got time still on the board. If they can take this win, they'll end their first 2-0 week.
Yeah, let's still look at the composition that Fnatic have drafted. The one part we haven't talked too much is Gamsu, because he's locked up in a farm lane and top lane. We need to see some flanks or teleports from him to enable the remaining 4 members. Spirit is kind of the only skirmish component. Other than that, Fnatic have built a very poke siege heavy composition that can whack away at towers, but they need the hard engage component. So look at Gamsu, see if he can use that deep ward, for example, right there that you see on the left side of your screen above Tabs. If he can teleport there, force a kill or force some flashes, then suddenly tower or bottom lane will fall and Fnatic can start opening up the map.
Extinct steps forward now. Maybe now is the right time to do it as they jump onto Reckless and Noxiac, but
need to see a teleport.
He's locked up. There's the ultimate Reckless. They're going to have to get Janna Monsoon out, but no teleport coming in for Gamsu.
I mean, if Gamsu just channels TP instantly there, Tabs and Extinct are just dead in the water before Freddy can even react. So lack of communication here on the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, both junglers already coming in. They're actually going to meet each other, Spirit and Airwax. Airwax doesn't know this one's coming, and there we go. Ace in the hole, but he's invincible. Thanks to the Lambs Respite. Betsy was there for some backup. Airwax dodges a bullet, or takes it, but he shields himself up.
Yeah, a little early on the trigger there for Reckless. Wants to help with the damage, but Kaelin ulti so good against Kindred ulti because you can just channel it afterwards, and as he walks away, he's hoping to kill.
Jumping the gun, that's for sure. Freddy, a little bit of damage under this tower, but very disappointed. Gamsu wasn't able to spend his teleport as Febiven now comes in for another dive onto Freddy.
Yeah, he snuck by, wasn't spotted, no ping, so they don't know this is coming.
Well, Freddy is knocked up, now he knows something's up, ignited, and issues the challenge way too late.
I love the way Gamsu did that, because Freddy will never expect a random ultimate there, because 1v1, it will not lead to a kill. And as Febiven enters just the edge of the vision range, Gamsu engages, and that allows for another Glitter Lance to come through without riposte being used. And at that point, Freddy just straight up dead. So that was a well-executed gank and another fantastic roam from Febiven.
Yeah, so far those have been netting some results, but it is in this bottom lane that Rocket is giving Fnatic a hard time here. With the help occasionally of Airwax. Reckless and Noxia getting knocked back. Got to be careful. Caitlyn is still going to have a hard time in this mid game, and he's yet to pick up a kill on the board. He definitely leads the CS department, but it will be a while before Fnatic can make huge use of this AD carry. Airwax now roving around. Will he run into Spirit again as the ward gets cleared out?
And yeah, with the changes on 6-2 into some AP itemizations, we see the Athenes being picked up over the Frost Queens for Febiven. Means a lot of mana regen, a lot of magic resistance into the Rise too, so he can safely start contesting these waves.
No more spooky ghosts.
No more spooky ghosts. He does want this blue buff.
So he may not be able to get it though. Two people there if he can go in and try to get the steal, but Spirit is covering the bases, and he vaults on over him. It's smited. Airwax got it.
They didn't respect the fact. I think there was a ward in the brush. There should have been. I thought I saw one.
He's sneaky, man.
Double checking. Yeah, there was a fading ward in that brush.
Get the timer.
Whose ward was that? Yeah, from Airwax, and that means Airwax could see in the brush and eventually got the smite down. So they were trying to leave it in the brush, give it to Febiven. Should have probably just secured it with smite from Spirit.
Yeah. You get a little greedy for your smite there, you're going to run into a bad time. So Tabs and Reckless trade fire. Airwax is biding his time. He's got that newly acquired blue buff.
Ooh, Spirit can pass straight into Airwax here.
Yeah, he can, but they don't see him coming. There's a teleport coming in now, but it is Freddy's, and Reckless is left for dead. Don't even need to finish channeling it. They take him out.
He couldn't see anything right there, so he had a Quinn blind on top of him. Especially, we didn't see it, so we're like, Reckless, what are you doing? But he couldn't see anything, so he just walked forward, sacrificed his life, made sure his support got out alive. They trade the teleport cooldown there from Betsy. They didn't even know who even teleported, I think, so remember, Freddy still has his available to match Gamsu. So Rocket, again, with a good aggressive move.
Yeah, Airwax is getting big here. Has every kill on the board. And he has been sitting near that bottom lane. Likewise, Fnatic, they've been doing the mid lane to the top gank, and it's Freddy who's had the trouble, but Fnatic haven't been getting much done else apart from that. Sitting behind 400 gold, it is not that big of a deal at 16.5 minutes on the clock, but they're still letting this lane phase pay out very slowly.
They're falling into the composition trap that Elements fell into too, with double disengage and enhance the AD carry competition with a jungler that can't really hard engage. They're just finding it hard to find proactive plays. The only really good plays have been some fantastic roams. Honestly, good game reads here by Febiven to go for those plays. So that he really understands this game, especially when he's losing in lane to make those roams. That it's really, really impressive. But other than that, Fnatic, what can they do? Can they group up somewhere? No towers have gone down yet. When Fnatic are playing a very siege-heavy composition, as opposed to Rocket, they're completely fine with this. Even lanes, everybody's farming, going into the mid to late game, they want this.
Yeah, Rocket are definitely going to be happy scaling up, especially with that Kindred already sitting on the 4 kills, as you see Daylor in the picture just watching, absorbing what he can from this game.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to tell. Like, Daylor could be winning or losing.
Well, he's got a poker face, that's for sure. But Fresh, though, I mean, he's got to be happy about this start as Tabs takes a huge hit of damage. They turn it back around to Reckless, but the knockup comes in, and all of a sudden, Airwax is there, but Extinct picks the kill up.
Yeah, Extinct with a perfectly timed shield, just blocking the Janna Tornado, and then the damage from Reckless. It doesn't matter that Tabs goes in over eager at the start of that trade, because we talked about it before. Denial of damage is just so strong of a mechanic, and then Airwax comes in to finish it off.
Oh, Freddy, we've seen this story before, but it's Spirit who's turning the pages. Freddy's gonna go down, knocked up by Gamsu, taken out by Spirit, will result in the tower trade as Tabs take it out down bottom, but it's a dragon for Rocket as well.
Yeah, but the only time this will start mattering is if Freddy loses the ability to hold Gamsu in a 1v1 trade. If that never goes out of the window, then it's okay to be 0-3. It's never okay, but it's manageable.
I mean,
when Rocket are getting bigger wins at the other side of the map.
When you're shutting down the split push champion, that should be able to get to that point with levels anyways. It's definitely not looking great for Fnatic if that's all they can get on the map.
Yeah.
Airwax is huge. The bottom lane has started to roll ahead despite the CS differential. And Betsy's on rise.
Yeah, I was watching the third game of today, the Unicorns game in the player room, and a lot of players were very adamant about the level 16 power spike of Fiora. They said, well, she doesn't even need items. If she had 0 items on level 16, she could still kill a Malphite. Slight exaggeration, as we are often used to by some of the players, but yeah, once Freddy gets to level 16, it's a very, very tough task for Gamsu to duel him.
That is absolutely true, and Rocket have not even needed Freddy. He spent his teleport, then canceled it in that engage down on the bottom side. So there will be some free push as Spirit has zoned Freddy away, moving down to this bottom side. Really don't want to take that into Quinn, so they should be able to get this tower in the bottom, but again, it's traded in the top as Tabs is free pushing. Solo experience, solo tower gold, and they're going to give the Rift Herald over. We'll see what Rocket do with this. I think Airwax takes it, no problem.
I think it's too slow a play to look at the bottom lane, because right now we have the zone from Malphite. That means Reckless can siege untouched on that bot lane tower, so we need to see if Rocket can trade, because there's a good chance that Fnatic continue the siege here, and they go actually for a base tower. They have no reason to back off because they have the backup from Quinn. Potential dive in the mid lane. This is a very slow play. Going for that Rift Herald slows Rocket down, and another mid-game mistake that we see yet and yet again.
That is true. Fnatic on the base now, but only 3 minions to boot. Freddy's there, but they might just try to tank this one up. The tower's gone, but Tabs is already backing away. Rift Herald for Airwax. No one's there to defend. The tower is gone as Freddy and Extinctive moved up. If they can trade, it may be worth, but still, Fnatic are backing away now.
Alright, so they need to see if they can hold here. Airwax is still pushing. He has the Herald buff, so that's good. Gamsu should have likely TP'd a little earlier there. Overstayed his welcome, so Rocket stay calm and collected, and they don't send everybody back to base. That was a really important decision. Many teams right there. Airwax may pay the price for this, but...
Yeah, Spirit's trying. He gets the jump on, and Airwax, half his health is gone. He might be in some serious trouble. Throws down the Lamb's Respite. Thinks he can 1v2 for just a minute. Otherwise, he's dead anyways, but shut down. It goes to Noxiac.
Yeah, he didn't want to run out his ulti, because then the Lulu Q would snipe him, so he's just buying as much time as he can. Yeah, and that's the price they pay from reacting to the Fnatic play. They were continuously behind the play, and eventually the last play to make was killing Airwax. But good thing that he stayed, though, even up that tower. As long as the Baron doesn't drop on this play, Fnatic should still be able to be kept in check by Rocket.
Spent that ultimate on Extinct as he took a massive chunk. Spirit is angry. 2-0-2 on this Quinn, and he is trying to influence the map best he can. Mid tower, under siege,
Look for TP flank at the Raptor Brush. Below the Raptor Brush, there's a ward for Gamsu. So that's what they're eyeing on. If Fnatic get engaged on by Rocket here, that's where we'll see him show up.
That was a huge siege on the tower. Fnatic making moves when they can. Spirit spotted by that ward as he goes into Valor form, look to push the wave on the top side, so they settle into a 1-3-1.
Yeah, 1-3-1 here, using the mobility from their jungler and the vision they've procured on the last push to at least push in the side lanes, force Rocket to decide, do you want to go for team fight mid?
Or do you want to go for Spirit dead? It's Betsy out of the brushes.
Overextend and die. That works too. Betsy gets killed.
Yep, and they got to back away from this one. Reckless, all the shields are on him. Airwax is incredibly low in this one. They ball him back with a Monsoon. Reckless wants more as he gets the Wild Growth on, looking for Freddy, but Tabs picks up Reckless with a massive calling. And Rocket back away.
You have to wonder where the scare TP is from Gamsu. You not always have to land your TP. If you just start channeling it right there, you can disincentivize people from actually continuing to go for that play, because right now you'll have to TP anyways because Rocket's starting Baron.
Yeah, and they see this one, but it's already at half its health. Gamsu, he's starting the TP, but this one's going in pretty late. The Baron is going down. Can Noxiac stop this? It's secured. Tabs picks it up. Gamsu and Noxiac as Feathervin was a little late to the party. Gamsu not able to get enough done. If he can take out Tabs, that might be a consolation prize, but Gamsu almost goes down himself. Noxiac fell in that one, and in comes Spirit, shuts down Tabs. It's a 2-for-1, but the Baron on 3 members of Rocket.
Yeah, slightly comical fight there overall. Tabs was yelling for his team in the Baron pit. They left him there with Gamsu. But sloppy play overall. It all starts here. So Fnatic go for a siege. Spirit is dead right now, so that's why Fnatic want to avoid fights. But if Gamsu just TPs on a minion here and cancels, you can bet your money that Tabs, Freddy, and Airwax will all start running in fear. But because they don't, Reckless can't actually make it out alive. He ends up dying. Right now they move to the Baron. We need to see a TP right now, anytime. Gamsu, just press the button. Threaten with your ultimate. Don't TP in the pit. Way too late right now. The ward is disabled. They don't even see what HP the Baron's at. Noxiac walks in, the Baron's dead and playing from behind. Yeah, of course, Tabs is now locked in. Gamsu. Let's watch that epic 1v1.
But he says, you're locked in here with me.
Yep.
And Gamsu says, no thank you. Until Spirit does his thing. But that was just messy from Fnatic. Not what we're used to seeing. Even with the communication issues, they should be reacting faster than this. Rocket take down the outer turret. It was a long time coming. 5-5 in towers on the board. They've got themselves a gold lead. They've got Baron buff on 3.
Zero hesitation though from Rocket. Something we haven't really seen from them.
Very true.
Zero hesitation on their plays in the mid game. Some creative roams. We saw Betsy snipe Spirit, aware of the vision. Gotta be careful right now, overreaching for this tower, but a well-drafted composition that does well in the mid to late game. They don't put all their money in the early game, yet they still win it. And Extinct actually with his first good support performance. These are coming together for the Rocket squad.
Absolutely. Airwax on a magnificent jungle performance on this Kindred so far. Freddy also, it's about time we've gotten to see him on a champion like Fiora. And I'm wondering what took him so long. We criticized him last week for his Maokai pickup that didn't really do, or yesterday, that didn't really do much of anything. But this Fiora, despite going down 0-3, he's had a big impact.
And we have to take a look at Fnatic too. Their shot caller right now, the main shot caller is allegedly a Reckless and Featherman in the mid game. Shot calling when you're ahead is doable. Shot calling when you're behind as an AD carry is incredibly hard. So Reckless right now forced into the Caitlyn pick because of the AD carry bans and picks. Right now it's a shot call from behind, and hopefully
could have gone Ezreal.
It's on the Koreans to carry right now. Yeah. Gamsu and Spirit need to find a way to use their good skill scores and their gold to find an opening.
So with an open inhibitor in the top side and one in the bottom for Roccat, that base race definitely had some serious ramifications at 25 minutes, 6 towers to 5. But Roccat, as you mentioned, being very proactive in the mid and late game. For the first time we've seen them this split, they're possibly on track here to pick up their second win.
I mean, just start playing out a team fight in your head. Where's the damage coming from Fnatic? They need a one-shot, but
they need a big Gamsu ult.
Look at Gamsu. He's Sunfire, Frozen Fist, and Thornmail. He's relying mostly on his base damages. Featherman is gonna likely put the shield on Reckless for damage amplification. If Extinct gets a good shield up, that's out of the window, so it's only Spirit that's left then. And compare that to Betsy's Artillery Rise and Airwax base damage, Freddy's base damage.
Well, as we see the culling come out here, Spirit and Noxic just can't hold the line for the moment. There's so much defensive stats for MR on Fnatic's side, and it's only this Rise. Yes, they're right to be afraid of him, but Airwax has been big. Tabs has been able to come up big and pick up a kill. Freddy, with the AD damage, has been able to split push a little bit here. Rocket are firing on a lot of cylinders right now, and Fnatic are having trouble slowing them down.
Fnatic need to pick somebody off. They need to wait for Rocket to get greedy. That could be right now, though. Betsy's stuck in the top lane pushing. He has teleport, but it can take a couple of seconds to channel. Desperately trying to hold on to this tower. Spirit's moving top, Featherman's moving top, so they might try to 2v1 the Rise right now.
They are looking for it. Featherman going a little bit low. Reckless helping out with the ace in the hole. Noxiak gets the slowdown, and Betsy is shut down by Spirit, but at the cost of a tower, they paid the iron price for it.
Yeah, but good move here by Fnatic. And taking the iron prize is used wrong, but
I know. I just wanted to use it anyway.
I know, but just before we get the wrath of 1,000 Redditors on us again.
I'm sorry, guys. It's my fault.
Anyways, good move by Fnatic. That tower was lost anyways. So in terms of what they gained is they stopped the split push, which was the main goal. Yes, they sacrificed 300 HP tower, but they find an opening on Betsy, and Rocket showing now a little bit, you know, they're not used to split pushing 4-1 at 25 minutes in the game. They're used to being split pushed upon 4-1 at 25 minutes in the game. So things changed.
Good situation for them. 2,500 gold up. We'll take a look at that Baron power play. It's not huge. It's about roughly the value of the Baron itself, but for Roccat, that is always a positive thing. As you mentioned before, we'll be on the Koreans to carry. Positive scores for them on the board, but it is a tall ask when this comp is a bit hodgepodge for Fnatic, trying to find the fight.
What's hodgepodge?
All sorts of different things patched together.
All right.
I know I've got the right definition for that one.
I don't know, man.
We'll look it up later.
Hodgepodge.
You're welcome.
Sounds like a movie, and that's Hodgepodge.
That's a great movie, by the way. I've watched that like 20 times. Love me some Edgar Wright. But back to this game. We're about 28 minutes in. So Rocket is still holding that gold lead. It is a bit slim, but they did grow it with the Baron. They've had good control of the sideways, but for the moment, the top is actually pushing against them, so they send Betsy back up there. He nearly was able to, well, he got a lot of damage on the inhibitor.
Yep.
But then he got double teamed and taken out. So Fnatic's still showing that they're able to react to this, that they're able to hold the line. But as you said, how are they going to come back into it?
Yeah, quarter teamed almost, so really good rotation there. Baron
Blocked.
is 1 minute away. You guys don't know that because you don't have a timer, but I am Psychic. And by Psychic, I mean somebody's whispering that into my ear. So about 50 seconds right now for the Baron. So that's why Fnatic's pushing up, trying to zone off Rocket. They want to force Rocket in the mid lane, hopefully in about like 40 seconds from now, so that then they can path to the Baron. If not, they'll just siege. Really good poke here.
That was
Reckless.
good.
Those two traps in the choke points are fantastic. Caitlyn is a great siege tool.
Just forces the ult out of tabs. Can't quite clear the wave too. It was being tanked up for just a moment by shielded Reckless and Noxiac.
So we can see the priority. Fnatic don't really care about the vision denial around Baron just yet. They want this tier 2 tower. And once they're grouped up, Fnatic, with their hodgepodge composition, achieve their goal. They have a four-man siege composition with 1 hard engage. Gamsu can also tank these towers. Just need to be careful of flanks.
Oh, Extinct. He's able to miss, or he misses over the Raptor pit, so...
That's big. That's
nice
really
move,
big.
but that's down. Fnatic knows that they've got a chance to finish this one in the tower department. Gamsu goes a little far forward, but he's a big tanky rock he can handle for just a moment. Or can he? Has to ult defensively, that's also huge. And in goes Betsy, puts Reckless in Rune Prison, and down takes him out! Extinct is looking for more now as Airwax steps forward. He has the Wolf's Frenzy on, but he steps right out of it. He's gonna have to get the Lancer's Bite down just to stay alive. Close calls, and they only take Reckless down.
Yeah, I don't think in this composition Gamsu can ever afford to use his ulti defensively. If anything, just flash out. You need to keep that zone for any turn damage, because the second the Gamsu ultimate is out of the equation, Betsy can just flash in aggressively. Reckless does not have QSS available just yet. He got popped. Right now, Rocket in the cage zone. Baron goes down for them. Gamsu is gone again.
They are so low though, and Betsy is the healthiest along the tabs. They don't lose a man though, as they sent Airwax back very quickly with the empowered recall. They've also got a big wave building in the top side. Fnatic, no, they lost that battle, but they've got to get back and defend or they'll lose the war too.
Yep. Rocket with another Baron here. Another decisive call and a really bold move from Betsy flashing in, but we have to question, could Gamsu have triggered forward with that unstoppable force and actually just went for the hard engage on top of Betsy?
Yeah.
Or should Noxic have flashed in, disengaged, to see if they could have saved the Gamsu ultimate, at least to have some more teamfight potential, because when that drops, yeah, Fnatic can only run away.
Well, that's a big issue too. They're relying on him for damage. At the very least, his build is starting to reflect it since he picked up the Abyssal Scepter, but is it too little too late, and especially having to use that defensively? Rocket take Dragon number 3 to Fnatic 0. Controlling the map now, all around the side. Things we were praising Fnatic for a little bit more earlier on. This time it's Rocket that are definitely driving it forward. 5,000 gold in the lead, 2 towers ahead, and 3 dragons to zip. They've got the tools, but can they close it out?
Yeah, and we saw the potential of the Reckless poke, you know, being buffed up by Janna, being buffed up by the health picks, but he's just a little bit behind. He's 0-5 right now, has a lot of farm though. Right now he has QSS, so the next time Betsy flashes on him, he can break that Rune Prison and jump out. And we need to see how well can he position in the front of these 5 Rocket members and just whittle away, poke them out, because he thinks he can block damage, but he will go low.
Yeah, but Reckless will as well. Tabs with another beautiful bowling.
No life
Don't
steal.
come off. No life steal, but none needed there. Well, at least on the side of Rocket, they have a little bit more for themselves, and they poke themselves down an inhibitor. That will be the first of the game. Rocket leading the charge at 32 minutes here. Proactive, something we are not used to seeing.
Yeah, they have to lead right now. They have a really good late game composition, but by no means is Fnatic truly ever out of the equation. Talk about that later. Let's see this again. Gamsu, can he turn? That's just something I want to just ask myself. Didn't quite see it. Because at this point, if you ulti out, I think Noxiac has to flash in and disengage here. And then, or Gamsu has to turn. I think that was the best option, because if you allow this to happen, you're just completely misplaying. The Noxiac ulti comes out when Reckless is already dead. They really need to start valuing their engage a little more, or they can't play that far forward. If you want to play that far forward, you have to be ready to make the split-second decisions in which you have to turn. Because you know if you run, you will die anyways and lose the Baron.
Yeah, despite only getting a kill there, Rocket were very decisive about moving towards that Baron, and they were able to secure it. And they are the ones roving around this bottom side. Wave is just about even in the top, courtesy of Gamsu, but he's got to back away. Still got no teleport available. Spirit, speedy though he is, can he defend against this Baron-empowered push? With Febivin and Noxiac there, it's not looking likely at the moment. Extinct, Betsy, Airwax coming in. They're just dealing as much as they can, and Freddy splitting around the bottom has forced Gamsu's attention as well. Can they keep the line held here? Fnatic, as you said, they're never truly out of a game, but we have had some heart pounders, and this time Fnatic are on both back feet, really.
Yeah, we have some traps here though. If Rocket oversteps, Colin goes down. So Reckless doesn't take any damage, has lifesteal available right now too, so they can fight. They need to kill him in one go because the second rotation of shields could spell the difference between a won and lost fight. Look at the top lane too. They need to push this in. They need to use this to draw a third member from Fnatic away. You know, one in the bot lane, or second member rather. One holding Freddy in the bot lane. Then they need one guy to hold the top lane, and then to brute force using that massive wave right now in the top lane. Keep your eyes on it. If somebody goes defended, that is the trigger warning for Rocket to go aggressively. Betsy has flash again. Sting, wasted shield.
Spooky Ghost come out. That was a little bit of a later pickup for Noxiac, or rather secured pickup for Noxiac, but Rocket are able to back away. No more Baron buff this time, so the line has been held, but you take a look at the super minions. Spirit's attention is split. This is still a chance for Rocket to chase. And now Freddy looking for Gamsu. We talked about the dueling potential there for that Fjord. Grand challenge is issued, finds one vital, will not find a second. But back to the mid lane now. This tower is so low, but Rocket can't finish it.
Yeah, Reckless cleaned that wave with his Runons.
Oh, Freddy. Okay. And in comes Gamsu. About time he jumps, but it's way too late, and the team's not there. Can he run as fast as he can? No. It's Betsy who secures the shutdown. And now Rocket a little low. Reckless still with the poke, but it is a 1 for none.
Yeah, Gamsu a little trigger happy right there. Not too much comes off the back of that one, because you just see the Runons damage here in these team fights from Reckless. Every shot going 3 ways, applying one mark of his passive, stacking up to that headshot every time. Yeah, Caitlyn in the brush, I believe. With Runons.
That's a lot of bolts.
Yeah, gets a headshot like what, every second hit?
Something like that. You get the double stack for sitting in a brush, so...
Well, it's every single hit, yeah.
Oh, at that point? Yeah.
That was what it was. It didn't get changed to my knowledge. Just gonna read up.
Hurricane Caitlyn's definitely something to be feared. Reckless has been holding in for sure. Let's take a look at this again as Gamsu makes the fatal mistake. There it is.
Yeah, goes in too much.
That flash from Betsy secured it.
The role of Gamsu's ultimate at the top of the forest is only to lock people in place for other people to deal damage.
Yeah, well, Gamsu's away. Rocket will play, and they completely take down that turret, looking for inhibitor number 2. So this one is down. Fnatic have 2 holes in their base instead of 1. And Rocket do get away. Spirit wants to try and make a play on him, but he won't get there in time.
Yeah, no deports for teleport, and again, the death timers right now are so long. Yeah, he went 1 for 1, but Rocket can just siege up and push in because it's so easy to zone away Reckless at this point when there's no threat of re-engage. Looking at 1 minute until the next Baron for you guys wondering at home. Spectator bug, unfortunately, will be fixed, hopefully soon TM.
Rocket are aware of it for sure.
Yeah, the players have the timer, so it's only us spectators that have to start guessing.
Let's take a look at how this game is trended. There have been some slim times where Fnatic has had that lead, but Rocket have just steadily built it up, banked it away, and are forcing Fnatic back time and time again. Rocket should be in a good position for this next Baron that will be coming up, but they send Freddy down to the bottom side to push it out. He's got TP available. Gamsu's got the same. Fnatic are still in a hole. Can they climb themselves out?
Yeah, Mercurial's finished up right now though for Reckless, and that obviously has a little bit of lifesteal on it right now. So it's a really good 4-item build, because usually if you had to go 3 power items plus QSS into Mercurial, you didn't have any lifesteal, so you were still at risk of getting blown up. But it just makes for a fantastic 4th item.
Yeah.
Reckless can choose going Lost Whisper, which he doesn't really need. He's probably looking at a BT as his last option here.
Speaking of items too, you look at Thebin, despite those early plays he was able to make up in the top side, so down in gold. 3,000 compared to Betsy. I mean, that is a massive difference, and you can see the late game rise is coming in so handy. I feel like we've talked about a lot of traps and champion picks. I feel like the Lulu's a pretty big trap here that Fnatic fell into.
I mean, you play towards a goal, which is a spike in the mid game, and to enable your AD carry. If your AD carry happens to go 0-5, and you can't really win out, yeah, then things like these pokes right here that Rex is doing are happening too late.
Yeah. Still can't secure that tower, and they've got to go back and deal with Freddy. Look at him, he's nearly at the base, and now all of a sudden Fnatic realizes, uh-oh, bad things are happening. They send back Gamsu, they send back Spirit, and all the rest of the Rocket are sitting in the mid. Freddy, though, he's got to deal with a 1v2, or maybe not, because there's a teleport coming in, will instantly force the back.
Yeah, no Ignite on Betsy this game. Teleport saves Freddy, because otherwise Freddy would have dropped dead right there.
Yeah.
And that would have been complete control of the map for Fnatic. Likely of Baron too, so really good teleport helping from Betsy. Slight overextension here from Freddy, because you can never go that far unless your team can take something on the other part of the map 3v4 while 2 guys try to 2v1 you.
Yep, they tried to gank the teleport, but Betsy was able to teleport in himself. So, Dragon number 4 secured for Rocket. Fnatic have still yet to get one on the board. If this game keeps going, this sets them up now for the possibility of finishing with the Baron or with Dragon 5.
Yeah, multiple win conditions here, but Fnatic only need one fight. Death timers are so long right now that one good fight wins in the game, and Reckless can single-handedly, as I say that, with the help of his teammates.
Yeah. Single-handedly with the help.
It's like, yeah, when a support makes the play and they go, good job, AD carry. TLDR, the Reckless can carry these fights, especially being enabled by both the Lulu and the Diana.
38 minutes on a Caitlyn, even if you're 0-5, is definitely something not to sneeze at. But the issue is they need Gamsu to make a big play on his ultimate. We've not seen that today. He's barely gone forward with it, and the last time he did, it ended in absolute disaster.
I mean, 0-5 doesn't matter when you have 420 CS right now.
Yeah.
The 39-minute mark. I'm actually going to rephrase that 413 because I know a wealth of comments will come.
It's
too
late.
It's too late.
We've already unleashed the Horde, so unfortunately we'll have to see what happens.
Good traps
Lane
here.
is open here.
Love these traps. Every time Caitlyn
Excellent.
sieges, you can just put people in a prison. And again, we can trap off the right side or the left side here with the Caitlyn. And they just want to force market to the mid lane, but we see a flank here from Extinct and Betsy.
It's a big knockup, and all of a sudden there is a massive culling. Shutdown goes over to Airwax, though, so they've already lost Spirit, and that is a lot of attack damage. In goes the rest of Rocket. They get knocked up by Gamsu, but they keep on chugging. Febiven turns around on taps, but the rest of Fnatic are dropping like flies. Noxiac's down. It's only Reckless and Febby, and that can't last long. This has got to be it. A double kill to Airwax. Febiven flashing. Can he stay alive? I think he's going to be able to, but that's got to be Baron.
Yeah, some really good kiting here overall from the Fnatic lineup, but just not enough stutter steps here from Reckless coming out. I think Rocket is basing to go for the finish. Almost has to be.
Well, long death timers.
How quick can you run across the map?
20 on Spirit,
coming
24
in.
on Noxiac.
I mean, Fabi can't hold these waves. We have super creeps. This should be the game.
Yeah, they don't need to worry about that wave in the top side since they're already on the base, so last inhibitor turret is down.
Noxiac's up in 10, so they're taking the safe path. They don't want to risk it all. They're going for the double inhibit to the Baron, likely. I mean, at this point, Airwax and Extinct should be running towards the Baron.
Yeah, they're just getting the one inhib, so they got two down on the bottom side, but that's the pressure that they have to deter Fnatic from trying to contest this Baron. Fnatic, though, they have to make plays, but it's 10 seconds still on Gamsu, 12 seconds still on Reckless. They can just start it off now.
I mean, watch Spirit go for the drive-by.
Oh, he will. Did he get the snipe? Nope, he is gonna get locked up, and he is taken down. Airwax deletes the smite off the map, and they are right back to the big purple worm.
Yeah, Rocket realized that the Baron Rush kind of failed, so they need to wait for someone to come face check. They use their vision advantage to completely take out Spirit.
And they read us.
And right now, 4v5 with Baron buff. 2 open inhibs, 1 down already. Yeah.
That's
could be it. Baron. Let's watch that fight again. Keep your eyes on Reckless, because he has to carry. Doesn't cancel any auto attacks or anything. Let's see what's going on here. Tries to do as much damage as he can. Gets zoned by Betsy here. Good QSS here instantly. Walks away. Gets out tabs here. Yeah, that's 1 canceled auto, I think, but it's so hard to play these fights. You can't almost afford to use any abilities because the cast times of your 90 caliber net and your Q, it just costs you too much time, but he's getting overrun. It's too hard. Complete Zerg here from Rocket.
It's hard for the comp that they ended up drafting, and now you can see Rocket trying to push for the finish here. The Caitlyn trap line will just get eaten up by Extinct as they step on forward, and that's a man who's definitely had some solid ultimates this game. A few misfires, too.
Oh, he got Airwax.
Oh, Airwax is already down. Holy snipe. Extinct now on the run, but he's isolated from his team. This could be the fatal mistake that Fnatic was looking for. An inhibitor comes back up in the middle and timely too.
Game. Betsy has no flash available. Unstoppable force available in Gamsu. They can just walk up, try and find him. Betsy's on the right side. He's been spot out.
Uh-oh. Betsy on the run. Buying as much time as he can, but Spirit will zoom, looking for him.
Just don't go for the fight. Yeah, look, Spirit being smart here.
Yep, Betsy's trying to buy even more time for the cooldowns to come up, but Betsy won't be able to do any more. Spirit, half his health is gone, but the outplay was there. I guess it's easier when you've got some allies in your back.
I mean, 30 seconds still, so far away from the base. I think I've called the game 3 times already.
There's nothing for them to take, though, other than the base.
They need to get there.
Yeah, well, they're not in a rush. I think Fnatic are just happy to have a breathing moment.
I don't know, man. If I'm playing against late game Rise, Fiora, I'd be in a rush.
There's a problem there. That's true.
Who needs Nexus Towers anyways?
Yeah, I guess. Well, Gamsu wants to save him, so he's able to get the cleanup going, but Eric's is about to come back up. Extinct is, so Betsy's the only one not here to defend, but it's a 4v4 unless they bring Gamsu.
They will bring Gamsu. Betsy is dead for 30 seconds. The problem is there's no Baron enhanced minions right now. Reckless.
They need Gamsu. Reckless is so low. The Monsoon's coming in to heal him up. Airwax has already thrown down the Lamb's Respite, and Spirit comes back on in. Tower is gone. Rocket's defense has failed. Inhibitor going down here very shortly, but Reckless is on the chase. Man, he's looking aggressive. Into Baron empowered minions. They then try to turn it down to the bottom. That one mistake from Rocket, they were looking so good, but just like that, they have lost 2 inhibitors.
Remember, Gams is walking over. He walked here because he wants to keep his teleport available in case some shenanigans with teleport happen on the Rocket side.
Teleport up to the top. That's going to be spent by Betsy here. Can he take himself a sneaky inhibitor? There is a massive wave at his back, and he's just going to run straight to it, so he will be able to secure this one.
Yeah, Gamsu not using his teleport, wants to hold it.
He's not going to go back up, so they have to defend in the middle. Rocket does, but the rest of Fnatic are 5-stacking. Now the question is, can Betsy get away? Looks like he will be able to.
Yeah.
Unless he wants to go back in. Oh, we got Dragon 5 though. I forgot about
right
this.
now. So this makes you wonder, did Fnatic make the wrong call and not just trying to brute force to end the game, because they got a lucky shot on Airwax who did not respect the headshot, probably crit from Reckless there in that earlier stages of the fight. Then Betsy bought some time. Then Fnatic went for the base. So many actions and reactions here. Betsy in the Fnatic rush.
Oh,
for some members. Jesus.
Just waiting solo for himself, buying some time, see if he can get a pick off.
Oh, this could be big.
Oh boy.
Trap the bush. Trap the bush. Be a good AD carry.
Oh, he left. Well, oh,
you
man.
have to respect it.
Yeah, that was good.
You don't Fnatic. Especially not when you have a Fnatic member from the era where this play was born.
Yeah. Well, there's only one, but you know, Ryze might as well be 5 people if an AD carry checks into him, so Reckless is able to put the trap down in the right place. Still though,
I love
2 inhibs.
what this game has become. Regardless who wins, it's been exciting.
Oh yeah. Take a look at that Baron power play. That definitely didn't work in Rocket's favor.
Unfortunate.
Well, it's. I think that is the worst we've seen today.
But
actually.
it's really hard to actually have good Baron power plays at this point in the game, because Baron power plays are changes in goal differential, which mostly come from either what, kills or towers. If you get a good Baron power play, it means you kill people, which means the game ends. And you can't take any towers because they're all gone already, and Nexus towers don't give you any gold. So inherently, this stat trails downwards towards the end of the game. Not that it matters, but just the context.
What does matter is the inhibitor respawning in the bottom side for Fnatic. They only lack the one in the top. Rocket stepping forward, but there's a line of traps. Extinct will look to clear them out. He throws the Unbreakable on. There's a culling. Takes a bite out of Spirit. Reckless had the shield.
You take one down, you pass it around. One more trap on the wall.
I should keep getting those cupcakes.
And you can't even clean them all in one row so as a support anyways, because you had a little debuff. That means you can't get chain trapped anymore.
Yeah.
So it actually makes it harder to clear these. 2 inhibitors have spawned. The last one's being cleared here by our AoE Gatling gun killing machine Reckless.
We have Freddy backing here. He's going to go to deal with the bottom side, but he's got his TP up. Rockets seem to have the fear put in him here. They don't want to go in for the dive into this base. Since
I mean,
what happened last time?
Doesn't matter who Reckless hit, his Runaons will spread on the rest of the team, and everyone's trying to kill him.
Yeah, oh, they jump on Reckless. He's got a massive turnaround in his helmet. There goes Gamsu! Shut down gold in his pocket. Towns is melted. Freddy's going down, and that has got to be it. Fnatic with the comebacks.
All right, I've called this game for Rocket. I've called it for Fnatic, but I'm going to make a bold prediction here. Pyra, Betsy's going for the back door.
Betsy's going for the back door, but he's got no time left. Fnatic are racing for it. No, they're backing away. What is going on? Spirit's going to be the one coming back, and Gamsu as well. Betsy's got one Nexus turret, though. Oh, this game has gone nuts. Not yet. Uh-oh.
One support.
Oh, 3 people. And goodbye.
Oh.
That's the ace. That's the game. It took him 47 minutes, and it looked dire for most of it. But Fnatic will win this game.
What an absolute fantastic ending to the game here. We talked about it. Yeah, they had the late game spike, but at one point, late game ends in a 6-item Caitlyn enhanced by 2 players.
The late game.
Yeah, the ultra late game. Jesus. Reckless with a fantastic late game fight there. He gets caught a little bit, but QSS flash out, reset from Noxiac, and at that point, if you don't get him immediately, you overextend. Really good play here at the end of the game.
Yeah.
Sloppy mid game, and Rocket, this has to be
crushing.
This has to be a crushing defeat.
They were so close so many times to locking it up, but Fnatic kept it cool.
Look at the smile.
The game, big smiles. You got to. After you save that, you just got to relax. Gamsu, though, after so many mistakes and so many failures to execute that ultimate, having to burn it defensively so many times. He comes in with the clutch 3-4-man knockup to just blow them away. And that was it. 47 minutes on the game clock. They even managed the defense against Betsy. I mean, that's just gotta sting if you're Roccat. They had that game and then they lost it.
All right, this is one of those graphics for the damage dealt to champions where you go find forgiven.
Off the charts.
Reckless dealt 60,000 damage to champions this game, and I'm just gonna do some really quick math.
The next closest was Riot.
Yeah, so he almost dealt as much damage as the entire enemy team combined. He's only down like 10k total, so yeah, really. I mean, it's the nature of the composition, but
I suppose
if you go this late in the game, you've got such a stark contrast.
Yeah.
Really, how do you say that? Multi-layered game, just so many mistakes that kind of build up of each other's in reaction. So the analyst desk will have a lot of fun.
Well, every phase of the game was so different. We talked about the early game. Fnatic had some good plays, but then kind of let it slide away from them where Rocket took control.
I think the biggest question mark for me is in the early to mid game, the teleports from Gamsu.
Yeah.
You don't always have to land them. You can use them to just scare your opponents because every single team, maybe SKT and Rock's exceptions, or SKT at their prime, when you teleport, they will flinch. They'll be like, oh, what's going on? Okay, can we? And they will take one step back. That's enough for your team to disengage and run away. And you can use that, but it's really hard to coordinate that. It's very easy for us to spot out from here, but or some flanks or some setups. I feel Fnatic will need to use their teleports a lot more. But the roams from Feviven in the early game, I can't stress this enough. They kept Fnatic into the game. To play and ignite Lulu from behind and get 2 roams into top lane was very impressive.
Absolutely, and they managed to pull out the win to get their first 2-0 in the spring split. Now, though, we're going to step on stage with Pulse, who's joined by Fnatic's man in the mid lane.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Featherman after that crazy win. And first off, that was an insane game, like you were saying to me just before we came here. How did you hold it together through that entire game, through all of that adversity?
Well, we had Caitlyn and Lulu, so if we hit late game, it's basically over for them because the Caitlyn range is just insane, as you saw. Like, I just speed my AD carry and then he just hit everyone. So we knew we had the late game for sure. And they were all really short range, so we could just CC them when they came to us and just speed, attack, speed, attack, speed, attack.
Okay, so what do you think were some of the problems that you faced earlier on into the game? Because last time I spoke to you, you're talking about Bora leaving the team and no longer having that shot calling. So how does your team kind of work around that in this game?
Well, I think our communication improved a lot since the last week or like 2 weeks before. But this game was like a whole different story because our bot lane got really behind, which means that we had no pressure all over the map because their jungler was strong too. And they had TP advantage mid, so it was really hard for us to actually do something. So we just had to team fight and stall for late game, and that's what we did.
Yeah, well, how was it for you as well, specifically? Because you went onto the Lulu, drafting a Lulu which facilitates your other lanes instead of picking a carry. How was it for you not being able to be the one who could just 1v9 a game?
Yeah, it's a lot different because if I play a supportive team champion, it's hard for me to actually create plays on my own. So I really rely on my AD carry this game, and I think he did really well in team fights. But yeah, as I said, if we have no pressure, then it's really hard for me to push out, move, and do whatever I want. So it was just a tough game.
It was a tough game, but ultimately it was a win. So congratulations on that one. Thank you very much for talking to me. And we're going to send it over to the analyst desk to take a look at the game and close out the day.
Thank you so much, Pulse. Nice hearing from Febiven there, clear analysis. And as the casters alluded to, there were very different phases of the game. First off, the beginning. Airwax, we have praised him before in the first couple of weeks of the LCS that his aggressive style seemed to be doing well in this meta. And once again, he gets his team ahead early.
Yeah, again, Airwax, when he can play their, in some way, solo queue jungle style, and he can kind of do whatever he wants, is super, super good. And Kindred is his kind of champion. I will say, though, I'm super surprised that Fnatic, time and time again, gets ganked in the bottom lane. And for some reason, every time he goes down there, he gets a kill. I mean, come on. You need to either protect the side, you can have more vision, or just, like, stop playing aggressive in that lane if you keep getting ganked over and over.
Kasing, what do you think about that?
I just think they really abused like the jungle pressure on bot side with Roccat. So they made sure that Caitlyn was behind, so even having a Lulu, and you can't really abuse her with Caitlyn in the early game, especially when your AD carry is weaker. So I think Roccat did a really good job in the early game.
Fnatic are not making it easy on their fans, though, man. They've had so many games where it's like Fnatic just are looking a bit rough, and now they suddenly are coming back into games. And there was one point where I was really worried for Fnatic in this game, and that was the
Why,
Extinct.
are you biased?
No, I just mean
Just kidding.
Whoa,
Just
attack!
kidding.
I was just gonna say, really worried because there was a good flank by Extinct. Rocket played very well, and this play later into the game was so close to being the game-ending play.
Yeah, I actually cut that briefly because it was more important to look at the ending of the game.
Okay.
Because it was so incredibly close, and as you say, it looked for the longest time like Rocket was going to win the game.
That's what it looked like, but kind of disengaged. The Malphite ultimate is just too strong in this situation where you stack 3 people, and then you heard Feb talking about it. The range that you have on Caitlyn at that point is just too much to deal with.
But this was the first team fight where Rocket didn't manage to lock down Reckless with like a Rise snare or something, and this was also the first team fight where QSS was actually available in a big 5-on-5. Every other fight leading up to this had been like Betsy flashing in, snare on Reckless, he would die instantly. Even though Monsoon and everything was used, it's not enough against so much damage with shields to defend someone who's being CC'd. So this was like QSS late game. They went on Gamsu first, I think, and he then flashed out or backed out and Reckless survived, and then the re-engage happens. And as soon as you disengage at first, the main damage is gone, and then Reckless can be the carry.
Yeah, I mean, it's heartbreaking for Rocket in the end because they did so well early. As you say, Extinct finally finding that engage and the communication being on point, but in the end, Fnatic makes it. What do you guys make of the fact that when we saw that after the game, Fnatic looks incredibly happy with wins like this, and in the summer split, they were depressed almost when they won by a landslide. What does that tell you about the project and where it is, and about their state of mind?
I guess it comes down to like seeing improvement in their play, or as you saw from this game, even though like they were really behind, especially when Rocket like nearly ended, it just feels, well, I would feel really happy anyway, like with my team's performance if we had won a game that was really close. And yeah, I feel like Fnatic played the team fights really well in the late game.
I guess also it's because Fnatic, again, they keep talking about it. They're not trying to be the best team at the moment. And when you are in there working, you're working towards a bigger goal, just picking up whatever wins you can on the way is always super helpful because you want to make top 6, obviously. You want to get into playoffs. And if you know you're going to get a lot better in 5-6 weeks with, better communication, better team play, whatever it is, I guess maybe it's the same for you guys because it's a long road, right? There's a lot of things to work on. So just picking up the wins to get the top 6 is the main part. And then getting ready for playoffs is like the overall goal, I assume.
Yeah, pretty much. Like Spring Split, I don't really get depressed if I lose because it doesn't really matter as long as we reach top 6. Like that's the main issue, main point. But also to improve, like we can't afford to just like be really happy with a win in LCS. It doesn't mean that much. What matters more is if we as a team play really good or have a perfect game, kind of like how Immortals in NA. So yeah, that's what I think is good.
Keeping that eye on the end of the playoffs and of course possibly the championship points because it does mean something, of course.
It is kind of interesting you bring up Immortals. Something I've been wondering now, as we've seen a couple of weeks from Fnatic, is that massive performances seem to have gone with Huni and Reignover. And Huni and Reignover seem to have just gone to North America and been like, well, we're going to take off, we're going to continue from where we left off last split. Fnatic in Europe are still in this rebuilding phase, as you talked about. And, they need time. Will they get back to that status, I think, is seeming like a dimming light for now. Maybe with a couple more weeks, we'll be able to tell.
Yeah, of course, we can't Fnatic at this point, last split, or in the spring split, was 6-2 already, but this is a new project that we have to look at as well. Although, I can't help but wonder sometimes when I see the Malphite play, and I think this is where Huni would have ulted. This is where he would have flashed and made his team fight. But let's hope they don't think that way.
I mean, I think it's safe to say that this Fnatic lineup, in my opinion, will never be as strong as the Fnatic lineup we saw in Summer Split last year. Because I think that Fnatic was one of the best teams we've seen in the West in many years,
and
honestly.
Will to come.
And will most likely, at least as it looks right now. I do look at some of the top teams. We have the newer top teams. I think there are some with a lot of potential. But that Fnatic team that clicked, Yellowstar was a great leader for the team. You can replace that. Like, you can replace some of the mechanical gifted players from time to time. A guy like Yellowstar is so tough to replace.
Well, you mentioned it already. We do have some other teams here in Europe that are absolutely at the top of the table. And as we approach the halfway point, let's take a look there. And it is G2, which I think was what you were alluding to, and H2K at the top of the tables. Unicorns of Love now fast in third. And of course, at the bottom, Rocket and Giants. And it's very interesting to me that at the top we have G2 and H2K. who showcase two different styles. We know H2K likes that macro play, setting up for those towers, getting those early advantages. And we know G2 just likes to be aggressive and brawl out and fight. And I think that's a cool testament to have two different teams at the top of the tables. Kasing, what do you make of G2 and their style? Too aggressive? Yes, no?
I really like G2's playstyle actually. Like they always commit. If one guy goes in, everyone else goes in. And I think this kind of playstyle requires a lot of trust as well. And I think as a team, they're actually bonding really well. And yeah, I think it's really good.
And we see so much talk about, the current meta, LCS games, or just overall professional games being boring at the moment. I think it's super important to look at some of the top teams in every region and what they're basically known for at the moment. Rox Tigers playing super aggressive, a bit like G2. They're all trusting each other. They're very good in coordinating engages, very aggressive early jungler and Peanut now compared to Hojin, which they had last year. Immortals, like winning games in 20 minutes, super aggro. G2 is doing the same. Xiaogu over in the LPL. As well, with like early aggressive junglers, the team built around their junglers. So yes, okay, some of the games might not be the most exciting, but for some of the top teams who are playing the meta correct, I mean, it is very aggressive games with a lot of fighting going on.
That's interesting you mentioned that because we were talking a little bit about the meta and if you liked it, then you brought up specifically that you think it revolved so much around the junglers. What are your thoughts in general for you in this meta?
I think right now the current meta is like jungle and support, like are the main carries of the team. Like if they get vision on one side with mainly on the mid and bot side, then usually you want vision around there. And before, in like the past seasons, everyone can buy vision wards, and right now only like certain people can buy wards and stuff and trinkets. So by having support and jungle together, it usually means that they can go together like anywhere they want on the map to get place vision. But whereas before, you could have vision on your top laner, your mid laner, they could ward from themselves. So then you have like one quadrant of the map warded as well. But right now, it's like you have to focus on one part, and that's all.
If you had to score yourself right now, Shook and you together, how do you think you're doing?
Solid 8.
A solid 8.
Yeah.
Okay, solid 8. Fair enough. I think one of the most interesting things is everybody talks about, it can be a bit boring. I think the problem is when teams are at a level where most of our teams can play the beginning of the lane swap very well, that's why people are just seeing so much neutral play. You trade because you can't step into the shadows, as you were saying, Kasing. The problem opens up, or the game will open up, as we saw today, when it extends past that. And we end up with these really messy games where after that 15-minute mark, everybody wants to fight. And we end up with like that Fnatic game. We end up like with the Unicorns game earlier. So that's where it starts to open up. I just wonder whether we're going to see teams come up with some slightly different strategies, or whether we really are, without a meta shift, at the point where our teams just know how to lane swap.
I mean, we're definitely not at a point where every team can play the meta the same way. Because again, when you have these top teams, why are Immortals the only team who's able to play the way they're playing in North America? Even if you have worse players, you can try and play the same style. It will go wrong. You will obviously lose a lot of games doing it, but you can still be super aggressive, super aggro. I think Rocket is doing it often in the early game around Airwax. But the fact that so many top teams in each region are super, super aggressive and are forcing a lot of plays and being proactive, it does tell me that they understand how to play it. And a lot of teams who's dragging the game to 40 minutes and just trading, never fighting, and 0-0 for again 40 minutes, are doing something wrong compared to these teams. Not saying H2K are, because I think H2K are actually very proactive on the map, always forcing objectives. They're just not forcing the kills.
They did end up with a quite close game versus Elements as well. H2K, what did you make of their performance overall this week?
I thought it was good. Still finding their legs with Selfie. A little bit better this week again, though. Gone are some of the problems we saw in the last week. I think they looked fairly solid. We've still got to see a lot more from them. I think once we see in the second rotation of games against some of the top teams again, we'll see them pushed.
But I actually think that team fight that just rolled out, if Ica had TP'd earlier, like there was a word placed for them to win that team fight. And if Elemis had gotten like that team fight that they wanted, well, rather than Morgana just walking down, then they probably would have won that team fight and gotten more, and maybe they would have stumbled from that.
Yeah.
So that's what something I noticed.
It was super close in the end. We saw there, of course, Forgiven and Vander. What did you make? What do you make so far of their partnership?
I think that, well, Forgiven with any support is always going to be good because he has the playstyle that currently fits him, or the meta. Or like, AD carries are really, really important right now. Like, they can even go on top, as you saw from my team. But I just think Forgiven has like a really good playstyle that everyone can learn from.
Well, we also asked people at home to send in questions for Kasing, and Forgiven actually sent in a question. He tweeted, "And Rated and me vouched for you to join H2K, and in the end, you won against us in the spring playoffs." Opinion?
I'd just like to say thanks for that third place, mate.
And the Worlds trip on the back of that. Cool. Any case, if we continue to talk about the
Oh my God.
the standings, do you have
Sorry,
anything else to
forget
add? No.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
It's a post show. We can be chill. Something I do want to hammer home though: the Unicorns of Love. The Fish Show. Are you a fan yet?
He was a fan in week 1.
Yes, too.
I'm a fan. I'm a fan of this team right now because I think some of the players we didn't expect too much from has really stepped up big time. Steelback being one of them. Obviously being a great AD carry right now. I'm so impressed with Vizicachi and his performance up in the top lane. And I'm just impressed with the team play.
Yeah.
This is the first time Unicorns have been a consistent team. I mean, we know what to expect from them now. They don't make the same silly mistakes we've seen. There are obviously some issues here and there, which every team has. Kasing, do you think right now that Unicorns of Love is the 3rd best team in Europe, where they're sitting in the standings? Or is it Vitality?
I mean, I can't really say who's the best right now. Like, it's still early. Like,
Perk said who's the best.
Good job we didn't have a game between today or anything.
Yeah, I do believe. Who won it?
Well, speaking of that game, one thing I was actually fairly impressed this week was Rudy in the jungle, because, you know, whenever we hear about these people from solo queue, it's always like, well, how do they actually perform, especially in the jungle role? Because it is 2 different roles. A lot of solo queue tends to be just carry out of the jungle and kind of win the game for your team. Rudy, however, was not making a whole lot of mistakes until it was like later into the game, which is pretty impressive to just slot into a team as the 3rd jungler on this and do very well. So as a player that potentially has room to grow, he's somebody I'm looking at and I'm like, okay, maybe this guy is a little bit more of the hype we've heard from his solo queue performance.
Yeah, it's actually the same question we asked Perks, and a lot of it came down to Hylissang and Chachi are the absolute backbone of that team, and Hylissang and especially Chachi has definitely impressed me. What have you made of that? Because in the beginning of the season, we also had question marks. Okay, these 2 players are still there, but what can they rebuild? How much of an influence is that having on the fact that any jungler can come in there and do good, seemingly?
I think actually comes down to Hylissang actually. From what I've noticed, like Hylissang is usually the one guiding his jungler, like where to go, where to be, and as I said, it goes back to the point where I said jungle and support are like the most important parts of the team. And I think Hylissang does a really good job leading like or guiding any jungler that they play with.
And you are, of course, the support to Hjarnan. Another question that we've got sent in was from @1win writes, what makes you and Hjarnan such good bottom lane partners?
Well, we do a lot for each other, so yeah.
You know, if we would have asked Hjarnan this question, he would still
Kasing.
go, Kasing, of course.
No love back, however. You could just say Janen.
No, but we have a lot of fun times. So,
Definitely do. Finally, for a more serious question, or maybe not, @Lioness Lol is asking, what is the optimal pillow configuration for maximum comfort while supporting my team? Because, well, we've seen a couple of things that you really need that support in the back, I think it is, or?
No, it's mainly on the chair. Okay, so basically, initially I had 2 pillows, right? They were both soft. So one day, Riot decided to give me 2 pillows that was one hard and one soft. And I couldn't do this because that was against Rockcat, so that's probably why I lost. But basically, like they have to be both soft, and then you have to position like under your bottom, so you can sit on them, and then you have a nice gaming experience.
So you know those times where people are like, oh man, they're talking for so long, these analysts need to really shut up. Sometimes there are external factors that are slowing things down. So
Yeah.
sorry.
But I understand, though. You got to have that optimal setup if you want
Yes.
to perform correctly. Finally, as we wrap up about the standings, we got to look at the bottom. And something that you mentioned, the Fish Show, during the Rocket game is this isn't a team that looks like a 1-7 team. They should have more wins on the board. And you saw glimpses of good things there.
As we did in every single Rocket game so far, I feel, except for maybe the one yesterday. That was the only game where I felt like Rocket got completely blown out. Otherwise, in the early game and in the mid game, I feel like we see good things, often around Betsy and Airwax together. Taps has been looking, honestly, I'm going to say this game, he looked better than Sapphire before. Extinct was also getting more and more into the support role. So like there's new members coming in for this team. There's a lot of question marks. I'm not sure how far they can climb up the standings. Do you think Rocket can get out of relegation zone?
I think they have some veteran players as like Betsy and Airwax who are actually quite good. So maybe they can with more time. Like maybe they have the same problems as like all the other teams, like even like us, where communication is still a big issue. But yeah, every team can definitely make it out.
It's definitely interesting that players like Betsy and Airwax that we hadn't rated as high in the previous seasons now seem to do faring a lot better. And what we were discussing here also during game was, how's the overall level of EU looking right now? Are we better? Are we worse at this point? Of course, it is early. And you said that you think that the top half of the table is better. Can you say why?
I think how do I say it? Back then it was like top 3. It was Fnatic, Origin, and H2K. And then now, like, more mechanical gifted players are in the LCS. And I think right now it's got to a good state for the top half. But for the bottom half, it's still like you have some players that aren't really as good and are still there for some reason. And yeah, I just think people value friendship over how they play, I guess.
Very interesting. Well, a lot of mechanical gifted players at the top of the tables. And now for a look at some of those fantasy hard carries, the OPs, and everything in between, we're going to send it over to Quickshot.
Thank you very much, Sharks. Over here at the Weatherman screen, the forecast is promising after the high-pressure front of games in Week 4. It's time to take a look at the OP players, starting with the chilly front that has come in over the fantasy scoreboards. It's H2K's Oduwamne. He's currently the pick of your envy if he's running on your team. He's not on mine, which is why it's chilly and I'm sad. Continuing with the hail is talk about the OP5s. Emperor hailed down a 41% kill share, playing both Kalista and Ezreal. Then, following on from that, a shower of assists has followed in, with Hybrid in the support role, a 26 KDA, only 1 death across 2 games. There's clear skies on the horizon for Oduwamne and his Poppy after he helped defeat elements leading from the front, swinging that keeper's verdict and really doing a great job. And finally, with some partly cloudy skies as far as the stats are concerned, Vizichachi is showing that poor weather is not going to stop his shot calling, his leader abilities, or his ability to impact the game. 6-4-21, but it's more about how he's playing. I know Deficio feels very strongly about how well he can carry that umbrella for his team. And finally, there's thunder and lightning on this horizon as Airwax and his jungle Kindred today went 3-1-0 at 15 minutes against Fnatic. Despite not winning the game, it is a very good performance from Airwax, showing you that no matter what the weather report might say, he's able to perform. He's showing up on the LCS stage. So there's your fantasy leaders, as well as some OP5s for the Weatherman prediction screen. But to find out the MVP and exactly where the bright sunshine is coming from, we're going to head back to the analyst desk.
Where the bright sunshine is coming from, I think it's always sunny in your head. Quickshot, where did that? We were totally unprepared for that. Yet, solid list. Hybrid and Emperor there at the top of the OP list. I wanted to ask you about that duo because Hybrid is someone we've had our eye on. Of course, he's played a lot of Braum and he's obviously very adept at that champion. But what do you make of the duo at a whole?
I think the duo is, they're okay, but from what I saw yesterday, like when they were playing the 2v2 matchup versus Ezreal Janna, but I forgot which team, they didn't like play together in the lane. Like that's something you notice as a bot laner, when you know that if your AD carry is stepping back, you don't really step up as support, you step together like a parallel line. But yesterday it was like, it wasn't really, didn't like give me the impression that they were that great yet. Maybe they're still improving on it, and I hope so too. Because I feel like they could be a really good duo. Like Emperor has shown he actually can carry games when given the resources, and Hybrid has shown really good like skill on Braum, hopefully on other champions too. And I don't know, yeah, I think that's what I think of them.
All right, cool. Well, for the MVP spot, we also have an AD carry that's in there standing out amongst the rest of the field for us this week. UOL's Steelback. 8-1-18 in 2 games for a KDA of 26. And of course, you have to see this in the context of the expectations we had for UOL and Steelback in particular coming into the season, and he has risen above and beyond.
Yeah, for sure. He's really stepped up and become the main carry for Unicorns a lot. Something, especially on the AD carry position, they lacked last year, where it was so much about power of evil in the mid lane. I definitely feel like they have more players they can play around. And Steelback, every player we ask, honestly rate him super high now as an AD carry in the EU LCS and say he's performing better and better. So you played against him back in spring last year, and then now, what do you feel is like the massive difference?
Well, first, he has a support that can actually play aggro now. And I feel like when he can play with someone he's comfortable with, then of course he can show his true ability. And I think Steelback has actually improved from since like last time I played against him, and I'm happy that he's improved.
And I feel like the other half of that is that it also helps the Unicorns because Hylissang now has an AD carry that he can leave on his own. It's like, oh, it's time to roam. I can leave him here. He's not going to do anything. Steelback's just going to hold this. So I think it's just a great overall upgrade for the Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, and funnily enough, we talked so much about Power of Evil leaving, and he doesn't seem to find his groove on OG. However, Fox, Spring, 2015 Fox is back in there. Today's Corki play really impressed me, the way he roamed and played. It's funny how all these players seem to be gelling together much better, and it's good for them. We'll also see them next week in their next game, as they will take on, in week 5, H2K. That'll be a very interesting matchup. A lot of their Fnatic versus Elements OG Splice. G2 versus Vitality. Well, Kasing, a little bit of a preview on that one. Of course, G2 alone, not alone, with H2K at the top of the tables. And after the game today, maybe, you know, a little bit harder to prepare for you guys.
I think we'll be quite good against them. I think we play well against their current style. Like, they like to play really aggressive. We know how to play really conservative and play around the map. So I think it'll be a good matchup.
Right, we'll see any other matchups that you guys have got your eye on. Every team in particular, of course, the Giants at the bottom of the table. It's got to start happening for them soon.
I don't think it will.
Yeah.
I honestly don't see how Giants at the moment is just going to bounce back and pick up the first win or first 2 wins or whatever. Because they have so many issues compared to every other team. I mean, Rocket, in the games we were watching, are looking better than Giants are, despite Rocket also losing. So, I mean, in Europe, we tend to see some upsets here and there, but there's been less, in my opinion, this year than normally. So I wonder for Giants what needs to change, because there's a lot of things at the moment.
Well, what I would say for Giants is, for their fans at least, they put out a post yesterday talking about their issues and how they feel about it. So this may be a week where we do see some kind of change. I don't know what it is that they need to do, but if they can kind of reset in a week, it's a short period of time, there is a possibility. But I'm looking at that H2K matchup.
You don't know what it is they need to do. You're singing a different...
Hey, whoa. I think if they had a time machine and not get rid of Werlib, I think that would have been one of the things they need to do, but it's too late for that. They've got to find a different answer, because he was becoming one of the main carries for Giants at the end of last year.
Interesting. A lot of work to do for them. And by the way, our match of the week next week is Vitality versus Origin. So you have 2 very tough matchups. I mean, very interesting matchup for top of the tables. If you have to predict what you will go.
I don't know, actually. Like, both teams are really strong, and Origin will probably be in better form as well from the previous week, like the previous time we played against them, and of course so will we. So that will be actually a really fun match.
We will see. You don't have to wait till that match of the week to get more LCS action, because things get going over in NA tomorrow at 9 p.m. Central European Time, noon Pacific, with Team Liquid versus Team Dignitas. And later on, it is their match of the week between CLG and the familiar faces of Immortals. Well, we already touched on them. As you say, I don't see the Giants turning their season around. I don't see Immortals stopping anytime soon.
No, I mean, Immortals right now are playing so well. They're drafting compositions that fit them to play aggressive early on, and I don't think they're going to lose the game.
We'll see what happens. For us here in Berlin, it is time to log out. From all of us here bringing you the European LCS, thank you for watching. Thank you to Kasing, Perks, and yesterday Vander for joining us. And we'll see you guys back here next time.
Just reloaded into the Rift for game 1 of week 4, day 2 of the European LCS.
Rashi's already gone. Glacial Fisher, two-man knocker! Kickers has found them, and with the steadfast presence, nobody can get away. Bobby's pulling pressure on the side, but he's just dies. He's gone. There's 2. Triple kill for Emperor. Game is 2. A flawless week. 2-0 in week 4. Monsoon gets a full channel, and Odo is on the front line. He knocks off Elements.
I exhaust. I'm moving now. We can fight. Go, guys. Go. Fiora. We'll pick it up. Victor is there. Focus. Go. Morgana. No flash. Yeah, no flash. Killer. Good job.
An H2K win!
You know, they filmed us yesterday when we did it, right? It looks so awkward.
What?
They filmed us yesterday when everybody was just sitting like...
Yeah, that's your life now. They film you when you do everything.
Yeah, I know, but...
It's only awkward if you make it awkward.
Yeah, don't make it awkward. My bad. It's only awkward if you think it's awkward.
Oh, there's the rocket! They managed the double kill! 2 kills on it, and Shook turns into the pit! Still back in hell, they are way too low! They make the hole! The Rockets! The Jinx is running wild! That's a double kill! Jinx! Hey, guys!
Keep going. I got Jinx. She's gonna die. She's dead.
Nice, good job! Nice one, boys! Nice!
And the Unicorns close this one out and take control of 3rd place.
Chunk of damage as Sven makes it rain on his head, and it's a bullet time. Soaz comes in for the big knockup. Origin 1-1. but they keep on chugging. Febiven turns around on tap, but the rest of Fnatic are dropping like flies. He's got a massive turnaround in his helmet. There goes Damsu! Shut down gold in his pocket. Towns is melted. Freddy's going down, and that has got to be it. Fnatic with the comeback.